Chapter 1 of Cousin Betty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Cousin Betty by Honoré de BALZAC. Translated by James Waring. Chapter 1. One day, about the middle of July 1838, one of the carriages then lately introduced to Paris cab stands, and known as milords, was driving down the Rue de l'Université, conveying a stout man of middle age in the uniform of a captain of the National Guard. Among the Paris crowd, who are supposed to be so clever, there are some men who fancy themselves infinitely more attractive in uniform than in their ordinary clothes, and who attribute to women so depraved a taste that they believe they will be favorably impressed by the aspect of a busby and of military accoutrements. The countenance of this captain of the second company beamed with a self-satisfaction that added splendor to his ruddy and somewhat chubby face. The halo of glory that a fortune made in business gives to a retired tradesman sat on his brow, and stamped him as one of the elect of Paris, at least a retired deputy mayor of his quarter of the town; and you may be sure that the ribbon of the Legion of Honor was not missing from his breast, gallantly padded à la Prussienne. Proudly seated in one corner of the milord, this splendid person let his gaze wander over the passers-by, who, in Paris, often thus meet an ingratiating smile meant for sweet eyes that are absent. The vehicle stopped in the part of the street between the Rue de Bellechasse and the Rue de Bourgogne, at the door of a large, newly built house, standing on part of the courtyard of an ancient mansion that had a garden. The old house remained in its original state, beyond the courtyard curtailed by half its extent. Only from the way in which the officer accepted the assistance of the coachman to help him out, it was plain that he was past 50. There are certain movements so undisguisedly heavy that they are as telltale as a register of birth. The captain put on his lemon-colored right-hand glove, and, without any question to the gatekeeper, went up the outer steps to the ground of the new house with a look that proclaimed, "She is mine." The concierges of Paris have sharp eyes; they do not stop visitors who wear an order, have a blue uniform, and walk ponderously. In short, they know a rich man when they see him. This ground floor was entirely occupied by Monsieur le Baron Hulot d'Ervy, Commissary General under the Republic, retired army contractor, and at the present time at the head of one of the most important departments of the War Office, Councillor of State, Officer of the Legion of Honor, and so forth. This Baron Hulot had taken the name of d'Ervy, the place of his birth, to distinguish him from his brother, the famous General Hulot, Colonel of the Grenadiers of the Imperial Guard, created by the Emperor Comte de Pforzheim after the campaign of 1809. The Count, the elder brother, being responsible for his junior, had, with paternal care, placed him in the commissariat, where, thanks to the services of the two brothers, the Baron deserved and won Napoleon's good graces. After 1807, Baron Hulot was Commissary General for the army in Spain. Having rung the bell, the citizen captain made strenuous efforts to pull his coat into place, for it had rucked up as much at the back as in front, pushed out of shape by the working of a piriform stomach. Being admitted as soon as the servant in livery saw him, the important and imposing personage followed the man, who opened the door of the drawing-room, announcing "Monsieur Crevel." On hearing the name, singularly appropriate to the figure of the man who bore it, a tall, fair woman, evidently young-looking for her age, rose as if she had received an electric shock. "Hortense, my darling, go into the garden with your Cousin Betty," she said hastily to her daughter, who was working at some embroidery at her mother's side. After curtsying prettily to the captain, Mademoiselle Hortense went out by a glass door, taking with her a withered-looking spinster, who looked older than the Baroness, though she was 5 years younger. "They are settling your marriage," said Cousin Betty in the girl's ear, without seeming at all offended at the way in which the Baroness had dismissed them, counting her almost as zero. The cousin's dress might, at need, have explained this free and easy demeanor. The old maid wore a merino gown of a dark plum color, of which the cut and trimming dated from the year of the Restoration, a little worked collar, worth perhaps 3 francs, and a common straw hat with blue satin ribbons edged with straw plate, such as the old clothes buyers wear at market. On looking down at her kid shoes, made, it was evident, by the veriest cobbler, a stranger would have hesitated to recognize Cousin Betty as a member of the family, for she looked exactly like a journeywoman sempstress. But she did not leave the room without bestowing a little friendly nod on Monsieur Crevel, to which that gentleman responded by a look of mutual understanding. "You are coming to us to-morrow, I hope, Mademoiselle Fischer?" said he. "You have no company?" asked Cousin Betty. "My children and yourself, no one else," replied the visitor. "Very well," replied she, "depend on me." "And here am I, madame, at your orders," said the citizen captain, bowing again to Madame Hulot. He gave such a look at Madame Hulot as Tartuffe casts at Elmire, when a provincial actor plays the part and thinks it necessary to emphasize its meaning at Poitiers or at Coutances. "If you will come into this room with me, we shall be more conveniently placed for talking business than we are in this room," said Madame Hulot, going to an adjoining room, which, as the apartment was arranged, served as a card room. It was divided by a slight partition from a boudoir looking out on the garden, and Madame Hulot left her visitor to himself for a minute, for she thought it wise to shut the window and the door of the boudoir, so that no one should get in and listen. She even took the precaution of shutting the glass door of the drawing room, smiling on her daughter and her cousin, whom she saw seated in an old summer house at the end of the garden. As she came back, she left the card room door open, so as to hear if any one should open that of the drawing room to come in. As she came and went, the Baroness, seen by nobody, allowed her face to betray all her thoughts, and any one who could have seen her would have been shocked to see her agitation. But when she finally came back from the glass door of the drawing room, as she entered the card room, her face was hidden behind the impenetrable reserve which every woman, even the most candid, seems to have at her command. During all these preparations, odd to say the least, the National Guardsman studied the furniture of the room in which he found himself. As he noted the silk curtains, once red, now faded to dull purple by the sunshine, and frayed in the pleats by long wear, the carpet, from which the hues had faded, the discolored gilding of the furniture, and the silk seats discolored in patches and wearing into strips, expressions of scorn, satisfaction, and hope dawned in succession, without disguise, on his stupid tradesman's face. He looked at himself in the glass over an old clock of the Empire, and was contemplating the general effect, when the rustle of her silk skirt announced the Baroness. He at once struck an attitude. After dropping onto a sofa, which had been a very handsome one in the year 1809, the Baroness, pointing to an armchair with the arms ending in bronze sphinxes' heads, while the paint was peeling from the wood which showed through in many places, signed to Crevel to be seated. "All the precautions you are taking, madame, would seem full of promise to a lover," said she, interrupting him. "The word is too feeble," said he, placing his right hand on his heart, and rolling his eyes in a way which almost always makes a woman laugh when she in cold blood sees such a look. "A lover! A lover! Say, a man bewitched!" End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 2. "Listen, Monsieur Crevel," said the Baroness, too anxious to be able to laugh. "You are 50, 10 years younger than Monsieur Hulot, I know. But at my age a woman's follies ought to be justified by beauty, youth, fame, superior merit, some one of the splendid qualities which can dazzle us to the point of making us forget all else, even at our age. Though you may have 50,000 francs a year, your age counterbalances your fortune. Thus you have nothing whatever of what a woman looks for." "But love," said the officer, rising and coming forward, "such love as—" "No, monsieur, such obstinacy," said the Baroness, interrupting him to put an end to his absurdity. "Yes, obstinacy," said he, "and love; but something stronger still, a claim." "A claim!" cried Madame Hulot, rising sublime with scorn, defiance, and indignation. "But," she went on, "this will bring us to no issues. I did not ask you to come here to discuss the matter which led to your banishment, in spite of the connection between our families." "I had fancied so." "What, still?" cried she. "Do you not see, monsieur, by the entire ease and freedom with which I can speak of lovers and love, of everything least creditable to a woman, that I am perfectly secure in my own virtue? I fear nothing, not even to shut myself in alone with you. Is that the conduct of a weak woman? You know full well why I begged you to come." "No, madame," replied Crevel, with an assumption of great coldness. He pursed up his lips and again struck an attitude. "Well, I will be brief to shorten our common discomfort," said the Baroness, looking at Crevel. Crevel made an ironical bow, in which a man who knew the race would have recognized the graces of a bagman. "Our son married your daughter." "And if it were to do again," said Crevel. "It would not be done at all, I suspect," said the Baroness hastily. "However, you have nothing to complain of. My son is not only one of the leading pleaders of Paris, but for the last year he has sat as deputy, and his maiden speech was brilliant enough to lead us to suppose that ere long he will be in office. Victorin has twice been called upon to report on important measures, and he may even now, if he chose, be made Attorney General in the Court of Appeal. So if you mean to say that your son in law has no fortune—" "Worse than that, madame, a son in law whom I am obliged to maintain," replied Crevel. "Of the 500,000 francs that formed my daughter's marriage portion, 200,000 have vanished, God knows how, in paying the young gentleman's debts, in furnishing his house splendaciously, a house costing 500,000 francs and bringing in scarcely 15,000, since he occupies the larger part of it, while he owes 260,000 francs of the purchase money. The rent he gets barely pays the interest on the debt. I have had to give my daughter 20,000 francs this year to help her to make both ends meet. And then my son in law, who was making 30,000 francs a year at the Assizes, I am told, is going to throw that up for the Chamber." "This again, Monsieur Crevel, is beside the mark. We are wandering from the point. Still, to dispose of it finally, it may be said that if my son gets into office, if he has you made an officer of the Legion of Honor and councillor of the municipality of Paris, you, as a retired perfumer, will not have much to complain of. Ah, there we are again, madame. Yes, I am a tradesman, a shopkeeper, a retail dealer in almond paste, eau de Portugal, and hair oil, and was only too much honored when my only daughter was married to the son of Monsieur le Baron Hulot d'Ervy. My daughter will be a baroness. This is Regency, Louis XV, œil de boeuf, quite tip-top, very good. I love Celestine as a man loves his only child, so well indeed that to preserve her from having either brother or sister, I resigned myself to all the privations of a widower, in Paris and in the prime of life, madame. But you must understand that, in spite of this extravagant affection for my daughter, I do not intend to reduce my fortune for the sake of your son, whose expenses are not wholly accounted for in my eyes as an old man of business. Monsieur, you may at this day see in the Ministry of Commerce Monsieur Popinot, formerly a druggist in the Rue des Lombards." "And a friend of mine, madame," said the ex-perfumer. "For I, Célestin Crevel, foreman once to old César Birotteau, bought up the said César Birotteau's stock, and he was Popinot's father-in-law. Why, that very Popinot was no more than a shopman in the establishment, and he is the first to remind me of it; for he is not proud, to do him justice, to men in a good position with an income of 60,000 francs in the funds." "Well, then, monsieur, the notions you term regency are quite out of date at a time when a man is taken at his personal worth, and that is what you did when you married your daughter to my son." "But you do not know how the marriage was brought about," cried Crevel. "Oh, that cursed bachelor life! But for my misconduct, my Celestine might at this day be Vicomtesse Popinot." "Once more have done with recriminations over accomplished facts," said the Baroness anxiously. "Let us rather discuss the complaints I have found on your strange behavior. My daughter Hortense had a chance of marrying. The match depended entirely on you. I believed you felt some sentiments of generosity. I thought you would do justice to a woman who has never had a thought in her heart for any man but her husband, that you would have understood how necessary it is for her not to receive a man who may compromise her, and that for the honor of the family with which you are allied, you would have been eager to promote Hortense's settlement with Monsieur le Conseiller Lebas. And it is you, monsieur, you have hindered the marriage." "Madame," said the ex-perfumer, "I acted the part of an honest man. I was asked whether the 200,000 francs to be settled on Mademoiselle Hortense would be forthcoming. I replied exactly in these words: 'I would not answer for it. My son-in-law, to whom the Hulots had promised the same sum, was in debt, and I believe that if Monsieur Hulot d'Ervy were to die to-morrow, his widow would have nothing to live on.' There, fair lady." "And would you have said as much, monsieur," asked Madame Hulot, looking Crevel steadily in the face, "if I had been false to my duty?" "I should not be in a position to say it, dearest Adeline," cried this singular adorer, interrupting the Baroness, "for you would have found the amount in my pocket-book." And adding action to word, the fat guardsman knelt down on one knee and kissed Madame Hulot's hand, seeing that his speech had filled her with speechless horror, which he took for hesitancy. "What! Buy my daughter's fortune at the cost of Rise, monsieur, or I ring the bell." Crevel rose with great difficulty. This fact made him so furious that he again struck his favorite attitude. Most men have some habitual position by which they fancy that they show to the best advantage the good points bestowed on them by nature. This attitude in Crevel consisted in crossing his arms like Napoleon, his head showing three-quarters face, and his eyes fixed on the horizon, as the painter has shown the Emperor in his portrait. "To be faithful," he began with well-acted indignation, "so faithful to a husband who is worthy of such fidelity," Madame Hulot put in, to hinder Crevel from saying a word she did not choose to hear. "Come, madame, you wrote to bid me here, you ask the reasons for my conduct, you drive me to extremities with your imperial airs, your scorn, and your contempt. Any one might think I was a negro. But I repeat it, and you may believe me, I have a right to make love to you, for but no, I love you well enough to hold my tongue." "You may speak, monsieur. In a few days I shall be 48. I am no prude. I can hear whatever you can say." "Then will you give me your word of honor as an honest woman, for you are, alas for me, an honest woman, never to mention my name, or to say that it was I who betrayed the secret?" If that is the condition on which you speak, I will swear never to tell anyone from whom I heard the horrors you propose to tell me, not even my husband. I should think not, indeed, for only you and he are concerned." Madame Hulot turned pale. "Oh, if you still really love Hulot, it will distress you. Shall I say no more?" "Speak, monsieur, for by your account you wish to justify in my eyes the extraordinary declarations you have chosen to make me, and your persistency in tormenting a woman of my age, whose only wish is to see her daughter married, and then to die in peace. You see, you are unhappy." "I, monsieur?" "Yes, beautiful, noble creature!" cried Crevel. "You have indeed been too wretched." "Monsieur, be silent and go, or speak to me as you ought." "Do you know, madame, how Master Hulot and I first made acquaintance? At our mistress's, madame." "Oh, monsieur!" "Yes, madame, at our mistress's," Crevel repeated in a melodramatic tone, and leaving his position to wave his right hand. "Well, and what then?" said the Baroness coolly, to Crevel's great amazement. Such mean seducers cannot understand a great soul. "I, a widower 5 years since," Crevel began in the tone of a man who has a story to tell, "and not wishing to marry again for the sake of the daughter I adore, not choosing either to cultivate any such connection in my own establishment, though I had at the time a very pretty lady accountant, I set up, on her own account, as they say, a little sempstress of 15, really a miracle of beauty, with whom I fell desperately in love. And in fact, madame, I asked an aunt of my own, my mother's sister, whom I sent for from the country, to live with the sweet creature and keep an eye on her, that she might behave as well as might be in this rather, what shall I say, shady, no, delicate position. The child, whose talent for music was striking, had masters, she was educated, I had to give her something to do. Besides, I wished to be at once her father, her benefactor, and well, out with it, her lover, to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, a good action and a sweetheart. For 5 years I was very happy. The girl had one of those voices that make the fortune of a theatre. I can only describe her by saying that she is a Dupré in petticoats. It cost me 2,000 francs a year only to cultivate her talent as a singer. She made me music mad. I took a box at the opera for her and for my daughter, and went there alternate evenings with Célestine or Josepha." "What? The famous singer?" "Yes, madame," said Crevel with pride. "The famous Josepha owes everything to me. At last, in 1834, when the child was 20, believing that I had attached her to me forever, and being very weak where she was concerned, I thought I would give her a little amusement, and I introduced her to a pretty little actress, Jenny Cadine, whose life had been somewhat like her own. This actress also owed everything to a protector who had brought her up in leading strings. That protector was Baron Hulot." "I know that," said the Baroness, in a calm voice, without the least agitation. "Bless me!" cried Crevel, more and more astounded. "Well! But do you know that your monster of a husband took Jenny Cadine in hand at the age of 13?" "What then?" said the Baroness. "As Jenny Cadine and Josepha were both aged 20 when they first met," the ex tradesman went on, "the Baron had been playing the part of Louis XV. To Mademoiselle de Romans ever since 1826, and you were 12 years younger then." "I had my reasons, monsieur, for leaving Monsieur Hulot his liberty." "That falsehood, madame, will surely be enough to wipe out every sin you have ever committed, and to open to you the gates of paradise," replied Crevel, with a knowing air that brought the color to the Baroness's cheeks. "Sublime and adored woman, tell that to those who will believe it, but not to old Crevel, who has, I may tell you, feasted too often as one of 4 with your rascally husband, not to know what your high merits are. Many a time has he blamed himself when half tipsy as he has expatiated on your perfections. Oh, I know you well. A libertine might hesitate between you and a girl of 20. I do not hesitate." "Monsieur!" "Well, I say no more. But you must know, saintly and noble woman, that a husband under certain circumstances will tell things about his wife to his mistress that will mightily amuse her." Tears of shame hanging to Madame Hulot's long lashes checked the National Guardsman. He stopped short and forgot his attitude. "To proceed," said he. "We became intimate, the Baron and I, through the two hussies. The Baron, like all bad lots, is very pleasant, a thoroughly jolly good fellow. Yes, he took my fancy, the old rascal. He could be so funny. Well, enough of those reminiscences. We got to be like brothers. The scoundrel, quite Regency in his notions, tried indeed to deprave me altogether, preached Saint Simonism as to women, and all sorts of lordly ideas. But you see, I was fond enough of my girl to have married her, only I was afraid of having children. Then, between two old daddies, such friends as we were, what more natural than that we should think of our children marrying each other? 3 months after his son had married my Celestine, Hulot, I don't know how I can utter the wretch's name, he has cheated us both, madame. Well, the villain did me out of my little Josepha. The scoundrel knew that he was supplanted in the heart of Jenny Cadine by a young lawyer and by an artist, only two of them. For the girl had more and more of a howling success, and he stole my sweet little girl, a perfect darling. But you must have seen her at the opera. He got her an engagement there. Your husband is not so well behaved as I am. I am ruled as straight as a sheet of music paper. He had dropped a good deal of money on Jenny Cadine, who must have cost him near on 30,000 francs a year. Well, I can only tell you that he is ruining himself outright for Josepha. Josepha, madame, is a Jewess. Her name is Mira, the anagram of Hiram, an Israelite mark that stamps her, for she was a foundling picked up in Germany, and the inquiries I have made prove that she is the illegitimate child of a rich Jew banker. The life of the theatre, and above all the teaching of Jenny Cadine, Madame Schontz, Malaga, and Carabine, as to the way to treat an old man, have developed in the child whom I had kept in a respectable and not too expensive way of life, all the native Hebrew instinct for gold and jewels, for the golden calf. So this famous singer, hungering for plunder, now wants to be rich, very rich. She tried her 'prentice hand on Baron Hulot, and soon plucked him bare, plucked him, ay, and singed him to the skin. The miserable man, after trying to vie with one of the Kellers and with the Marquis d'Esquignon, both perfectly mad about Josepha, to say nothing of unknown worshippers, is about to see her carried off by that very rich Duke who is such a patron of the arts. Oh, what is his name? A dwarf. Ah, the Duc d'Hérouville. This fine gentleman insists on having Josepha for his very own, and all that set are talking about it. The Baron knows nothing of it as yet, for it is the same in the 13th arrondissement as in every other. The lover, like the husband, is last to get the news. Now do you understand my claim? Your husband, dear lady, has robbed me of my joy in life, the only happiness I have known since I became a widower. Yes, if I had not been so unlucky as to come across that old rip, Josepha would still be mine, for I, you know, should never have placed her on the stage. She would have lived obscure, well conducted, and mine. Oh, if you could but have seen her 8 years ago, slight and wiry, with the golden skin of an Andalusian, as they say, black hair as shiny as satin, an eye that flashed lightning under long brown lashes, the style of a duchess in every movement, the modesty of a dependent, decent grace, and the pretty ways of a wild fawn. And by that Hulot's doing, all this charm and purity has been degraded to a man-trap, a money-box for 5-franc pieces. The girl is the queen of trollops. and nowadays she humbugs everyone. She who knew nothing, not even that word." At this stage the retired perfumer wiped his eyes, which were full of tears. The sincerity of his grief touched Madame Hulot, and roused her from the meditation into which she had sunk. "Tell me, madame, is a man of 52 likely to find such another jewel? At my age love costs 30,000 francs a year. It is through your husband's experience that I know the price, and I love Celestine too truly to be her ruin. When I saw you at the first evening party you gave in our honor, I wondered how that scoundrel Hulot could keep a Jenny Cadine. You had the manner of an empress. You do not look 30," he went on. "To me, madame, you look young and you are beautiful. On my word of honor, that evening I was struck to the heart. I said to myself, if I had not Josepha, since old Hulot neglects his wife, she would fit me like a glove. Forgive me, it is a reminiscence of my old business. The perfumer will crop up now and then, and that is what keeps me from standing to be elected deputy. And then, when I was so abominably deceived by the Baron, for really between old rips like us our friend's mistress should be sacred, I swore I would have his wife. It is but justice. The Baron could say nothing. We are certain of impunity. You showed me the door like a mangy dog at the first words I uttered as to the state of my feelings. You only made my passion, my obstinacy, if you will, twice as strong, and you shall be mine." "Indeed? How?" "I do not know, but it will come to pass. You see, madame, an idiot of a perfumer, retired from business, who has but one idea in his head, is stronger than a clever fellow who has 1,000. I am smitten with you, and you are the means of my revenge. It is like being in love twice over. I am speaking to you quite frankly, as a man who knows what he means. I speak coldly to you, just as you do to me when you say I never will be yours. In fact, as they say, I play the game with the cards on the table. Yes, you shall be mine, sooner or later. If you were 50, you should still be my mistress. And it will be, for I expect anything from your husband." Madame Hulot looked at this vulgar intriguer with such a fixed stare of terror that he thought she had gone mad, and he stopped. "You insisted on it, you heaped me with scorn, you defied me, and I have spoken," said he, feeling that he must justify the ferocity of his last words. "Oh, my daughter, my daughter!" moaned the Baroness in a voice like a dying woman's. "Oh, I have forgotten all else," Crevel went on. "The day when I was robbed of Josepha, I was like a tigress robbed of her cubs. In short, as you see me now. Your daughter? Yes, I regard her as the means of winning you. Yes, I put a spoke in her marriage, and you will not get her married without my help. Handsome as Mademoiselle Hortense is, she needs a fortune." "Alas, yes!" said the Baroness, wiping her eyes. "Well, just ask your husband for 10,000 francs," said Crevel, striking his attitude once more. He waited a minute, like an actor who has made a point. "If he had the money, he would give it to the woman who will take Josepha's place," he went on, emphasizing his tones. "Does a man ever pull up on the road he has taken? In the first place, he is too sweet on women. There is a happy medium in all things, as our king has told us. And then his vanity is implicated. He is a handsome man. He would bring you all to ruin for his pleasure. In fact, you are already on the high road to the workhouse. Why, look, never since I set foot in your house have you been able to do up your drawing-room furniture. Hard up is the word shouted by every slit in the stuff. Where will you find a son-in-law who would not turn his back in horror of the ill-concealed evidence of the most cruel misery there is, that of people in decent society? I have kept shop, and I know there's no eye so quick as that of the Paris tradesman to detect real wealth from its sham. You have no money. he said in a lower voice. "It is written everywhere, even on your manservant's coat." "Would you like me to disclose any more hideous mysteries that are kept from you?" "Monsieur," cried Madame Hulot, whose handkerchief was wet through with her tears, "enough, enough!" "My son in law, I tell you, gives his father money, and this is what I particularly wanted to come to when I began by speaking of your son's expenses. But I keep an eye on my daughter's interests. Be easy." "Oh, if I could but see my daughter married and die!" cried the poor woman, quite losing her head. "Well, then, this is the way," said the ex perfumer. Madame Hulot looked at Crevel with a hopeful expression, which so completely changed her countenance that this alone ought to have touched the man's feelings, and have led him to abandon his monstrous schemes. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 3. "You will still be handsome 10 years hence," Crevel went on, with his arms folded. "Be kind to me, and Mademoiselle Hulot will marry. Hulot has given me the right, as I have explained to you, to put the matter crudely, and he will not be angry. In 3 years I have saved the interest on my capital, for my dissipations have been restricted. I have 300,000 francs in the bank over and above my invested fortune. They are yours." "Go," said Madame Hulot. "Go, monsieur, and never let me see you again. But for the necessity in which you placed me to learn the secret of your cowardly conduct with regard to the match I had planned for Hortense, yes, cowardly," she repeated in answer to a gesture from Crevel. "How can you load a poor girl, a pretty, innocent creature, with such a weight of enmity? But for the necessity that goaded me as a mother, you would never have spoken to me again, never again have come within my doors. 32 years of an honorable and loyal life shall not be swept away by a blow from Monsieur Crevel." The retired perfumer, successor to César Birotteau at the Queen of the Roses, Rue Saint Honoré, added Crevel in mocking tones, deputy mayor, captain in the National Guard, chevalier of the Legion of Honor, exactly what my predecessor was. "Monsieur," said the Baroness, "if, after 20 years of constancy, Monsieur Hulot is tired of his wife, that is nobody's concern but mine. As you see, he has kept his infidelity a mystery, for I did not know that he had succeeded you in the affections of Mademoiselle Josepha. Oh, it has cost him a pretty penny, madame. His singing bird has cost him more than 100,000 francs in these 2 years. Aha, you have not seen the end of it. Have done with all this, Monsieur Crevel. I will not, for your sake, forego the happiness a mother knows who can embrace her children without a single pang of remorse in her heart, who sees herself respected and loved by her family, and I will give up my soul to God unspotted." "Amen!" exclaimed Crevel, with the diabolical rage that embitters the face of these pretenders when they fail for the second time in such an attempt. "You do not yet know the latter end of poverty, shame, disgrace. I have tried to warn you. I would have saved you, you and your daughter. Well, you must study the modern parable of the prodigal father from A to Z. Your tears and your pride move me deeply," said Crevel, seating himself, "for it is frightful to see the woman one loves weeping. All I can promise you, dear Adeline, is to do nothing against your interests or your husband's. Only never send to me for information. That is all." "What is to be done?" cried Madame Hulot. Up to now the Baroness had bravely faced the threefold torment which this explanation inflicted on her, for she was wounded as a woman, as a mother, and as a wife. In fact, so long as her son's father in law was insolent and offensive, she had found the strength in her resistance to the aggressive tradesman. But the sort of good nature he showed, in spite of his exasperation as a mortified adorer and as a humiliated National Guardsman, broke down her nerve, strung to the point of snapping. She wrung her hands, melted into tears, and was in a state of such helpless dejection that she allowed Crevel to kneel at her feet, kissing her hands. "Good God, what will become of us?" she went on, wiping away her tears. "Can a mother sit still and see her child pine away before her eyes? What is to be the fate of that splendid creature, as strong in her pure life under her mother's care as she is by every gift of nature? There are days when she wanders round the garden, out of spirits without knowing why. I find her with tears in her eyes." "She is 21, said Crevel. "Must I place her in a convent?" asked the Baroness. "But in such cases religion is impotent to subdue nature, and the most piously trained girls lose their head. Get up, pray, monsieur. Do you not understand that everything is final between us? That I look upon you with horror? That you have crushed a mother's last hopes?" "But if I were to restore them?" asked he. Madame Hulot looked at Crevel with a frenzied expression that really touched him. But he drove pity back to the depths of his heart. She had said, "I look upon you with horror." Virtue is always a little too rigid; it overlooks the shades and instincts by help of which we are able to tack when in a false position. "So handsome a girl as Mademoiselle Hortense does not find a husband nowadays if she is penniless," Crevel remarked, resuming his starchiest manner. "Your daughter is one of those beauties who rather alarm intending husbands, like a thoroughbred horse which is too expensive to keep up to find a ready purchaser. If you go out walking with such a woman on your arm, every one will turn to look at you, and follow and covet his neighbor's wife. Such success is a source of much uneasiness to men who do not want to be killing lovers, for after all, no man kills more than one. In the position in which you find yourself, there are just three ways of getting your daughter married. Either by my help, and you will have none of it, that is one, or by finding some old man of 60, very rich, childless, and anxious to have children. That is difficult, still such men are to be met with. Many old men take up with a Josepha, a Jenny Cadine. Why should not one be found who is ready to make a fool of himself under legal formalities? If it were not for Celestine and our two grandchildren, I would marry Hortense myself. That is two. The last way is the easiest." Madame Hulot raised her head and looked uneasily at the ex-perfumer. "Paris is a town whither every man of energy, and they sprout like saplings on French soil, comes to meet his kind. Talent swarms here without hearth or home, and energy equal to anything, even to making a fortune. Well, these youngsters, your humble servant was such a one in his time, and how many he has known! What had du Tillet or Popinot 20 years since? They were both pottering around in Daddy Birotteau's shop, with not a penny of capital but their determination to get on, which, in my opinion, is the best capital a man can have. Money may be eaten through, but you don't eat through your determination. Why, what had I? The will to get on, and plenty of pluck. At this day du Tillet is a match for the greatest folks. Little Popinot, the richest druggist of the Rue des Lombards, became a deputy; now he is in office. Well, one of these free lances, as we say on the stock market, of the pen or of the brush, is the only man in Paris who would marry a penniless beauty, for they have courage enough for anything. Monsieur Popinot married Mademoiselle Birotteau without asking for a farthing. Those men are madmen, to be sure. They trust in love as they trust in good luck and brains. Find a man of energy who will fall in love with your daughter, and he will marry without a thought of money. You must confess that by way of an enemy I am not ungenerous, for this advice is against my own interests." "Oh, Monsieur Crevel, if you would indeed be my friend and give up your ridiculous notions!" "Ridiculous? Madame, do not run yourself down. Look at yourself. I love you, and you will come to be mine. The day will come when I shall say to Hulot, 'You took Josepha, I have taken your wife.' It is the old law of tit for tat, and I will persevere till I have attained my end, unless you should become extremely ugly. I shall succeed, and I will tell you why," he went on, resuming his attitude and looking at Madame Hulot. "You will not meet with such an old man or such a young lover," he said after a pause, "because you love your daughter too well to hand her over to the manoeuvres of an old libertine, and because you, the Baronne Hulot, sister of the old lieutenant general who commanded the veteran grenadiers of the Old Guard, will not condescend to take a man of spirit wherever you may find him, for he might be a mere craftsman, as many a millionaire of to-day was 10 years ago, a working artisan, or the foreman of a factory. And then, when you see the girl urged by her 20 years, capable of dishonoring you all, you will say to yourself, 'It will be better that I should fall. If Monsieur Crevel will but keep my secret, I will earn my daughter's portion, 200,000 francs for 10 years' attachment to that old glove seller, old Crevel. I disgust you, no doubt, and what I am saying is horribly immoral, you think? But if you happen to have been bitten by an overwhelming passion, you would find 1,000 arguments in favor of yielding, as women do when they are in love. Yes, and Hortense's interests will suggest to your feelings such terms of surrendering your conscience." "Hortense has still an uncle." "What, old Fischer? He is winding up his concerns, and that again is the Baron's fault. His rake is dragged over every till within his reach." "Comte Hulot? Oh, madame, your husband has already made thin air of the old general's savings. He spent them in furnishing his singer's rooms. Now come, am I to go without a hope?" "Good bye, monsieur. A man easily gets over a passion for a woman of my age, and you will fall back on Christian principles. God takes care of the wretched." The Baroness rose to oblige the captain to retreat, and drove him back into the drawing-room. "Ought the beautiful Madame Hulot to be living amid such squalor?" said he, and he pointed to an old lamp, a chandelier bereft of its gilding, the threadbare carpet, the very rags of wealth which made the large room, with its red, white, and gold, look like a corpse of imperial festivities. "Monsieur, virtue shines on it all. I have no wish to owe a handsome abode to having made of the beauty you are pleased to ascribe to me a man-trap and a money-box for 5-franc pieces." The captain bit his lips as he recognized the words he had used to vilify Josepha's avarice. "And for whom are you so magnanimous?" said he. By this time the Baroness had got her rejected admirer as far as the door. "For a libertine," said he, with a lofty grimace of virtue and superior wealth. "If you are right, my constancy has some merit, monsieur. That is all." After bowing to the officer as a woman bows to dismiss an importune visitor, she turned away too quickly to see him once more fold his arms. She unlocked the doors she had closed, and did not see the threatening gesture which was Crevel's parting greeting. She walked with a proud, defiant step, like a martyr to the Colosseum, but her strength was exhausted. She sank on the sofa in her blue room, as if she were ready to faint, and sat there with her eyes fixed on the tumble-down summer-house, where her daughter was gossiping with Cousin Betty. From the first days of her married life to the present time, the Baroness had loved her husband, as Josephine in the end had loved Napoleon, with an admiring, maternal, and cowardly devotion. Though ignorant of the details given her by Crevel, she knew that for 20 years past Baron Hulot had been anything rather than a faithful husband. But she had sealed her eyes with lead, she had wept in silence, and no word of reproach had ever escaped her. In return for this angelic sweetness, she had won her husband's veneration, and something approaching to worship from all who were about her. A wife's affection for her husband and the respect she pays him are infectious in a family. Hortense believed her father to be a perfect model of conjugal affection. As to their son, brought up to admire the Baron, whom everybody regarded as one of the giants who so effectually backed Napoleon, he knew that he owed his advancement to his father's name, position, and credit. And besides, the impressions of childhood exert an enduring influence. He still was afraid of his father, and if he had suspected the misdeeds revealed by Crevel, as he was too much overawed by him to find fault, he would have found excuses in the view every man takes of such matters. It now will be necessary to give the reasons for the extraordinary self-devotion of a good and beautiful woman, and this, in a few words, is her past history. 3 brothers, simple laboring men, named Fischer, and living in a village situated on the furthest frontier of Lorraine, were compelled by the Republican conscription to set out with the so-called Army of the Rhine. In 1799, the second brother, André, a widower and Madame Hulot's father, left his daughter to the care of his elder brother, Pierre Fischer, disabled from service by a wound received in 1797, and made a small private venture in the military transport service, an opening he owed to the favor of Hulot d'Ervy, who was high in the commissariat. By a very obvious chance, Hulot, coming to Strasbourg, saw the Fischer family. Adeline's father and his younger brother were at that time contractors for forage in the province of Alsace. Adeline, then 16 years of age, might be compared with the famous Madame du Barry, like her, a daughter of Lorraine. She was one of those perfect and striking beauties, a woman like Madame Tallien, finished with peculiar care by nature, who bestows on them all her choicest gifts: distinction, dignity, grace, refinement, elegance, flesh of a superior texture, and a complexion mingled in the unknown laboratory where good luck presides. These beautiful creatures all have something in common: Bianca Capella, whose portrait is one of Bronzino's masterpieces; Jean Goujon's Venus, painted from the famous Diane de Poitiers; Signora Olympia, whose picture adorns the Doria Gallery; Ninon, Madame du Barry, Madame Tallien, Mademoiselle Georges, Madame Récamier, all these women who preserved their beauty in spite of years of passion and of their life of excess and pleasure, have in figure, frame, and in the character of their beauty certain striking resemblances, enough to make one believe that there is in the ocean of generations an Aphrodisian current, whence every such Venus is born, all daughters of the same salt wave. Adeline Fischer, one of the loveliest of this race of goddesses, had the splendid type, the flowing lines, the exquisite texture of a woman born a queen. The fair hair that our mother Eve received from the hand of God, the form of an empress, an air of grandeur, and an august line of profile, with her rural modesty, made every man pause in delight as she passed, like amateurs in front of a Raphael. In short, having once seen her, the commissariat officer made Mademoiselle Adeline Fischer his wife as quickly as the law would permit, to the great astonishment of the Fischers, who had all been brought up in the fear of their betters. The eldest, a soldier of 1792, severely wounded in the attack on the lines at Wissembourg, adored the Emperor Napoleon and everything that had to do with the Grande Armée. André and Johann spoke with respect of Commissary Hulot, the Emperor's protégé, to whom indeed they owed their prosperity. For Hulot d'Ervy, finding them intelligent and honest, had taken them from the army provision wagons to place them in charge of a government contract needing despatch. The brothers Fischer had done further service during the campaign of 1804. At the peace, Hulot had secured for them the contract for forage from Alsace, not knowing that he would presently be sent to Strasbourg to prepare for the campaign of 1806. This marriage was like an assumption to the young peasant girl. The beautiful Adeline was translated at once from the mire of her village to the paradise of the imperial court, for the contractor, one of the most conscientious and hard-working of the commissariat staff, was made a baron, obtained a place near the Emperor, and was attached to the Imperial Guard. The handsome rustic bravely set to work to educate herself for love of her husband, for she was simply crazy about him, and indeed the commissariat officer was as a man a perfect match for Adeline as a woman. He was one of the picked corps of fine men, tall, well built, fair, with beautiful blue eyes full of irresistible fire and life. His elegant appearance made him remarkable by the side of D'Orsay, Forbin, Ouvrard, in short, in the battalion of fine men that surrounded the Emperor. A conquering buck, and holding the ideas of the Directoire with regard to women, his career of gallantry was interrupted for some long time by his conjugal affection. To Adeline the Baron was, from the first, a sort of god who could do no wrong. To him she owed everything: fortune, she had a carriage, a fine house, every luxury of the day; happiness, he was devoted to her in the face of the world; a title, for she was a baroness; fame, for she was spoken of as the beautiful Madame Hulot, and in Paris. Finally, she had the honor of refusing the Emperor's advances, for Napoleon made her a present of a diamond necklace, and always remembered her, asking now and again, "And is the beautiful Madame Hulot still a model of virtue?" in the tone of a man who might have taken his revenge on one who should have triumphed where he had failed. So it needs no great intuition to discern what were the motives in a simple, guileless, and noble soul for the fanaticism of Madame Hulot's love. Having fully persuaded herself that her husband could do her no wrong, she made herself, in the depths of her heart, the humble, abject, and blindfold slave of the man who had made her. It must be noted, too, that she was gifted with great good sense, the good sense of the people, which made her education sound. In society she spoke little, and never spoke evil of any one. She did not try to shine; she thought out many things, listened well, and formed herself on the model of the best conducted women of good birth. In 1815 Hulot followed the lead of the Prince de Wissembourg, his intimate friend, and became one of the officers who organized the improvised troops whose rout brought the Napoleonic cycle to a close at Waterloo. In 1816 the Baron was one of the men best hated by the Feltre administration, and was not reinstated in the commissariat till 1823, when he was needed for the Spanish War. In 1830 he took office as the fourth wheel of the coach, at the time of the levies, a sort of conscription made by Louis Philippe on the old Napoleonic soldiery. From the time when the younger branch ascended the throne, having taken an active part in bringing that about, he was regarded as an indispensable authority at the War Office. He had already won his marshal's baton, and the king could do no more for him unless by making him minister or a peer of France. From 1818 till 1823, having no official occupation, Baron Hulot had gone on active service to womankind. Madame Hulot dated her Hector's first infidelities from the grand finale of the Empire. Thus, for 12 years the Baroness had filled the part in her household of prima donna assoluta without a rival. She still could boast of the old-fashioned, inveterate affection which husbands feel for wives who are resigned to be gentle and virtuous helpmates. She knew that if she had a rival, that rival would not subsist for 2 hours under a word of reproof from herself. But she shut her eyes, she stopped her ears, she would know nothing of her husband's proceedings outside his home. In short, she treated her Hector as a mother treats a spoiled child. 3 years before the conversation reported above, Hortense, at the Théâtre des Variétés, had recognized her father in a lower tier stage box with Jenny Cadine, and had exclaimed, "There's papa!" "You are mistaken, my darling, he is at the Marshal's," the Baroness replied. She too had seen Jenny Cadine, but instead of feeling a pang when she saw how pretty she was, she said to herself, "That rascal Hector must think himself very lucky." She suffered nevertheless. She gave herself up in secret to rages of torment, but as soon as she saw Hector, she always remembered her 12 years of perfect happiness, and could not find it in her to utter a word of complaint. She would have been glad if the Baron would have taken her into his confidence, but she never dared to let him see that she knew of his kicking over the traces, out of respect for her husband. Such an excess of delicacy is never met with but in those grand creatures, daughters of the soil, whose instinct it is to take blows without ever returning them. The blood of the early martyrs still lives in their veins. Well-born women, their husbands' equals, feel the impulse to annoy them, to mark the points of their tolerance, like points at billiards, by some stinging word, partly in the spirit of diabolical malice, and to secure the upper hand or the right of turning the tables. The Baroness had an ardent admirer in her brother-in-law, Lieutenant General Hulot, the venerable colonel of the Grenadiers of the Imperial Infantry Guard, who was to have a marshal's baton in his old age. This veteran, after having served from 1830 to 1834 as commandant of the military division, including the departments of Brittany, the scene of his exploits in 1799 and 1800, had come to settle in Paris near his brother, for whom he had a fatherly affection. This old soldier's heart was in sympathy with his sister-in-law. He admired her as the noblest and saintliest of her sex. He had never married, because he hoped to find a second Adeline, though he had vainly sought for her through 20 campaigns in as many lands. To maintain her place in the esteem of this blameless and spotless old republican, of whom Napoleon had said, "That brave old Hulot is the most obstinate republican, but he will never be false to me," Adeline would have endured griefs even greater than those that had just come upon her. But the old soldier, 72 years of age, battered by 30 campaigns, and wounded for the 27th time at Waterloo, was Adeline's admirer, and not a protector. The poor old Count, among other infirmities, could only hear through a speaking trumpet. So long as Baron Hulot d'Ervy was a fine man, his flirtations did not damage his fortune. But when a man is 50, the Graces claim payment. At that age love becomes vice, insensate vanities come into play. Thus, at about that time, Adeline saw that her husband was incredibly particular about his dress. He dyed his hair and whiskers, and wore a belt and stays. He was determined to remain handsome at any cost. This care of his person, a weakness he had once mercilessly mocked at, was carried out in the minutest details. At last Adeline perceived that the pactolus poured out before the Baron's mistresses had its source in her pocket. In 8 years he had dissipated a considerable amount of money, and so effectually that on his son's marriage 2 years previously, the Baron had been compelled to explain to his wife that his pay constituted their whole income. "What shall we come to?" asked Adeline. "Be quite easy," said the official. "I will leave the whole of my salary in your hands, and I will make a fortune for Hortense and some savings for the future in business." The wife's deep belief in her husband's power and superior talents, in his capabilities and character, had, in fact, for the moment, allayed her anxiety. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 4. What the Baroness's reflections and tears were after Crevel's departure may now be clearly imagined. The poor woman had for 2 years past known that she was at the bottom of a pit, but she had fancied herself alone in it. How her son's marriage had been finally arranged she had not known. She had known nothing of Hector's connections with the grasping Jewess, and above all she hoped that no one in the world knew anything of her troubles. Now, if Crevel went about so ready to talk of the Baron's excesses, Hector's reputation would suffer. She could see, under the angry ex-perfumer's coarse harangue, the odious gossip behind the scenes which led to her son's marriage. Two reprobate hussies had been the priestesses of this union, planned at some orgy amid the degrading familiarities of two tipsy old sinners. "And has he forgotten Hortense?" she wondered. "But he sees her every day. Will he try to find her a husband among his good-for-nothing sluts?" At this moment it was the mother that spoke rather than the wife, for she saw Hortense laughing with her cousin Betty, the reckless laughter of heedless youth, and she knew that such hysterical laughter was quite as distressing a symptom as the tearful reverie of solitary walks in the garden. Hortense was like her mother, with golden hair that waved naturally, and was amazingly long and thick. Her skin had the lustre of mother of pearl. She was visibly the offspring of a true marriage, of a pure and noble love in its prime. There was a passionate vitality in her countenance, a brilliancy of feature, a full fount of youth, a fresh vigor and abundance of health, which radiated from her with electric flashes. Hortense invited the eye. When her eye of deep ultramarine blue, liquid with the moisture of innocent youth, rested on a passer-by, he was involuntarily thrilled. Nor did a single freckle mar her skin, such as those with which many a white and golden maid pays toll for her milky whiteness. Tall, round without being fat, with a slender dignity as noble as her mother's, she really deserved the name of goddess, of which old authors were so lavish. In fact, those who saw Hortense in the street could hardly restrain the exclamation, "What a beautiful girl!" She was so genuinely innocent that she could say to her mother, "What do they mean, mamma, by calling me a beautiful girl when I am with you? Are not you much handsomer than I am?" And, in point of fact, at 47 the Baroness might have been preferred to her daughter by amateurs of sunset beauty, for she had not yet lost any of her charms, by one of those phenomena which are especially rare in Paris, where Ninon was regarded as scandalous simply because she thus seemed to enjoy such an unfair advantage over the plainer women of the 17th century. Thinking of her daughter brought her back to the father. She saw him sinking by degrees, day after day, down to the social mire, and even dismissed some day from his appointment. The idea of her idol's fall, with a vague vision of the disasters prophesied by Crevel, was such a terror to the poor woman that she became wrapped in the contemplation like an ecstatic. Cousin Betty, from time to time, as she chatted with Hortense, looked round to see when they might return to the drawing-room; but her young cousin was pelting her with questions, and at the moment when the Baroness opened the glass door, she did not happen to be looking. Lisbeth Fischer, though the daughter of the eldest of the three brothers, was 5 years younger than Madame Hulot. She was far from being as handsome as her cousin, and had been desperately jealous of Adeline. Jealousy was the fundamental passion of this character, marked by eccentricities, a word invented by the English to describe the craziness not of the asylum, but of respectable households. A native of the Vosges, a peasant in the fullest sense of the word, lean, brown, with shining black hair and thick eyebrows joining in a tuft, with long strong arms, thick feet, and some moles on her narrow simian face, such is a brief description of the elderly virgin. The family, living all under one roof, had sacrificed the common-looking girl to the beauty, the bitter fruit to the splendid flower. Lisbeth worked in the fields, while her cousin was indulged; and one day, when they were alone together, she had tried to destroy Adeline's nose, a truly Greek nose, which the old mothers admired. Though she was beaten for this misdeed, she persisted, nevertheless, in tearing the favorite's gowns and crumpling her collars. At the time of Adeline's wonderful marriage, Lisbeth had bowed to fate, as Napoleon's brothers and sisters bowed before the splendor of the throne and the force of authority. Adeline, who was extremely sweet and kind, remembered Lisbeth when she found herself in Paris, and invited her there in 1809, intending to rescue her from poverty by finding her a husband. But seeing that it was impossible to marry the girl out of hand, with her black eyes and sooty brows, unable to read or write, the Baron began by apprenticing her to a business. He placed her as a learner with the embroiderers to the imperial court, the well-known Pons brothers. Lisbeth, called Betty for short, having learned to embroider in gold and silver, and possessing all the energy of a mountain race, had determination enough to learn to read, write, and keep accounts, for her cousin the Baron had pointed out the necessity for these accomplishments if she hoped to set up in business as an embroiderer. She was bent on making a fortune. In 2 years she was another creature. In 1811 the peasant woman had become a very presentable, skilled, and intelligent forewoman. Her department, that of gold and silver lace work, as it is called, included epaulettes, sword knots, aiguillettes, in short, the immense mass of glittering ornaments that sparkled on the rich uniforms of the French army and civil officials. The Emperor, a true Italian in his love of dress, had overlaid the coats of all his servants with silver and gold, and the Empire included 133 departments. These ornaments, usually supplied to tailors who were solvent and wealthy paymasters, were a very secure branch of trade. Just when Cousin Betty, the best hand in the house of Pons brothers, where she was forewoman of the embroidery department, might have set up in business on her own account, the Empire collapsed. The olive branch of peace held out by the Bourbons did not reassure Lisbeth. She feared a diminution of this branch of trade, since henceforth there were to be but 86 departments to plunder instead of 133, to say nothing of the immense reduction of the army. Utterly scared by the ups and downs of industry, she refused the Baron's offers of help, and he thought she must be mad. She confirmed this opinion by quarreling with Monsieur Rivet, who bought the business of Pons brothers, and with whom the Baron wished to place her in partnership. She would be no more than a workwoman. Thus the Fischer family had relapsed into the precarious mediocrity from which Baron Hulot had raised it. The 3 brothers Fischer, who had been ruined by the abdication at Fontainebleau, in despair joined the irregular troops in 1815. The eldest, Lisbeth's father, was killed. Adeline's father, sentenced to death by court-martial, fled to Germany and died at Trèves in 1820. Johann, the youngest, came to Paris, a petitioner to the queen of the family, who was said to dine off gold and silver plate, and never to be seen at a party but with diamonds in her hair, as big as hazelnuts, given to her by the Emperor. Johann Fischer, then aged 43, obtained from Baron Hulot a capital of 10,000 francs with which to start a small business as forage dealer at Versailles, under the patronage of the War Office, through the influence of the friends still in office of the late Commissary General. These family catastrophes, Baron Hulot's dismissal, and the knowledge that he was a mere cipher in that immense stir of men and interests and things which makes Paris at once a paradise and a hell, quite quelled Lisbeth Fischer. She gave up all idea of rivalry and comparison with her cousin, after feeling her great superiority. But envy still lurked in her heart, like a plague germ that may hatch and devastate a city if the fatal bale of wool is opened in which it is concealed. Now and again, indeed, she said to herself, "Adeline and I are the same flesh and blood, our fathers were brothers, and she is in a mansion, while I am in a garret." But every New Year Lisbeth had presents from the Baron and Baroness. The Baron, who was always good to her, paid for her firewood in the winter. Old General Hulot had her to dinner once a week, and there was always a cover laid for her at her cousin's table. They laughed at her, no doubt, but they never were ashamed to own her. In short, they had made her independent in Paris, where she lived as she pleased. The old maid had, in fact, a terror of any kind of tie. Her cousin had offered her a room in her own house. Lisbeth suspected the halter of domestic servitude. Several times the Baron had found a solution of the difficult problem of her marriage But though tempted in the first instance, she would presently decline, fearing lest she should be scorned for her want of education, her general ignorance, and her poverty. Finally, when the Baroness suggested that she should live with their Uncle Johann, and keep house for him instead of the upper servant, who must cost him dear, Lisbeth replied that that was the very last way she should think of marrying. Lisbeth Fischer had the sort of strangeness in her ideas which is often noticeable in characters that have developed late, in savages who think much and speak little. Her peasant's wit had acquired a good deal of Parisian asperity from hearing the talk of workshops and mixing with workmen and workwomen. She, whose character had a marked resemblance to that of the Corsicans, worked upon without fruition by the instincts of a strong nature, would have liked to be the protectress of a weak man, but, as a result of living in the capital had altered her superficially. Parisian polish became rust on this coarsely tempered soul. Gifted with a cunning which had become unfathomable, as it always does in those whose celibacy is genuine, with the originality and sharpness with which she clothed her ideas, in any other position she would have been formidable. Full of spite, she was capable of bringing discord into the most united family. In early days, when she indulged in certain secret hopes which she confided to none, she took to wearing stays and dressing in the fashion, and so shone in splendor for a short time that the Baron thought her marriageable. Lisbeth at that stage was the piquante brunette of old-fashioned novels. Her piercing glance, her olive skin, her reed-like figure might invite a half-pay major, but she was satisfied, she would say, laughing, with her own admiration. And indeed she found her life pleasant enough when she had freed it from practical anxieties, for she dined out every evening after working hard from sunrise. Thus she had only her rent and her midday meal to provide for. She had most of her clothes given her, and a variety of very acceptable stores, such as coffee, sugar, wine, and so forth. In 1837, after living for 27 years, half maintained by the Hulots and her uncle Fischer, Cousin Betty, resigned to being nobody, allowed herself to be treated so. She herself refused to appear at any grand dinners, preferring the family party, where she held her own and was spared all slights to her pride. Wherever she went, at General Hulot's, at Crevel's, at the house of the young Hulots, or at Rivet's, Pons's successor, with whom she made up her quarrel, and who made much of her, and at the Baroness's table, she was treated as one of the family. In fact, she managed to make friends of the servants by making them an occasional small present, and always gossiping with them for a few minutes before going into the drawing-room. This familiarity, by which she uncompromisingly put herself on their level, conciliated their servile good nature, which is indispensable to a parasite. "She is a good steady woman," was everybody's verdict. Her willingness to oblige, which knew no bounds when it was not demanded of her, was indeed, like her assumed bluntness, a necessity of her position. She had at length understood what her life must be. Seeing that she was at everybody's mercy, and needing to please everybody, she would laugh with young people, who liked her for a sort of wheedling flattery which always wins them. Guessing and taking part with their fancies, she would make herself their spokeswoman, and they thought her a delightful confidante, since she had no right to find fault with them. Her absolute secrecy also won her the confidence of their seniors, for, like Ninon, she had certain manly qualities. As a rule, our confidence is given to those below rather than above us. We employ our inferiors rather than our betters in secret transactions, and they thus become the recipients of our inmost thoughts, and look on at our meditations. Richelieu thought he had achieved success when he was admitted to the Council. This penniless woman was supposed to be so dependent on every one about her that she seemed doomed to perfect silence. She herself called herself the family confessional. The Baroness only, remembering her ill usage in childhood by the cousin who, though younger, was stronger than herself, never wholly trusted her. Besides, out of sheer modesty, she would never have told her domestic sorrows to any one but God. It may here be well to add that the Baron's house preserved all its magnificence in the eyes of Lisbeth Fischer, who was not struck, as the parvenu perfumer had been, with the penury stamped on the shabby chairs, the dirty hangings, and the ripped silk. The furniture we live with is in some sort like our own person. Seeing ourselves every day, we end, like the Baron, by thinking ourselves but little altered and still youthful. When others see that our head is covered with chinchilla, our forehead scarred with circumflex accents, our stomach assuming the rotundity of a pumpkin. So these rooms, always blazing in Betty's eyes with the Bengal fire of imperial victory, were to her perennially splendid. As time went on, Lisbeth had contracted some rather strange old maidish habits. For instance, instead of following the fashions, she expected the fashion to accept her ways and yield to her always out-of-date notions. When the Baroness gave her a pretty new bonnet or a gown in the fashion of the day, Betty remade it completely at home, and spoilt it by producing a dress of the style of the Empire or of her old Lorraine costume. A 30-franc bonnet came out a rag, and the gown a disgrace. On this point Lisbeth was as obstinate as a mule. She would please no one but herself, and believed herself charming, whereas the assimilative process, harmonious no doubt in so far as that it stamped her for an old maid from head to foot, made her so ridiculous that, with the best will in the world, no one could admit her on any smart occasion. This refractory, capricious, and independent spirit, and the inexplicable wild shyness of the woman for whom the Baron had 4 times found a match, an employee in his office, a retired major, an army contractor, and a half-pay captain, while she had refused an army lace-maker who had since made his fortune, had won her the name of the nanny goat, which the Baron gave her in jest. But this nickname only met the peculiarities that lay on the surface, the eccentricities which each of us displays to his neighbors in social life. This woman, who, if closely studied, would have shown the most savage traits of the peasant class, was still the girl who had clawed her cousin's nose, and who, if she had not been trained to reason, would perhaps have killed her in a fit of jealousy. It was only her knowledge of the laws and of the world that enabled her to control the swift instinct with which country folk, like wild men, reduce impulse to action. In this alone, perhaps, lies the difference between natural and civilized man. The savage has only impulse; the civilized man has impulses and ideas. And in the savage the brain retains, as we may say, but few impressions; it is wholly at the mercy of the feeling that rushes in upon it, while in the civilized man ideas sink into the heart and change it. He has 1,000 interests and many feelings, where the savage has but one at a time. This is the cause of the transient ascendancy of a child over its parents, which ceases as soon as it is satisfied. In the man who is still one with nature, this contrast is constant. Cousin Betty, a savage of Lorraine, somewhat treacherous too, was of this class of natures, which are commoner among the lower orders than is supposed, accounting for the conduct of the populace during revolutions. At the time when this drama opens, if Cousin Betty would have allowed herself to be dressed like other people, if, like the women of Paris, she had been accustomed to wear each fashion in its turn, she would have been presentable and acceptable, but she preserved the stiffness of a stick. Now, a woman devoid of all the graces in Paris simply does not exist. The fine but hard eyes, the severe features, the Calabrian fixity of complexion which made Lisbeth like a figure by Giotto, and of which a true Parisian would have taken advantage, above all, her strange way of dressing, gave her such an extraordinary appearance that she sometimes looked like one of those monkeys in petticoats taken about by little Savoyards. As she was well known in the houses connected by family which she frequented, and restricted her social efforts to that little circle as she liked her own home, her singularities no longer astonished anybody, and out of doors they were lost in the immense stir of Paris street life, where only pretty women are ever looked at. Hortense's laughter was at this moment caused by a victory won over her cousin Lisbeth's perversity. She had just wrung from her an avowal she had been hoping for these 3 years past. However secretive an old maid may be, there is one sentiment which will always avail to make her break her fast from words, and that is her vanity. For the last 3 years, Hortense, having become very inquisitive on such matters, had pestered her cousin with questions, which, however, bore the stamp of perfect innocence. She wanted to know why her cousin had never married. Hortense, who knew of the 5 offers that she had refused, had constructed her little romance. She supposed that Lisbeth had had a passionate attachment, and a war of banter was the result. Hortense would talk of "we young girls" when speaking of herself and her cousin. Cousin Betty had on several occasions answered in the same tone, "And who says I have not a lover?" So Cousin Betty's lover, real or fictitious, became a subject of mild jesting. At last, after 2 years of this petty warfare, the last time Lisbeth had come to the house, Hortense's first question had been, "And how is your lover?" "Pretty well, thank you," was the answer. "He is rather ailing, poor young man." "He has delicate health?" asked the Baroness, laughing. "I should think so. He is fair. A sooty thing like me can love none but a fair man, with a color like the moon." "But who is he? What does he do?" asked Hortense. "Is he a prince?" "A prince of artisans, as I am a queen of the bobbin. Is a poor woman like me likely to find a lover in a man with a fine house and money in the funds, or in a duke of the realm, or some Prince Charming out of a fairy tale?" "Oh, I should so much like to see him!" cried Hortense, smiling. "To see what a man can be like who can love the nanny goat?" retorted Lisbeth. "He must be some monster of an old clerk with a goat's beard," Hortense said to her mother. "Well, then, you are quite mistaken, mademoiselle." "Then you mean that you really have a lover?" Hortense exclaimed in triumph. "As sure as you have not," retorted Lisbeth, nettled. "But if you have a lover, why don't you marry him, Lisbeth?" said the Baroness, shaking her head at her daughter. "We have been hearing rumors about him these 3 years. You have had time to study him, and if he has been faithful so long, you should not persist in a delay which must be hard upon him. After all, it is a matter of conscience, and if he is young, it is time to take a brevet of dignity." Cousin Betty had fixed her gaze on Adeline, and seeing that she was jesting, she replied, "It would be marrying hunger and thirst. He is a workman, I am a workwoman. If we had children, they would be workmen. No, no, we love each other spiritually. It is less expensive." "Why do you keep him in hiding?" Hortense asked. "He wears a round jacket," replied the old maid, laughing. "You truly love him?" the Baroness inquired. "I believe you. I love him for his own sake, the dear cherub. For 4 years his home has been in my heart." "Well, then, if you love him for himself," said the Baroness gravely, "and if he really exists, you are treating him criminally. You do not know how to love truly." "We all know that from our birth," said Lisbeth. "No, there are women who love and yet are selfish, and that is your case." Cousin Betty's head fell, and her glance would have made any one shiver who had seen it, but her eyes were on her reel of thread. "If you would introduce your so called lover to us, Hector might find him employment, or put him in a position to make money." "That is out of the question," said Cousin Betty. "And why?" "He is a sort of Pole, a refugee." "A conspirator!" cried Hortense. "What luck for you! Has he had any adventures?" "He has fought for Poland. He was a professor in the school where the students began the rebellion, and as he had been placed there by the Grand Duke Constantine, he has no hope of mercy. A professor of what? Of fine arts. And he came to Paris when the rebellion was quelled? In 1833. He came through Germany on foot. Poor young man! And how old is he? He was just 24 when the insurrection broke out. He is 29 now. 15 years your junior, said the Baroness. And what does he live on? Asked Hortense. His talent. Oh, he gives lessons? No, said Cousin Betty. He gets them, and hard ones too. And his Christian name? Is it a pretty name? Wenceslas. What a wonderful imagination you old maids have, exclaimed the Baroness. To hear you talk, Lisbeth, one might really believe you. You see, mamma, he is a Pole, and so accustomed to the knout that Lisbeth reminds him of the joys of his native land. They all three laughed, and Hortense sang Wenceslas, idole de mon âme, instead of O Mathilde. Then, for a few minutes, there was a truce. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Perry. Chapter 5. These children, said Cousin Betty, looking at Hortense as she went up to her, fancy that no one but themselves can have lovers. Listen, Hortense replied, finding herself alone with her cousin. If you prove to me that Wenceslas is not a pure invention, I will give you my yellow cashmere shawl. He is a count. Every Pole is a count. But he is not a Pole. He comes from Lithuania? No, Livonia? Yes, that's it. But what is his name? I wonder if you are capable of keeping a secret. Cousin Betty, I will be as mute as a fish? As a fish. By your life eternal? By my life eternal. No, by your happiness in this world? Yes. Well, then, his name is Wenceslas Steinbock. One of Charles II's generals was named Steinbock. He was his granduncle. His own father settled in Livonia after the death of the King of Sweden, but he lost all his fortune during the campaign of 1812, and died, leaving the poor boy at the age of 8 without a penny. The Grand Duke Constantine, for the honor of the name of Steinbock, took him under his protection and sent him to school. I will not break my word, Hortense replied. Prove his existence, and you shall have the yellow shawl. The color is most becoming to dark skins. And you will keep my secret? And tell you mine. Well, then, the next time I come, you shall have the proof. But the proof will be the lover, said Hortense. Cousin Betty, who, since her first arrival in Paris, had been bitten by a mania for shawls, was bewitched by the idea of owning the yellow cashmere given to his wife by the Baron in 1808, and handed down from mother to daughter, after the manner of some families, in 1830. The shawl had been a good deal worn 10 years ago, but the costly object, now always kept in its sandalwood box, seemed to the old maid ever new, like the drawing-room furniture. So she brought in her handbag a present for the Baroness's birthday, by which she proposed to prove the existence of her romantic lover. This present was a silver seal formed of 3 little figures, back to back, wreathed with foliage and supporting the globe. They represented faith, hope, and charity. Their feet rested on monsters rending each other, among them the symbolical serpent. In 1846, now that such immense strides have been made in the art of which Benvenuto Cellini was the master, by Mademoiselle de Fauveau, Wagner, Janet, Froment Maurice, and woodcarvers like Liénard, this little masterpiece would amaze nobody. But at that time, a girl who understood the silversmith's art stood astonished as she held the seal which Lisbeth put into her hands, saying, "There, what do you think of that?" In design, attitude, and drapery, the figures were of the school of Raphael. but the execution was in the style of the Florentine metalworkers, the school created by Donatello, Brunelleschi, Ghiberti, Benvenuto Cellini, John of Bologna, and others. The French masters of the Renaissance had never invented more strangely twining monsters than these that symbolized the evil passions. The palms, ferns, reeds, and foliage that wreathed the virtues showed a style, a taste, a handling that might have driven a practised craftsman to despair. A scroll floated above the three figures, and on its surface, between the heads, were a W, a chamois, and the word "Fecit." "Who carved this?" asked Hortense. "Well, just my lover," replied Lisbeth. "There are 10 months' work in it. I could earn more at making sword knots. He told me that Steinbock means a rock goat, a chamois in German, and he intends to mark all his work in that way. Aha! I shall have the shawl." "What for?" "Do you suppose I could buy such a thing, or order it? Impossible! Well, then, it must have been given to me. And who would make me such a present? A lover." Hortense, with an artfulness that would have frightened Lisbeth Fischer if she had detected it, took care not to express all her admiration, though she was full of the delight which every soul that is open to a sense of beauty must feel on seeing a faultless piece of work, perfect and unexpected. "On my word," said she, "it is very pretty." "Yes, it is pretty," said her cousin, "but I like an orange-colored shawl better." "Well, child, my lover spends his time in doing such work as that. Since he came to Paris, he has turned out 3 or 4 little trifles in that style, and that is the fruit of 4 years' study and toil. He has served as apprentice to founders, metal casters, and goldsmiths. There he has paid away thousands and hundreds of francs. And my gentleman tells me that in a few months now he will be famous and rich." "Then you often see him?" "Bless me! Do you think it is all a fable? I told you truth in jest." "And he is in love with you?" asked Hortense eagerly. "He adores me," replied Lisbeth very seriously. "You see, child, he had never seen any women but the washed out pale things they all are in the North, and a slender, brown, youthful thing like me warmed his heart. But, mum, you promised, you know." "And he will fare like the 5 others," said the girl ironically as she looked at the seal. "6 others, miss. I left one in Lorraine, who to this day would fetch the moon down for me." "This one does better than that," said Hortense. "He has brought down the sun." "Where can that be turned into money?" asked her cousin. "It takes wide lands to benefit by the sunshine." These witticisms, fired in quick retort, and leading to the sort of giddy play that may be imagined, had given cause for the laughter which had added to the Baroness' troubles by making her compare her daughter's future lot with the present, when she was free to indulge the light-heartedness of youth. "But to give you a gem which cost him 6 months of work, he must be under some great obligations to you," said Hortense, in whom the silver seal had suggested very serious reflections. "Oh, you want to know too much at once," said her cousin. "But listen, I will let you into a little plot." "Is your lover in it too?" "Oh, you want so much to see him! But as you may suppose, an old maid like Cousin Betty, who had managed to keep a lover for 5 years, keeps him well hidden. Now, just let me alone. You see, I have neither cat nor canary, nor dog nor a parrot, and the old nanny goat wanted something to pet and tease, so I treated myself to a Polish count." "Has he a moustache?" "As long as that," said Lisbeth, holding up her shuttle filled with gold thread. She always took her lace work with her, and worked till dinner was served. "If you ask too many questions, you will be told nothing," she went on. "You are but 22, and you chatter more than I do, though I am 42, not to say 43." "I am listening. I am a wooden image," said Hortense. "My lover has finished a bronze group 10 inches high," Lisbeth went on. "It represents Samson slaying a lion, and he has kept it buried till it is so rusty that you might believe it to be as old as Samson himself. This fine piece is shown at the shop of one of the old curiosity sellers on the Place du Carrousel, near my lodgings. Now, your father knows Monsieur Popinot, the Minister of Commerce and Agriculture, and the Comte de Rastignac, and if he would mention the group to them as a fine antique he had seen by chance, it seems that such things take the fancy of your grand folks who don't care so much about gold lace, and that my man's fortune would be made if one of them would buy or even look at the wretched piece of metal. The poor fellow is sure that it might be mistaken for old work, and that the rubbish is worth a great deal of money. And then, if one of the ministers should purchase the group, he would go to pay his respects and prove that he was the maker, and be almost carried in triumph. Oh, he believes he has reached the pinnacle, poor young man, and he is as proud as two newly made counts. Michelangelo over again. But for a lover he has kept his head on his shoulders, said Hortense. And how much does he want for it? 1,500 francs. The dealer will not let it go for less, since he must make his commission. Papa is in the king's household just now, said Hortense. He sees those two ministers every day at the Chamber, and he will do the thing, I undertake that. You will be a rich woman, Madame la Comtesse de Steinbock. No, the boy is too lazy. For whole weeks he sits twiddling with bits of red wax, and nothing comes of it. Why, he spends all his days at the Louvre and the library, looking at prints and sketching things. He is an idler. The cousins chatted and giggled, Hortense laughing a forced laugh, for she was invaded by a kind of love which every girl has gone through, the love of the unknown, love in its vaguest form, when every thought is accreted round some form which is suggested by a chance word, as the efflorescence of hoar frost gathers about a straw that the wind has blown against the window-sill. For the past 10 months she had made a reality of her cousin's imaginary romance, believing, like her mother, that Lisbeth would never marry, and now, within a week, this visionary being had become Comte Wenceslas Steinbock. The dream had a certificate of birth, the wraith had solidified into a young man of 30. The seal she held in her hand, a sort of annunciation in which genius shone like an imminent light, had the powers of a talisman. Hortense felt such a surge of happiness that she almost doubted whether the tale were true. There was a ferment in her blood, and she laughed wildly to deceive her cousin. "But I think the drawing-room door is open," said Lisbeth. "Let us go and see if Monsieur Crevel is gone." "Mamma has been very much out of spirits these 2 days. I suppose the marriage under discussion has come to nothing." "Oh, it may come on again. He is, I may tell you so much, a councillor of the Supreme Court. How would you like to be Madame la Présidente? If Monsieur Crevel has a finger in it, he will tell me about it if I ask him. I shall know by to-morrow if there is any hope." "Leave the seal with me," said Hortense. "I will not show it. Mamma's birthday is not for a month yet. I will give it to you that morning." "No, no, give it back to me. It must have a case." "But I will let papa see it, that he may know what he is talking about to the ministers, for men in authority must be careful what they say," urged the girl. "Well, do not show it to your mother, that is all I ask, for if she believed I had a lover, she would make game of me." "I promise." The cousins reached the drawing-room just as the Baroness turned faint. Her daughter's cry of alarm recalled her to herself. Lisbeth went off to fetch some salts. When she came back, she found the mother and daughter in each other's arms, the Baroness soothing her daughter's fears and saying, "It was nothing, a little nervous attack. There is your father," she added, recognizing the Baron's way of ringing the bell. "Say not a word to him." Adeline rose and went to meet her husband, intending to take him into the garden and talk to him till dinner should be served of the difficulties about the proposed match, getting him to come to some decision as to the future, and trying to hint at some warning advice. Baron Hector Hulot came in a dress at once lawyer-like and Napoleonic, For imperial men, men who had been attached to the Emperor, were easily distinguishable by their military deportment, their blue coats with gilt buttons, buttoned to the chin, their black silk stock, and an authoritative demeanor acquired from a habit of command in circumstances requiring despotic rapidity. There was nothing of the old man in the Baron, it must be admitted. His sight was still so good that he could read without spectacles. His handsome oval face, framed in whiskers that were indeed too black, showed a brilliant complexion, ruddy with the veins that characterize a sanguine temperament, and his stomach, kept in order by a belt, had not exceeded the limits of the majestic, as Brillat-Savarin says. A fine aristocratic air and great affability served to conceal the libertine with whom Crevel had had such high times. He was one of those men whose eyes always light up at the sight of a pretty woman, even of such as merely pass by, never to be seen again. "Have you been speaking, my dear?" asked Adeline, seeing him with an anxious brow. "No," replied Hector. "But I am worn out with hearing others speak for 2 hours without coming to a vote. They carry on a war of words, in which their speeches are like a cavalry charge which has no effect on the enemy. Talk has taken the place of action, which goes very much against the grain of men who are accustomed to marching orders, as I said to the Marshal when I left him. However, I have enough of being bored on the minister's bench. Here I may play. How do, la chèvre? Good morning, little kid." And he took his daughter round the neck, kissed her, and made her sit on his knee, resting her head on his shoulder, that he might feel her soft golden hair against his cheek. "He is tired and worried," said his wife to herself. "I shall only worry him more. I will wait." "Are you going to be at home this evening?" she asked him. "No, children. After dinner I must go out. If it had not been the day when Lisbeth and the children and my brother come to dinner, you would not have seen me at all." The Baroness took up the newspaper, looked down the list of theatres, and laid it down again when she had seen that Robert le Diable was to be given at the Opera. Josepha, who had left the Italian opera 6 months since for the French opera, was to take the part of Alice. This little pantomime did not escape the Baron, who looked hard at his wife. Adeline cast down her eyes and went out into the garden. Her husband followed her. "Come, what is it, Adeline?" said he, putting his arm round her waist and pressing her to his side. "Do not you know that I love you more than—" "More than Jenny Cadine or Josepha?" said she, boldly interrupting him. "Who put that into your head?" exclaimed the Baron, releasing his wife and starting back a step or two. "I got an anonymous letter, which I burnt at once, in which I was told, my dear, that the reason Hortense's marriage was broken off was the poverty of our circumstances. Your wife, my dear Hector, would never have said a word. She knew of your connection with Jenny Cadine, and did she ever complain? But as the mother of Hortense, I am bound to speak the truth." Hulot, after a short silence, which was terrible to his wife, whose heart beat loud enough to be heard, opened his arms, clasped her to his heart, kissed her forehead, and said with the vehemence of enthusiasm, "Adeline, you are an angel, and I am a wretch." "No, no," cried the Baroness, hastily laying her hand upon his lips to hinder him from speaking evil of himself. "Yes, for I have not at this moment a sou to give to Hortense, and I am most unhappy. But since you open your heart to me, I may pour into it the trouble that is crushing me. Your Uncle Fischer is in difficulties, and it is I who dragged him there, for he has accepted bills for me to the amount of 25,000 francs. And all for a woman who deceives me, who laughs at me behind my back, and calls me an old dyed Tom. It is frightful. A vice which costs me more than it would to maintain a family. And I cannot resist. I would promise you here and now never to see that abominable Jewess again, but if she wrote me 2 lines, I should go to her, as we marched into fire under the Emperor." "Do not be so distressed," cried the poor woman in despair, but forgetting her daughter, as she saw the tears in her husband's eyes. "There are my diamonds. Whatever happens, save my uncle." "Your diamonds are worth scarcely 20,000 francs nowadays. That would not be enough for old Fischer, so keep them for Hortense. I will see the Marshal to-morrow." "My poor dear," said the Baroness, taking her Hector's hands and kissing them. This was all the scolding he got. Adeline sacrificed her jewels, the father made them a present to Hortense. She regarded this as a sublime action, and she was helpless. "He is the master. He could take everything, and he leaves me my diamonds. He is divine." This was the current of her thoughts, and indeed the wife had gained more by her sweetness than another perhaps could have achieved by a fit of angry jealousy. The moralist cannot deny that, as a rule, well-bred though very wicked men are far more attractive and lovable than virtuous men. Having crimes to atone for, they crave indulgence by anticipation, by being lenient to the shortcomings of those who judge them, and they are thought most kind. Though there are no doubt some charming people among the virtuous, virtue considers itself fair enough, unadorned, to be at no pains to please, and then all really virtuous persons, for the hypocrites do not count, have some slight doubts as to their position. They believe that they are cheated in the bargain of life on the whole, and they indulge in acid comments after the fashion of those who think themselves unappreciated. Hence the Baron, who accused himself of ruining his family, displayed all his charm of wit and his most seductive graces for the benefit of his wife, for his children, and his cousin Lisbeth. Then, when his son arrived with Celestine, Crevel's daughter, who was nursing the infant Hulot, he was delightful to his daughter-in-law, loading her with compliments, a treat to which Celestine's vanity was little accustomed, for no moneyed bride more commonplace or more utterly insignificant was ever seen. The grandfather took the baby from her, kissed it, declared it was a beauty and a darling. He spoke to it in baby language, prophesied that it would grow to be taller than himself, insinuated compliments for his son's benefit, and restored the child to the Normandy nurse who had charge of it. Celestine, on her part, gave the Baroness a look as much as to say, "What a delightful man!" and she naturally took her father-in-law's part against her father. After thus playing the charming father-in-law and the indulgent grandpapa, the Baron took his son into the garden and laid before him a variety of observations, full of good sense, as to the attitude to be taken up by the Chamber on a certain ticklish question which had that morning come under discussion. The young lawyer was struck with admiration for the depth of his father's insight, touched by his cordiality, and especially by the deferential tone which seemed to place the two men on a footing of equality. Monsieur Hulot junior was in every respect the young Frenchman, as he has been moulded by the Revolution of 1830, his mind infatuated with politics, respectful of his own hopes, and concealing them under an affectation of gravity, very envious of successful men, making sententiousness do the duty of witty rejoinders, the gems of the French language, with a high sense of importance, and mistaking arrogance for dignity. Such men are walking coffins, each containing a Frenchman of the past. Now and again the Frenchman wakes up and kicks against his English-made casing, but ambition stifles him, and he submits to be smothered. The coffin is always covered with black cloth. "Ah, here is my brother," said Baron Hulot, going to meet the Count at the drawing-room door. Having greeted the probable successor of the late Marshal Montcornet, he led him forward by the arm with every show of affection and respect. The older man, a member of the Chamber of Peers, but excused from attendance on account of his deafness, had a handsome head, chilled by age, but with enough gray hair still to be marked in a circle by the pressure of his hat. He was short, square, and shrunken, but carried his hale old age with a free and easy air, and as he was full of excessive activity, which had now no purpose, he divided his time between reading and taking exercise. In a drawing-room he devoted his attention to waiting on the wishes of the ladies. "You are very merry here," said he, seeing that the Baron shed a spirit of animation on the little family gathering. "And yet Hortense is not married," he added, noticing a trace of melancholy on his sister-in-law's countenance. "That will come all in good time," Lisbeth shouted in his ear in a formidable voice. "So there you are, you wretched seedling that could never blossom," said he, laughing. The hero of Pforzheim rather liked Cousin Betty, for there were certain points of resemblance between them. A man of the ranks, without any education, his courage had been the sole mainspring of his military promotion, and sound sense had taken the place of brilliancy. Of the highest honor, and clean-handed, he was ending a noble life in full contentment in the centre of his family, which claimed all his affections, and without a suspicion of his brother's still undiscovered misconduct. No one enjoyed more than he the pleasing sight of this family party, where there never was the smallest disagreement, for the brothers and sisters were all equally attached, Celestine having been at once accepted as one of the family. But the worthy little Count wondered now and then why Monsieur Crevel never joined the party. "Papa is in the country," Celestine shouted, and it was explained to him that the ex-perfumer was away from home. This perfect union of all her family made Madame Hulot say to herself, "This, after all, is the best kind of happiness, and who can deprive us of it?" The General, on seeing his favorite Adeline, the object of her husband's attentions, laughed so much about it that the Baron, fearing to seem ridiculous, transferred his gallantries to his daughter-in-law, who at these family dinners was always the object of his flattery and kind care, for he hoped to win Crevel back through her, and make him forego his resentment. Any one seeing this domestic scene would have found it hard to believe that the father was at his wits' end, the mother in despair, the son anxious beyond words as to his father's future fate, and the daughter on the point of robbing her cousin of her lover. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 6. At 7 o'clock, the Baron, seeing his brother, his son, the Baroness, and Hortense all engaged at whist, went off to applaud his mistress at the opera, taking with him Lisbeth Fischer, who lived in the Rue du Doyenne, and who always made an excuse of the solitude of that deserted quarter to take herself off as soon as dinner was over. Parisians will all admit that the old maid's prudence was but rational. The existence of the maze of houses under the wing of the old Louvre is one of those protests against obvious good sense which Frenchmen love, that Europe may reassure itself as to the quantum of brains they are known to have, and not be too much alarmed. Perhaps without knowing it, this reveals some profound political idea. It will surely not be a work of supererogation to describe this part of Paris as it is even now, when we could hardly expect its survival; and our grandsons, who will no doubt see the Louvre finished, may refuse to believe that such a relic of barbarism should have survived for 36 years in the heart of Paris, and in the face of the palace where 3 dynasties of kings have received, during those 36 years, the élite of France and of Europe. Between the little gate leading to the bridge of the Carrousel and the Rue du Musée, every one having come to Paris, were it but for a few days, must have seen a dozen of houses, with a decayed frontage where the dejected owners have attempted no repairs, the remains of an old block of buildings of which the destruction was begun at the time when Napoleon determined to complete the Louvre. This street and the blind alley known as the Impasse du Doyenne are the only passages into this gloomy and forsaken block, inhabited perhaps by ghosts, for there never is anybody to be seen. The pavement is much below the footway of the Rue du Musée, on a level with that of the Rue Froidmanteau. Thus, half sunken by the raising of the soil, these houses are also wrapped in the perpetual shadow cast by the lofty buildings of the Louvre, darkened on that side by the northern blast. Darkness, silence, an icy chill, and the cavernous depth of the soil combine to make these houses a kind of crypt, tombs of the living. As we drive in a hackney cab past this dead alive spot, and chance to look down the little Rue du Doyenne, a shudder freezes the soul, and we wonder who can lie there, and what things may be done there at night, at an hour when the alley is a cut-throat pit, and the vices of Paris run riot there under the cloak of night. This question, frightful in itself, becomes appalling when we note that these dwelling houses are shut in on the side towards the Rue de Richelieu by marshy ground, by a sea of tumbled paving stones between them and the Tuileries, by little garden plots and suspicious-looking hovels on the side of the great galleries, and by a desert of building stone and old rubbish on the side towards the old Louvre. Henri III and his favourites in search of their trunk hose, and Marguerite's lovers in search of their heads, must dance sarabands by moonlight in this wilderness overlooked by the roof of a chapel still standing there, as if to prove that the Catholic religion, so deeply rooted in France, survives all else. For 40 years now has the Louvre been crying out by every gap in these damaged walls, by every yawning window, "Rid me of these warts upon my face." This cut-throat lane has no doubt been regarded as useful, and has been thought necessary as symbolizing in the heart of Paris the intimate connection between poverty and the splendor that is characteristic of the Queen of Cities. And indeed these chill ruins, among which the Legitimist newspaper contracted the disease it is dying of, the abominable hovels of the Rue du Musée, and the hoarding appropriated by the shop stalls that flourish there, will perhaps live longer and more prosperously than 3 successive dynasties. In 1823, the low rents in these already condemned houses had tempted Lisbeth Fischer to settle there, notwithstanding the necessity imposed upon her by the state of the neighborhood to get home before nightfall. This necessity, however, was in accordance with the country habits she retained, of rising and going to bed with the sun, an arrangement which saves country folk considerable sums in lights and fuel. She lived in one of the houses which, since the demolition of the famous Hotel Cambacérès, command a view of the square. Just as Baron Hulot set his wife's cousin down at the door of this house, saying, "Good night, cousin," an elegant-looking woman, young, small, slender, pretty, beautifully dressed, and redolent of some delicate perfume, passed between the wall and the carriage to go in. This lady, without any premeditation, glanced up at the Baron merely to see the lodger's cousin, and the libertine at once felt the swift impression which all Parisians know on meeting a pretty woman, realizing, as entomologists have it, their desiderata. So he waited to put on one of his gloves with judicious deliberation before getting into the carriage again, to give himself an excuse for allowing his eye to follow the young woman, whose skirts were pleasingly set out by something else than these odious and elusive crinoline bustles. "That," said he to himself, "is a nice little person whose happiness I should like to provide for, as she would certainly secure mine." When the unknown fair had gone into the hall at the foot of the stairs going up to the front rooms, she glanced at the gate out of the corner of her eye without precisely looking round, and she could see the Baron riveted to the spot in admiration, consumed by curiosity and desire. This is to every Parisian woman a sort of flower which she smells at with delight if she meets it on her way. Nay, certain women, though faithful to their duties, pretty and virtuous, come home much put out if they have failed to cull such a posy in the course of their walk. The lady ran upstairs, and in a moment a window on the second floor was thrown open, and she appeared at it, but accompanied by a man whose bald head and somewhat scowling looks announced him as her husband. If they aren't sharp and ingenious, the cunning jades! thought the Baron. "She does that to show me where she lives. But this is getting rather warm, especially for this part of Paris. We must mind what we are at." As he got into the milord, he looked up, and the lady and the husband hastily vanished, as though the Baron's face had affected them like the mythological head of Medusa. "It would seem that they know me," thought the Baron. "That would account for everything." As the carriage went up the Rue du Musée, he leaned forward to see the lady again, and in fact she was again at the window. Ashamed of being caught gazing at the hood under which her admirer was sitting, the unknown started back at once. "Nanny shall tell me who it is," said the Baron to himself. The sight of the government official had, as will be seen, made a deep impression on this couple. "Why, it is Baron Hulot, the chief of the department to which my office belongs!" exclaimed the husband as he left the window. "Well, Marneffe, the old maid on the third floor at the back of the courtyard, who lives with that young man, is his cousin. Is it not odd that we should never have known that till to-day, and now find it out by chance?" "Mademoiselle Fischer living with a young man?" repeated the husband. "That is porter's gossip. Do not speak so lightly of the cousin of a councillor of state, who can blow hot and cold in the office as he pleases. Now come to dinner. I have been waiting for you since 4 o'clock." Pretty, very pretty, Madame Marneffe, the natural daughter of Comte Montcornet, one of Napoleon's most famous officers, had, on the strength of a marriage portion of 20,000 francs, found a husband in an inferior official at the War Office. Through the interest of the famous Lieutenant General, made Marshal of France 6 months before his death, this quill driver had risen to unhoped for dignity as head clerk of his office. But just as he was to be promoted to be deputy chief, the Marshal's death had cut off Marneffe's ambitions, and his wife's, at the root. The very small salary enjoyed by Sieur Marneffe had compelled the couple to economize in the matter of rent, for in his hands Mademoiselle Valerie Fortin's fortune had already melted away, partly in paying his debts, and partly in the purchase of necessaries for furnishing a house, but chiefly in gratifying the requirements of a pretty young wife, accustomed in her mother's house to luxuries she did not choose to dispense with. The situation of the Rue du Doyenne, within easy distance of the War Office and the gay part of Paris, smiled on Monsieur and Madame Marneffe, and for the last 4 years they had dwelt under the same roof as Lisbeth Fischer. Monsieur Jean Paul Stanislas Marneffe was one of the class of employees who escape sheer brutishness by the kind of power that comes of depravity. The small, lean creature with thin hair and a starved beard, an unwholesome, pasty face, worn rather than wrinkled, with red-lidded eyes harnessed with spectacles, shuffling in his gait and yet meaner in his appearance, realized the type of man that any one would conceive of as likely to be placed in the dock for an offence against decency. The rooms inhabited by this couple had the illusory appearance of sham luxury, seen in many Paris homes, and typical of a certain class of household. In the drawing-room, the furniture covered with shabby cotton velvet, the plaster statuettes pretending to be Florentine bronze, the clumsy cast chandelier merely lacquered, with cheap glass saucers, the carpet whose small cost was accounted for in advancing life by the quality of cotton used in the manufacture, now visible to the naked eye, everything down to the curtains, which plainly showed that worsted damask has not 3 years of prime, proclaimed poverty as loudly as a beggar in rags at a church door. The dining-room, badly kept by a single servant, had the sickening aspect of a country inn; everything looked greasy and unclean. Monsieur's room, very like a schoolboy's, furnished with the bed and fittings remaining from his bachelor days, as shabby and worn as he was, dusted perhaps once a week, that horrible room where everything was in a litter, with old socks hanging over the horsehair seated chairs, the pattern outlined in dust, was that of a man to whom home is a matter of indifference, who lives out of doors, gambling in cafes or elsewhere. Madame's room was an exception to the squalid slovenliness that disgraced the living rooms, where the curtains were yellow with smoke and dust, and where the child, evidently left to himself, littered every spot with his toys. Valerie's room and dressing-room were situated in the part of the house which, on one side of the courtyard, joined the front half, looking out on the street, to the wing forming the inner side of the court backing against the adjoining property. Handsomely hung with chintz, furnished with rosewood, and thickly carpeted, they proclaimed themselves as belonging to a pretty woman, and indeed suggested the kept mistress. A clock in the fashionable style stood on the velvet-covered mantelpiece. There was a nicely fitted cabinet, and the Chinese flower stands were handsomely filled. The bed, the toilet table, the wardrobe with its mirror, the little sofa, and all the ladies' frippery bore the stamp of fashion or caprice. Though everything was quite third-rate as to elegance or quality, and nothing was absolutely newer than 3 years old, a dandy would have had no fault to find but that the taste of all this luxury was commonplace. Art, and the distinction that comes of the choice of things that taste assimilates, was entirely wanting. A doctor of social science would have detected a lover in 2 or 3 specimens of costly trumpery, which could only have come there through that demigod, always absent, but always present if the lady is married. The dinner, 4 hours behind time to which the husband, wife, and child sat down, betrayed the financial straits in which the household found itself, for the table is the surest thermometer for gauging the income of a Parisian family. Vegetable soup, made with the water haricot beans had been boiled in, a piece of stewed veal, and potatoes sodden with water by way of gravy, a dish of haricot beans, and cheap cherries, served and eaten in cracked plates and dishes, with the dull-looking and dull-sounding forks of German silver. Was this a banquet worthy of this pretty young woman? The Baron would have wept could he have seen it. The dingy decanters could not disguise the vile hue of wine bought by the pint at the nearest wine-shop. The table napkins had seen a week's use. In short, everything betrayed undignified penury, and the equal indifference of the husband and wife to the decencies of home. The most superficial observer, on seeing them, would have said that these two beings had come to the stage when the necessity of living had prepared them for any kind of dishonor that might bring luck to them. Valerie's first words to her husband will explain the delay that had postponed the dinner by the not disinterested devotion of the cook. Samanon will only take your bills at 50%, and insists on a lien on your salary as security. So poverty, still unconfessed in the house of the superior official and hidden under a stipend of 24,000 francs, irrespective of presents, had reached its lowest stage in that of the clerk. "You have caught on with the chief," said the man, looking at his wife. "I rather think so," replied she, understanding the full meaning of his slang expression. "What is to become of us?" Marneffe went on. "The landlord will be down on us to-morrow. And to think of your father dying without making a will! On my honor, these men of the Empire all think themselves as immortal as their emperor." "Poor father," said she. "I was his only child, and he was very fond of me. The Countess probably burned the will. How could he forget me when he used to give us as much as 3 or 4,000 franc notes at once, from time to time? We owe 4 quarters' rent, 1,500 francs. Is the furniture worth so much? That is the question, as Shakespeare says." "Now, good-bye, ducky," said Valerie, who had only eaten a few mouthfuls of the veal, from which the maid had extracted all the gravy for a brave soldier just home from Algiers. "Great evils demand heroic remedies." "Valerie, where are you off to?" cried Marneffe, standing between his wife and the door. "I am going to see the landlord," she replied, arranging her ringlets under her smart bonnet. "You had better try to make friends with that old maid, if she really is your chief's cousin." The ignorance in which the dwellers under one roof can exist as to the social position of their fellow lodgers is a permanent fact which, as much as any other, shows what the rush of Paris life is. Still, it is easily conceivable that a clerk who goes early every morning to his office, comes home only to dinner, and spends every evening out, and a woman swallowed up in a round of pleasures, should know nothing of an old maid living on the third floor beyond the courtyard of the house they dwell in, especially when she lives as Mademoiselle Fischer did. Up in the morning before anyone else, Lisbeth went out to buy her bread, milk, and live charcoal, never speaking to anyone, and she went to bed with the sun. She never had a letter or a visitor, nor chatted with her neighbors. Here was one of those anonymous, entomological existences such as are to be met with in many large tenements, where, at the end of 4 years, you unexpectedly learn that up on the fourth floor there is an old man lodging, who knew Voltaire, Pilatre de Rosiers, Beaujon, Marcel, Molé, Sophie Arnould, Franklin, and Robespierre. What Monsieur and Madame Marneffe had just said concerning Lisbeth Fischer, they had come to know in consequence partly of the loneliness of the neighborhood, and of the alliance to which their necessities had led, between them and the doorkeepers, whose goodwill was too important to them not to have been carefully encouraged. Now, the old maid's pride, silence, and reserve had engendered in the porter and his wife the exaggerated respect and cold civility which betrayed the unconfessed annoyance of an inferior. Also, the porter thought himself in all essentials the equal of any lodger whose rent was no more than 250 francs. Cousin Betty's confidences to Hortense were true, and it is evident that the porter's wife might be very likely to slander Mademoiselle Fischer in her intimate gossip with the Marneffes, while only intending to tell tales. When Lisbeth had taken her candle from the hands of worthy Madame Olivier, the portress, she looked up to see whether the windows of the garret over her own rooms were lighted up. At that hour, even in July, it was so dark within the courtyard that the old maid could not get to bed without a light. "Oh, you may be quite easy, Monsieur Steinbock is in his room. He has not been out even," said Madame Olivier, with meaning. Lisbeth made no reply. She was still a peasant, in so far that she was indifferent to the gossip of persons unconnected with her. Just as a peasant sees nothing beyond his village, she cared for nobody's opinion outside the little circle in which she lived. So she boldly went up, not to her own room, but to the garret, and this is why. At dessert, she had filled her bag with fruit and sweets for her lover, and she went to give them to him, exactly as an old lady brings home a biscuit for her dog. She found the hero of Hortense's dreams working by the light of a small lamp, of which the light was intensified by the use of a bottle of water as a lens. A pale young man, seated at a workman's bench covered with a modeller's tools, wax, chisels, rough-hewn stone, and bronze castings. He wore a blouse, and had in his hand a little group in red wax, which he gazed at like a poet absorbed in his labours. "Here, Wenceslas, see what I have brought you," said she, laying her handkerchief on a corner of the table. Then she carefully took the sweetmeats and fruit out of her bag. "You are very kind, mademoiselle," replied the exile in melancholy tones. "It will do you good, poor boy. You get feverish by working so hard. You were not born to such a rough life." Wenceslas Steinbock looked at her with a bewildered air. "Eat, come, eat!" said she sharply, "instead of looking at me as you do at one of your images when you are satisfied with it." On being thus smacked with words, the young man seemed less puzzled, for this indeed was the female Mentor whose tender moods were always a surprise to him, so much more accustomed was he to be scolded. Though Steinbock was 29, like many fair men, he looked 5 or 6 years younger, and seeing his youth, though its freshness had faded under the fatigue and stress of life in exile, by the side of that dry, hard face, it seemed as though nature had blundered in the distribution of sex. He rose and threw himself into a deep chair of Louis XV pattern, covered with yellow Utrecht velvet, as if to rest himself. The old maid took a green-gage and offered it to him. "Thank you," said he, taking the plum. "Are you tired?" said she, giving him another. "I am not tired with work, but tired of life," said he. "What absurd notions you have!" she exclaimed with some annoyance. "Have you not had a good genius to keep an eye on you?" she said, offering him the sweetmeats, and watching him with pleasure as he ate them all. "You see, I thought of you when dining with my cousin." "I know," said he, with a look at Lisbeth that was at once affectionate and plaintive. "But for you I should long since have ceased to live. But, my dear lady, artists require relaxation." "Ah, there we come to the point," cried she, interrupting him, her hands on her hips, and her flashing eyes fixed on him. "You want to go wasting your health in the vile resorts of Paris, like so many artisans, who end by dying in the workhouse. No, no. Make a fortune, and then, when you have money in the funds, you may amuse yourself, child. Then you will have enough to pay for the doctor and for your pleasure, libertine that you are." Wenceslas Steinbock, on receiving this broadside, with an accompaniment of looks that pierced him like a magnetic flame, bent his head. The most malignant slanderer, on seeing this scene, would at once have understood that the hints thrown out by the Oliviers were false. Everything in this couple, their tone, manner, and way of looking at each other, proved the purity of their private life. The old maid showed the affection of rough but very genuine maternal feeling. The young man submitted, as a respectful son yields to the tyranny of a mother. The strange alliance seemed to be the outcome of a strong will acting constantly on a weak character, on the fluid nature peculiar to the Slavs, which, while it does not hinder them from showing heroic courage in battle, gives them an amazing incoherency of conduct, a moral softness, of which physiologists ought to try to detect the causes, since physiologists are to political life what entomologists are to agriculture. "But if I die before I am rich?" said Wenceslas dolefully. "Die!" cried she. "Oh, I will not let you die. I have enough life for both, and I would have my blood injected into your veins if necessary." Tears rose to Steinbock's eyes as he heard her vehement and artless speech. "Do not be unhappy, my little Wenceslas," said Lisbeth with feeling. "My cousin Hortense thought your seal quite pretty, I am sure, and I will manage to sell your bronze group, you will see. You will have paid me off, you will be able to do as you please, you will soon be free. Come, smile a little." "I can never repay you, mademoiselle," said the exile. "And why not?" asked the peasant woman, taking the Livonian's part against herself. "Because you not only fed me, lodged me, cared for me in my poverty, but you also gave me strength. You have made me what I am. You have often been stern, you have made me very unhappy." "I?" said the old maid. "Are you going to pour out all your nonsense once more about poetry and the arts, and to crack your fingers and stretch your arms while you spout about the ideal and beauty and all your northern madness? Beauty is not to compare with solid pudding. And what am I? You have ideas in your brain? What is the use of them? I too have ideas. What is the good of all the fine things you may have in your soul if you can make no use of them? Those who have ideas do not get so far as those who have none, if they don't know which way to go. Instead of thinking over your ideas, you must work. Now, what have you done while I was out?" "What did your pretty cousin say?" "Who told you she was pretty?" asked Lisbeth sharply, in a tone hollow with tiger-like jealousy. "Why, you did." "That was only to see your face. Do you want to go trotting after petticoats? You who are so fond of women, well, make them in bronze. Let us see a cast of your desires, for you will have to do without the ladies for some little time yet, and certainly without my cousin, my good fellow. She is not game for your bag. That young lady wants a man with 60,000 francs a year, and has found him. Why, your bed is not made!" she exclaimed, looking into the adjoining room. "Poor dear boy, I quite forgot you." The sturdy woman pulled off her gloves, her cape and bonnet, and remade the artist's little camp bed as briskly as any housemaid. This mixture of abruptness, of roughness even, with real kindness, perhaps accounts for the ascendancy Lisbeth had acquired over the man whom she regarded as her personal property. Is not our attachment to life based on its alternations of good and evil? If the Livonian had happened to meet Madame Marneffe instead of Lisbeth Fischer, he would have found a protectress whose complaisance must have led him into some boggy or discreditable path, where he would have been lost. He would certainly never have worked, nor the artist have been hatched out. Thus, while he deplored the old maid's grasping avarice, his reason bid him prefer her iron hand to the life of idleness and peril led by many of his fellow countrymen. This was the incident that had given rise to the coalition of female energy and masculine feebleness, a contrast in union said not to be uncommon in Poland. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 7. In 1833, Mademoiselle Fischer, who sometimes worked into the night when business was good, at about 1 o'clock one morning perceived a strong smell of carbonic acid gas, and heard the groans of a dying man. The fumes and the gasping came from a garret over the 2 rooms forming her dwelling, and she supposed that a young man who had but lately come to lodge in this attic, which had been vacant for 3 years, was committing suicide. She ran upstairs, broke in the door by a push with her peasant strength, and found the lodger writhing on a camp bed in the convulsions of death. She extinguished the brazier. The door was open, the air rushed in, and the exile was saved. Then, when Lisbeth had put him to bed like a patient, and he was asleep, she could detect the motives of his suicide in the destitution of the rooms, where there was nothing whatever but a wretched table, the camp bed, and 2 chairs. On the table lay a document, which she read. I am Count Wenceslas Steinbock, born at Prelia in Livonia. No one is to be accused of my death. My reasons for killing myself are, in the words of Kosciuszko, finis Polonio. The grand-nephew of a valiant general under Charles XII could not beg. My weakly constitution forbids my taking military service, and I yesterday saw the last of the 100 thalers which I had brought with me from Dresden to Paris. I have left 25 francs in the drawer of this table to pay the rent I owe to the landlord. My parents being dead, my death will affect nobody. I desire that my countrymen will not blame the French government. I have never registered myself as a refugee, and I have asked for nothing. I have met none of my fellow exiles. No one in Paris knows of my existence. I am dying in Christian beliefs. May God forgive the last of the Steinbocks. Wenceslas. Mademoiselle Fischer, deeply touched by the dying man's honesty, opened the drawer and found the 5 5-franc pieces to pay his rent. "Poor young man!" cried she, "and with no one in the world to care about him." She went downstairs to fetch her work, and sat stitching in the garret, watching over the Livonian gentleman. When he awoke, his astonishment may be imagined on finding a woman sitting by his bed. It was like the prolongation of a dream. As she sat there, covering aiguillettes with gold thread, the old maid had resolved to take charge of the poor youth, whom she admired as he lay sleeping. As soon as the young Count was fully awake, Lisbeth talked to give him courage, and questioned him to find out how he might make a living. Wenceslas, after telling his story, added that he owed his position to his acknowledged talent for the fine arts. He had always had a preference for sculpture. The necessary time for study had, however, seemed to him too long for a man without money, and at this moment he was far too weak to do any hard manual labor or undertake an important work in sculpture. All this was Greek to Lisbeth Fischer. She replied to the unhappy man that Paris offered so many openings that any man with will and courage might find a living there. A man of spirit need never perish if he had a certain stock of endurance. I am but a poor girl myself, a peasant, and I have managed to make myself independent," said she in conclusion. "If you will work in earnest, I have saved a little money, and I will lend you, month by month, enough to live upon, but to live frugally, and not to play ducks and drakes with or squander in the streets. You can dine in Paris for 25 sous a day, and I will get you your breakfast with mine every day. I will furnish your rooms and pay for such teaching as you may think necessary. You shall give me formal acknowledgment for the money I may lay out for you, and when you are rich you shall repay me all. But if you do not work, I shall not regard myself as in any way pledged to you, and I shall leave you to your fate." "Ah!" cried the poor fellow, still smarting from the bitterness of his first struggle with death. "Exiles from every land may well stretch out their hands to France, as the souls in purgatory do to paradise. In what other country is such help to be found, and generous hearts even in such a garret as this? You will be everything to me, my beloved benefactress. I am your slave. Be my sweetheart," he added with one of the caressing gestures familiar to the Poles, for which they are unjustly accused of servility. "Oh no, I am too jealous. I should make you unhappy, but I will gladly be a sort of comrade," replied Lisbeth. "Ah, if only you knew how I longed for some fellow creature, even a tyrant, who would have something to say to me when I was struggling in the vast solitude of Paris!" exclaimed Wenceslas. "I regretted Siberia, whither I should be sent by the Emperor if I went home. Be my Providence. I will work. I will be a better man than I am, though I am not such a bad fellow." "Will you do whatever I bid you?" she asked. "Yes." "Well, then, I will adopt you as my child," said she lightly. "Here I am with a son risen from the grave. Come, we will begin at once. I will go out and get what I want. You can dress and come down to breakfast with me when I knock on the ceiling with the broomstick." That day Mademoiselle Fischer made some inquiries, at the houses to which she carried her work home, as to the business of a sculptor. By dint of many questions, she ended by hearing of the studio kept by Florent and Chanor, a house that made a special business of casting and finishing decorative bronzes and handsome silver plate. Thither she went with Steinbock, recommending him as an apprentice in sculpture, an idea that was regarded as too eccentric. Their business was to copy the works of the greatest artists, but they did not teach the craft. The old maid's persistent obstinacy so far succeeded that Steinbock was taken on to design ornament. He very soon learned to model ornament, and invented novelties. He had a gift for it. 5 months after he was out of his apprenticeship as a finisher, he made acquaintance with Stidmann, the famous head of Florent's studios. Within 20 months Wenceslas was ahead of his master, but in 30 months the old maid's savings of 16 years had melted entirely. 2,500 francs in gold, a sum with which she had intended to purchase an annuity, and what was there to show for it? A Pole's receipt. And at this moment Lisbeth was working as hard as in her young days to supply the needs of her Livonian. When she found herself the possessor of a piece of paper instead of her gold louis, she lost her head, and went to consult Monsieur Rivet, who for 15 years had been his clever head worker's friend and counsellor. On hearing her story, Monsieur and Madame Rivet scolded Lisbeth, told her she was crazy, abused all refugees whose plots for reconstructing their nation compromised the prosperity of the country and the maintenance of peace. And they urged Lisbeth to find what in trade is called security. "The only hold you have over this fellow is on his liberty," observed Monsieur Rivet. Monsieur Achille Rivet was assessor at the Tribunal of Commerce. "Imprisonment is no joke for a foreigner," said he. "A Frenchman remains 5 years in prison, and comes out, free of his debts, to be sure, for he is thenceforth bound only by his conscience, and that never troubles him. But a foreigner never comes out. Give me your promissory note, my bookkeeper will take it up. he will get it protested. You will both be prosecuted, and both be condemned to imprisonment in default of payment. Then, when everything is in due form, you must sign a declaration. By doing this, your interest will be accumulating, and you will have a pistol always primed to fire at your pole." The old maid allowed these legal steps to be taken, telling her protege not to be uneasy, as the proceedings were merely to afford a guarantee to a money-lender who agreed to advance them certain sums. This subterfuge was due to the inventive genius of Monsieur Rivet. The guileless artist, blindly trusting to his benefactress, lighted his pipe with the stamped paper, for he smoked as all men do who have sorrows or energies that need soothing. One fine day Monsieur Rivet showed Mademoiselle Fischer a schedule, and said to her, "Here you have Wenceslas Steinbock bound hand and foot, and so effectually that within 24 hours you can have him snug in Clichy for the rest of his days." This worthy and honest judge at the Chamber of Commerce experienced that day the satisfaction that must come of having done a malignant good action. Beneficence has so many aspects in Paris that this contradictory expression really represents one of them. The Livonian being fairly entangled in the toils of commercial procedure, the point was to obtain payment. For the illustrious tradesman looked on Wenceslas as a swindler. Feeling, sincerity, poetry were in his eyes mere folly in business matters. So Rivet went off to sea in behalf of that poor Mademoiselle Fischer, who, as he said, had been "done" by the Pole, the rich manufacturers for whom Steinbock had worked. It happened that Stidmann, who, with the help of these distinguished masters of the goldsmith's art, was raising French work to the perfection it has now reached, allowing it to hold its own against Florence and the Renaissance, Stidmann was in Chanor's private room when the army lace manufacturer called to make inquiries as to "one Steinbock, a Polish refugee." "Whom do you call one Steinbock? Do you mean a young Livonian who was a pupil of mine?" cried Stidmann ironically. "I may tell you, monsieur, that he is a very great artist. It is said of me that I believe myself to be the devil. Well, that poor fellow does not know that he is capable of becoming a god." "Indeed," said Rivet, well pleased. And then he added, "Though you take a rather cavalier tone with a man who has the honor to be an assessor on the Tribunal of Commerce of the Department of the Seine." "Your pardon, Consul," said Stidmann, with a military salute. "I am delighted," the assessor went on, "to hear what you say. The man may make money, then?" "Certainly," said Chanor, "but he must work. He would have a tidy sum by now if he had stayed with us. What is to be done? Artists have a horror of not being free." "They have a proper sense of their value and dignity," replied Stidmann. "I do not blame Wenceslas for walking alone, trying to make a name and to become a great man. He had a right to do so. But he was a great loss to me when he left." "That, you see," exclaimed Rivet, "is what all young students aim at as soon as they are hatched out of the school egg. Begin by saving money, I say, and seek glory afterwards." "It spoils your touch to be picking up coin," said Stidmann. "It is glory's business to bring us wealth." "And after all," said Chanor to Rivet, "you cannot tether them." "They would eat the halter," replied Stidmann. "All these gentlemen have as much caprice as talent," said Chanor, looking at Stidmann. "They spend no end of money, they keep their girls, they throw coin out of window, and then they have no time to work. They neglect their orders. We have to employ workmen who are very inferior, but who grow rich. And then they complain of the hard times, while, if they were but steady, they might have piles of gold." "You old Lumignon," said Stidmann, "you remind me of the publisher before the Revolution, who said, 'If only I could keep Montesquieu, Voltaire, and Rousseau very poor in my back shed, and lock up their breeches in a cupboard, what a lot of nice little books they would write to make my fortune.' If works of art could be hammered out like nails, workmen would make them. Give me 1,000 francs, and don't talk nonsense." Worthy Monsieur Rivet went home, delighted for poor Mademoiselle Fischer, who dined with him every Monday, and whom he found waiting for him. "If you can only make him work," said he, "you will have more luck than wisdom; you will be repaid interest, capital, and costs. This Pole has talent, he can make a living; but lock up his trousers and his shoes. Do not let him go to the Chaumière or the parish of Notre Dame de Lorette. Keep him in leading strings. If you do not take such precautions, your artist will take to loafing, and if you only knew what these artists mean by loafing! Shocking! Why, I have just heard that they will spend 1,000-franc note in a day." This episode had a fatal influence on the home life of Wenceslas and Lisbeth. The benefactress flavored the exile's bread with the wormwood of reproof, now that she saw her money in danger and often believed it to be lost. From a kind mother she became a stepmother. She took the poor boy to task, she nagged him, scolded him for working too slowly, and blamed him for having chosen so difficult a profession. She could not believe that those models in red wax, little figures and sketches for ornamental work, could be of any value. Before long, vexed with herself for her severity, she would try to efface the tears by her care and attention. Then the poor young man, after groaning to think that he was dependent on this shrew and under the thumb of a peasant from the Vosges, was bewitched by her coaxing ways and by a maternal affection that attached itself solely to the physical and material side of life. He was like a woman who forgives a week of ill usage for the sake of a kiss and a brief reconciliation. Thus Mademoiselle Fischer obtained complete power over his mind. The love of dominion that lay as a germ in the old maid's heart developed rapidly. She could now satisfy her pride and her craving for action. Had she not a creature belonging to her, to be schooled, scolded, flattered, and made happy, without any fear of a rival? Thus the good and bad sides of her nature alike found play. If she sometimes victimized the poor artist, she had, on the other hand, delicate impulses like the grace of wild flowers. It was a joy for her to provide for all his wants; she would have given her life for him, and Wenceslas knew it. Like every noble soul, the poor fellow forgot the bad points, the defects of the woman who had told him the story of her life as an excuse for her rough ways, and he remembered only the benefits she had done him. One day, exasperated with Wenceslas for having gone out walking instead of sitting at work, she made a great scene. "You belong to me," said she. "If you were an honest man, you would try to repay me the money you owe as soon as possible." The gentleman, in whose veins the blood of the Steinbocks was fired, turned pale. "Bless me," she went on, "we soon shall have nothing to live on but the 30 sous I earn, a poor workwoman." The two penniless creatures, worked up by their own war of words, grew vehement, and for the first time the unhappy artist reproached his benefactress for having rescued him from death, only to make him lead the life of a galley slave, worse than the bottomless void, where at least, said he would have found rest. And he talked of flight. "Flight!" cried Lisbeth. "Ah, Monsieur Rivet was right." And she clearly explained to the Pole that within 24 hours he might be clapped into prison for the rest of his days. It was a crushing blow. Steinbock sank into deep melancholy and total silence. In the course of the following night, Lisbeth, hearing overhead some preparations for suicide, went up to her pensioner's room and gave him the schedule and a formal release. "Here, dear child, forgive me," she said with tears in her eyes. "Be happy, leave me. I am too cruel to you. Only tell me that you will sometimes remember the poor girl who has enabled you to make a living. What can I say? You are the cause of my ill humor. I might die. Where would you be without me? That is the reason of my being impatient to see you do some saleable work. I do not want my money back for myself, I assure you. I am only frightened at your idleness, which you call meditation. at your ideas, which take up so many hours when you sit gazing at the sky. I want you to get into habits of industry." All this was said with an emphasis, a look, and tears that moved the high-minded artist. He clasped his benefactress to his heart and kissed her forehead. "Keep these pieces," said he with a sort of cheerfulness. "Why should you send me to Clichy? Am I not a prisoner here out of gratitude?" This episode of their secret domestic life had occurred 6 months previously, and had led to Steinbock's producing 3 finished works: the seal in Hortense's possession, the group he had placed with the curiosity dealer, and a beautiful clock to which he was putting the last touches, screwing in the last rivets. This clock represented the 12 hours, charmingly personified by 12 female figures whirling round in so mad and swift a dance that 3 little loves, perched on a pile of fruit and flowers, could not stop one of them. Only the torn skirts of midnight remained in the hand of the most daring cherub. The group stood on an admirably treated base, ornamented with grotesque beasts. The hours were told by a monstrous mouth that opened to yawn, and each hour bore some ingeniously appropriate symbol characteristic of the various occupations of the day. It is now easy to understand the extraordinary attachment of Mademoiselle Fischer for her Livonian. She wanted him to be happy, and she saw him pining, fading away in his attic. The causes of this wretched state of affairs may be easily imagined. The peasant woman watched this son of the North with the affection of a mother, with the jealousy of a wife, and the spirit of a dragon. Hence she managed to put every kind of folly or dissipation out of his power by leaving him destitute of money. She longed to keep her victim and companion for herself alone, well conducted perforce, and she had no conception of the cruelty of this senseless wish, since she, for her own part, was accustomed to every privation. She loved Steinbock well enough not to marry him, and too much to give him up to any other woman. She could not resign herself to be no more than a mother to him, though she saw that she was mad to think of playing the other part. These contradictions, this ferocious jealousy, and the joy of having a man to herself, all agitated her old maid's heart beyond measure. Really in love, as she had been for 4 years, she cherished the foolish hope of prolonging this impossible and aimless way of life, in which her persistence would only be the ruin of the man she thought of as her child. This contest between her instincts and her reason made her unjust and tyrannical. She wreaked on the young man her vengeance for her own lot in being neither young, rich, nor handsome. Then, after each fit of rage, recognizing herself wrong, she stooped to unlimited humility, infinite tenderness. She never could sacrifice to her idol till she had asserted her power by blows of the axe. In fact, it was the converse of Shakespeare's Tempest, Caliban ruling Ariel and Prospero. As to the poor youth himself, high-minded, meditative, and inclined to be lazy, the desert that his protectress made in his soul might be seen in his eyes, as in those of a caged lion. The penal servitude forced on him by Lisbeth did not fulfill the cravings of his heart. His weariness became a physical malady, and he was dying without daring to ask, or knowing where to procure, the price of some little necessary dissipation. On some days of special energy, when a feeling of utter ill luck added to his exasperation, he would look at Lisbeth as a thirsty traveller on a sandy shore must look at the bitter sea water. These harsh fruits of indigence, and this isolation in the midst of Paris, Lisbeth relished with delight. And besides, she foresaw that the first passion would rob her of her slave. Sometimes she even blamed herself because her own tyranny and reproaches had compelled the poetic youth to become so great an artist of delicate work, and she had thus given him the means of casting her off. On the day after, these three lives, so differently but so utterly wretched, that of a mother in despair, that of the Marneffe household, and that of the unhappy exile, were all to be influenced by Hortense's guileless passion, and by the strange outcome of the Baron's luckless passion for Josepha. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 8. Just as Hulot was going into the opera house, he was stopped by the darkened appearance of the building and of the Rue Le Pelletier, where there were no gendarmes, no lights, no theatre servants, no barrier to regulate the crowd. He looked up at the announcement board and beheld a strip of white paper on which was printed the solemn notice, "Closed on account of illness." He rushed off to Josepha's lodgings in the Rue Chauchat, for, like all the singers, she lived close at hand. "Whom do you want, sir?" asked the porter, to the Baron's great astonishment. "Have you forgotten me?" said Hulot, much puzzled. "On the contrary, sir, it is because I have the honor to remember you that I ask you. Where are you going?" A mortal chill fell upon the Baron. "What has happened?" he asked. "If you go up to Mademoiselle Mirah's rooms, Monsieur le Baron, you will find Mademoiselle Héloïse Brisetout there, and Monsieur Bixiou, Monsieur Léon de Lora, Monsieur Lousteau, Monsieur de Vernissay, Monsieur Stidmann, and ladies smelling of patchouli, holding a house-warming." "Then where is Mademoiselle Mirah? I don't know that I ought to tell you." The Baron slipped 2 5-franc pieces into the porter's hand. "Well, she is now in the Rue de la Ville l'Évêque, in a fine house, given to her, they say, by the Duc d'Hérouville," replied the man in a whisper. Having ascertained the number of the house, Monsieur Hulot called a milord and drove to one of those pretty modern houses with double doors, where everything, from the gaslight at the entrance, proclaims luxury. The Baron, in his blue cloth coat, white neckcloth, nankeen trousers, patent leather boots, and stiffly starched shirt frill, was supposed to be a guest, though a late arrival, by the janitor of this new Eden. His alacrity of manner and quick step justified this opinion. The porter rang a bell, and a footman appeared in the hall. This man, as new as the house, admitted the visitor, who said to him in an imperious tone and with a lordly gesture, "Take in this card to Mademoiselle Josepha." The victim mechanically looked round the room in which he found himself, an anteroom full of choice flowers and of furniture that must have cost 20,000 francs. The servant, on his return, begged monsieur to wait in the drawing-room till the company came to their coffee. Though the Baron had been familiar with imperial luxury, which was undoubtedly prodigious, while its productions, though not durable in kind, had nevertheless cost enormous sums, he stood dazzled, dumbfounded, in this drawing-room, with 3 windows looking out on a garden like fairyland, one of those gardens that are created in a month with a made soil and transplanted shrubs, while the grass seems as if it must be made to grow by some chemical process. He admired not only the decoration, the gilding, the carving in the most expensive Pompadour style, as it is called, and the magnificent brocades, all of which any enriched tradesman could have procured for money, but he also noted such treasures as only princes can select and find, can pay for and give away. 2 pictures by Greuze, 2 by Watteau, 2 heads by Van Dyck, 2 landscapes by Ruysdael, and 2 by Le Gaspre, a Rembrandt, a Holbein, a Murillo, and a Titian, 2 paintings by Teniers, and a pair by Metzu, a Van Huysum, and an Abraham Mignon. In short, 200,000 francs worth of pictures superbly framed. The gilding was worth almost as much as the paintings. "Aha! Now you understand, my good man?" said Josepha. She had stolen in on tiptoe through a noiseless door, over Persian carpets, and came upon her adorer standing lost in amazement. in the stupid amazement when a man's ears tingle so loudly that he hears nothing but that fatal knell. The words "my good man," spoken to an official of such high importance, so perfectly exemplified the audacity with which these creatures pour contempt on the loftiest, that the Baron was nailed to the spot. Josepha, in white and yellow, was so beautifully dressed for the banquet that amid all this lavish magnificence she still shone like a rare jewel. "Isn't this really fine?" said she. "The Duke has spent all the money on it that he got out of floating a company, of which the shares all sold at a premium. He is no fool, is my little Duke. There's nothing like a man who has been a grandee in his time for turning coals into gold. Just before dinner the notary brought me the title deeds to sign and the bills receipted. They are all a first-class set in there: d'Esgrignon, Rastignac, Maxime, Lenoncourt, Vernet, Laginski, Rochefide, La Pelferine, and from among the bankers, Nucingen and du Tillet, with Antonia, Malaga, Carabine, and Lachaume. And they all feel for you deeply. Yes, old boy, and they hope you will join them, but on condition that you forthwith drink up 2 bottles full of Hungarian wine, champagne, or Kapp, just to bring you up to their mark. My dear fellow, we are all so much on here that it was necessary to close the opera. The manager is as drunk as a cornet à piston; he is hiccuping already." "Oh, Josepha!" cried the Baron. "Now, can anything be more absurd than explanations?" she broke in with a smile. "Look here, can you stand 600,000 francs which this house and furniture cost? Can you give me a bond to the tune of 30,000 francs a year, which is what the Duke has just given me, in a packet of common sugared almonds from the grocer's? A pretty notion that!" "What an atrocity!" cried Hulot, who, in his fury, would have given his wife's diamonds to stand in the Duc d'Herouville's shoes for 24 hours. "Atrocity is my trade," said she. "So that is how you take it? Well, why don't you float a company? Goodness me, my poor dyed Tom, you ought to be grateful to me. I have thrown you over just when you would have spent on me your widow's fortune, your daughter's portion. What, tears? The Empire is a thing of the past. I hail the coming Empire." She struck a tragic attitude and exclaimed, "They call you Hulot! Nay, I know you not." And she went into the other room. Through the door, left ajar, there came, like a lightning flash, a streak of light with an accompaniment of the crescendo of the orgy, and the fragrance of a banquet of the choicest description. The singer peeped through the partly open door, and seeing Hulot transfixed as if he had been a bronze image, she came one step forward into the room. "Monsieur," said she, "I have handed over the rubbish in the Rue Chauchat to Bixiou's little Heloise Brisetout. If you wish to claim your cotton nightcap, your boot jack, your belt, and your wax dye, I have stipulated for their return." This insolent banter made the Baron leave the room as precipitately as Lot departed from Gomorrah, but he did not look back like Mrs. Lot. Hulot went home, striding along in a fury, and talking to himself. He found his family still playing the game of whist at 2 sous a point, at which he left them. On seeing her husband return, poor Adeline imagined something dreadful, some dishonor. She gave her cards to Hortense and led Hector away into the very room where, only 5 hours since, Crevel had foretold her the utmost disgrace of poverty. "What is the matter?" she said, terrified. "Oh, forgive me, but let me tell you all these horrors." And for 10 minutes he poured out his wrath. "But, my dear," said the unhappy woman with heroic courage, "these creatures do not know what love means, such pure and devoted love as you deserve. How could you, so clear-sighted as you are, dream of competing with millions?" "Dearest Adeline," cried the Baron, clasping her to his heart. The Baroness' words had shed balm on the bleeding wounds to his vanity. "To be sure, take away the Duc d'Herouville's fortune, and she could not hesitate between us," said the Baron. "My dear," said Adeline, with a final effort, If you positively must have mistresses, why do you not seek them, like Crevel, among women who are less extravagant, and of a class that can for a time be content with little? We should all gain by that arrangement. I understand your need, but I do not understand that vanity. "Oh, what a kind and perfect wife you are!" cried he. "I am an old lunatic, I do not deserve to have such a wife." "I am simply the Josephine of my Napoleon," she replied, with a touch of melancholy. "Josephine was not to compare with you," said he. "Come, I will play a game of whist with my brother and the children. I must try my hand at the business of a family man. I must get Hortense a husband, and bury the libertine." His frankness so greatly touched poor Adeline that she said, "The creature has no taste to prefer any man in the world to my Hector. Oh, I would not give you up for all the gold on earth. How can any woman throw you over who is so happy as to be loved by you?" The look with which the Baron rewarded his wife's fanaticism confirmed her in her opinion that gentleness and docility were a woman's strongest weapons. But in this she was mistaken. The noblest sentiments, carried to an excess, can produce mischief as great as do the worst vices. Bonaparte was made Emperor for having fired on the people, at a stone's throw from the spot where Louis XVI. Lost his throne and his head, because he would not allow a certain Monsieur Sauce to be hurt. On the following morning, Hortense, who had slept with the seal under her pillow, so as to have it close to her all night, dressed very early, and sent to beg her father to join her in the garden as soon as he should be down. By about 9:30, the father, acceding to his daughter's petition, gave her his arm for a walk, and they went along the quays by the Pont Royal to the Place du Carrousel. "Let us look into the shop windows, papa," said Hortense, as they went through the little gate to cross the wide square. "What, here?" said her father, laughing at her. "We are supposed to have come to see the pictures, and over there," and she pointed to the stalls in front of the houses at a right angle to the Rue du Doyenne. "Look, there are dealers in curiosities and pictures." "Your cousin lives there." "I know it, but she must not see us." "And what do you want to do?" said the Baron, who, finding himself within 30 yards of Madame Marneffe's windows, suddenly remembered her. Hortense had dragged her father in front of one of the shops forming the angle of a block of houses built along the front of the old Louvre and facing the Hôtel de Nantes. She went into this shop. Her father stood outside, absorbed in gazing at the windows of the pretty little lady, who the evening before had left her image stamped on the old beau's heart, as if to alleviate the wound he was so soon to receive, and he could not help putting his wife's sage advice into practice. "I will fall back on a simple little citizen's wife," said he to himself, recalling Madame Marneffe's adorable graces. "Such a woman as that will soon make me forget that grasping Josepha." Now, this was what was happening at the same moment outside and inside the curiosity shop. As he fixed his eyes on the windows of his new belle, the Baron saw the husband, who, while brushing his coat with his own hands, was apparently on the lookout, expecting to see some one on the square. Fearing lest he should be seen, and subsequently recognized, the amorous Baron turned his back on the Rue du Doyenne, or rather stood at three-quarters face, as it were, so as to be able to glance round from time to time. This manoeuvre brought him face to face with Madame Marneffe, who, coming up from the quay, was doubling the promontory of houses to go home. Valerie was evidently startled as she met the Baron's astonished eye, and she responded with a prudish dropping of her eyelids. "A pretty woman," exclaimed he, "for whom a man would do many foolish things." "Indeed, monsieur," said she, turning suddenly, like a woman who has just come to some vehement decision. "You are Monsieur le Baron Hulot, I believe?" The Baron, more and more bewildered, bowed assent. "Then, as chance has twice made our eyes meet, and I am so fortunate as to have interested or puzzled you, I may tell you that, instead of doing anything foolish, you ought to do justice. My husband's fate rests with you." "And how may that be?" asked the gallant Baron. "He is employed in your department in the War Office, under Monsieur Lebrun, in Monsieur Coquet's room," said she, with a smile. "I am quite disposed, Madame Marneffe, dear little Madame Marneffe, to do injustice for your sake. I have a cousin living in your house. I will go to see her one day soon as possible. Bring your petition to me in her rooms." "Pardon my boldness, Monsieur le Baron. You must understand that if I dare to address you thus, it is because I have no friend to protect me." "Aha! Monsieur, you misunderstand me," said she, lowering her eyelids. Hulot felt as if the sun had disappeared. "I am at my wits' end, but I am an honest woman," she went on. "About 6 months ago my only protector died, Marshal Montcornet." "Ah, you are his daughter?" "Yes, monsieur, but he never acknowledged me." "That was that he might leave you part of his fortune." "He left me nothing. He made no will." "Indeed! Poor little woman! The Marshal died suddenly of apoplexy. But come, madame, hope for the best. The State must do something for the daughter of one of the Chevaliers Bayards of the Empire." Madame Marneffe bowed gracefully and went off, as proud of her success as the Baron was of his. "Where the devil has she been so early?" thought he, watching the flow of her skirts, to which she contrived to impart a somewhat exaggerated grace. "She looks too tired to have just come from a bath, and her husband is waiting for her. It is strange, and puzzles me altogether." Madame Marneffe having vanished within, the Baron wondered what his daughter was doing in the shop. As he went in, still staring at Madame Marneffe's windows, he ran against a young man with a pale brow and sparkling gray eyes, wearing a summer coat of black merino, coarse drill trousers, and tan shoes with gaiters, rushing away headlong. He saw him run to the house in the Rue du Doyenne, into which he went. Hortense, on going into the shop, had at once recognized the famous group, conspicuously placed on a table in the middle and in front of the door. Even without the circumstances to which she owed her knowledge of this masterpiece, it would probably have struck her by the peculiar power which we must call the brio, the go of great works. And the girl herself might in Italy have been taken as a model for the personification of brio. Not every work by a man of genius has in the same degree that brilliancy, that glory which is at once patent even to the most ignoble beholder. Thus, certain pictures by Raphael, such as the famous Transfiguration, the Madonna di Foligno, and the frescoes of the Stanza in the Vatican, do not at first captivate our imagination, as do the Violin Player in the Sciarra Palace, the portraits of the Doria family, and the Vision of Ezekiel in the Pitti Gallery, the Christ bearing his cross in the Borghese collection, and the Marriage of the Virgin in the Brera at Milan. The Saint John the Baptist of the Tribuna, and Saint Luke painting the Virgin's portrait in the Accademia at Rome have not the charm of the portrait of Leo X and of the Virgin at Dresden. And yet they are all of equal merit. Nay, more, the Stanza, the Transfiguration, the panels, and the 3 easel pictures in the Vatican are in the highest degree perfect and sublime, but they demand a stress of attention, even from the most accomplished beholder, and serious study to be fully understood; while the Violin Player, the Marriage of the Virgin, and the Vision of Ezekiel go straight to the heart through the portal of sight, and make their home there. It is a pleasure to receive them thus without an effort. If it is not the highest phase of art, it is the happiest. This fact proves that, in the begetting of works of art, there is as much chance in the character of the offspring as there is in a family of children, that some will be happily graced, born beautiful, and costing their mothers little suffering, creatures on whom everything smiles, and with whom everything succeeds. In short, genius, like love, has its fairer blossoms. This brio, an Italian word which the French have begun to use, is characteristic of youthful work. It is the fruit of an impetus and fire of early talent, an impetus which is met with again later in some happy hours, but this particular brio no longer comes from the artist's heart. Instead of his flinging it into his work as a volcano flings up its fires, it comes to him from outside, inspired by circumstances, by love or rivalry, often by hatred, and more often still by the imperious need of glory to be lived up to. This group by Wenceslas was to his later works what the Marriage of the Virgin is to the great mass of Raphael's. The first step of a gifted artist taken with the inimitable grace, the eagerness, and delightful overflowingness of a child, whose strength is concealed under the pink and white flesh full of dimples which seem to echo to a mother's laughter. Prince Eugene is said to have paid 400,000 francs for this picture, which would be worth 1,000,000 to any nation that owned no picture by Raphael, but no one would give that sum for the finest of the frescoes, though their value is far greater as works of art. Hortense restrained her admiration, for she reflected on the amount of her girlish savings. She assumed an air of indifference, and said to the dealer, "What is the price of that?" 1,500 francs, replied the man, sending a glance of intelligence to a young man seated on a stool in the corner. The young man himself gazed in a stupefaction at Monsieur Hulot's living masterpiece. Hortense, forewarned, at once identified him as the artist, from the color that flushed a face pale with endurance. She saw the spark lighted up in his gray eyes by her question. She looked on the thin drawn features like those of a monk consumed by asceticism. She loved the red, well-formed mouth, the delicate chin, and the Pole's silky chestnut hair. "If it were 1,200," said she, "I would beg you to send it to me." "It is antique, mademoiselle," the dealer remarked, thinking, like all his fraternity, that having uttered this ne plus ultra of bric-a-brac, there was no more to be said. "Excuse me, monsieur," she replied very quietly, "it was made this year. I came expressly to beg you, if my price is accepted, to send the artist to see us, as it might be possible to procure him some important commissions." "And if he is to have the 1,200 francs, what am I to get? I am the dealer," said the man with candid good humor. "To be sure," replied the girl, with a slight curl of disdain. "Oh, mademoiselle, take it! I will make terms with the dealer," cried the Livonian beside himself. Fascinated by Hortense's wonderful beauty and the love of art she displayed, he added, "I am the sculptor of the group, and for 10 days I have come here 3 times a day to see if anybody would recognize its merit and bargain for it. You are my first admirer. Take it." "Come, then, monsieur, with the dealer an hour hence. Here is my father's card," replied Hortense. Then, seeing the shopkeeper go into a back room to wrap the group in a piece of linen rag, she added in a low voice, to the great astonishment of the artist, who thought he must be dreaming, "For the benefit of your future prospects, Monsieur Wenceslas, do not mention the name of the purchaser to Mademoiselle Fischer, for she is our cousin." The word cousin dazzled the artist's mind. He had a glimpse of paradise whence this daughter of Eve had come to him. He had dreamed of the beautiful girl of whom Lisbeth had told him, as Hortense had dreamed of her cousin's lover, and as she had entered the shop, "Ah," thought he, "if she could be but like this!" The look that passed between the lovers may be imagined. It was a flame, for virtuous lovers have no hypocrisies. "Well, what the deuce are you doing here?" her father asked her. "I have been spending 1,200 francs that I had saved. Come." And she took her father's arm. 1,200 francs?" he repeated. "To be exact, 1,300. You will lend me the odd hundred?" "And on what, in such a place, could you spend so much?" "Ah, that is the question," replied the happy girl. "If I have got a husband, he is not dear at the money." "A husband? In that shop, my child?" Listen, dear little father, would you forbid my marrying a great artist?" "No, my dear. A great artist in these days is a prince without a title. He has glory and fortune, the two chief social advantages, next to virtue," he added in a smug tone. "Oh, of course," said Hortense. "And what do you think of sculpture?" "It is very poor business," replied Hulot, shaking his head. "It needs high patronage as well as great talent, for government is the only purchaser. It is an art with no demand nowadays, where there are no princely houses, no great fortunes, no entailed mansions, no hereditary estates. Only small pictures and small figures can find a place. The arts are endangered by this need of small things." "But if a great artist could find a demand?" said Hortense. "That indeed would solve the problem." "Or had some one to back him?" "That would be even better." "If he were of noble birth?" "Pooh!" "A count?" "And a sculptor?" "He has no money." "And so he counts on that of Mademoiselle Hortense Hulot," said the Baron ironically, with an inquisitorial look into his daughter's eyes. "This great artist, a count and a sculptor, has just seen your daughter for the first time in his life, and for the space of 5 minutes, Monsieur le Baron," Hortense calmly replied. "Yesterday, you must know, dear little father, while you were at the Chamber, mamma had a fainting fit. This, which she ascribed to a nervous attack, was the result of some worry that had to do with the failure of my marriage, for she told me that to get rid of me she is too fond of you to have used an expression—" "So unparliamentary?" Hortense put in with a laugh. "No, she did not use those words, but I know that a girl old enough to marry, and who does not find a husband, is a heavy cross for respectable parents to bear. Well, she thinks that if a man of energy and talent could be found, who would be satisfied with 30,000 francs for my marriage portion, we might all be happy. In fact, she thought it advisable to prepare me for the modesty of my future lot, and to hinder me from indulging in too fervid dreams, which evidently meant an end to the intended marriage, and no settlements for me." "Your mother is a very good woman, noble, admirable," replied the father, deeply humiliated, though not sorry to hear this confession. "She told me yesterday that she had your permission to sell her diamonds so as to give me something to marry on; but I should like her to keep her jewels, and to find a husband myself. I think I have found the man, the possible husband, answering to mamma's prospectus." "There, in the Place du Carrousel, and in one morning?" "Oh, papa, the mischief lies deeper," said she archly. "Well, come, my child, tell the whole story to your good old father," said he persuasively, and concealing his uneasiness. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 9. Under promise of absolute secrecy, Hortense repeated the upshot of her various conversations with her cousin Betty. Then, when they got home, she showed the much talked of seal to her father in evidence of the sagacity of her views. The father, in the depth of his heart, wondered at the skill and acumen of girls who act on instinct, discerning the simplicity of the scheme which her idealized love had suggested in the course of a single night to his guileless daughter. "You will see the masterpiece I have just bought. It is to be brought home, and that dear Wenceslas is to come with the dealer. The man who made that group ought to make a fortune. Only use your influence to get him an order for a statue and rooms at the Institute." "How you run on!" cried her father. "Why, if you had your own way, you would be man and wife within the legal period, in 11 days." "Must we wait so long?" said she, laughing. "But I fell in love with him in 5 minutes, as you fell in love with mamma at first sight. And he loves me as if we had known each other for 2 years. Yes," she said, in reply to her father's look, "I read 10 volumes of love in his eyes. And will not you and mamma accept him as my husband when you see that he is a man of genius? Sculpture is the greatest of the arts. she cried, clapping her hands and jumping. "I will tell you everything." "What, is there more to come?" asked her father, smiling. The child's complete and effervescent innocence had restored her father's peace of mind. "A confession of the first importance," said she. "I loved him without knowing him, and for the last hour since seeing him, I am crazy about him." "A little too crazy," said the Baron, who was enjoying the sight of this guileless passion. "Do not punish me for confiding in you," replied she. "It is so delightful to say to my father's heart, 'I love him, I am so happy in loving him.' You will see my Wenceslas. His brow is so sad. The sun of genius shines in his gray eyes, and what an air he has! What do you think of Livonia? Is it a fine country? The idea of Cousin Betty's marrying that young fellow! She might be his mother. It would be murder. I am quite jealous of all she has ever done for him. But I don't think my marriage will please her. See, my darling, we must hide nothing from your mother. I should have to show her the seal, and I promised not to betray Cousin Lisbeth, who is afraid, she says, of mamma's laughing at her," said Hortense. "You have scruples about the seal, and none about robbing your cousin of her lover." "I promised about the seal; I made no promise about the sculptor." This adventure, patriarchal in its simplicity, came admirably apropos to the unconfessed poverty of the family. The Baron, while praising his daughter for her candor, explained to her that she must now leave matters to the discretion of her parents. "You understand, my child, that it is not your part to ascertain whether your cousin's lover is a count, if he has all his papers properly certified, and if his conduct is a guarantee for his respectability. As for your cousin, she refused 5 offers when she was 20 years younger. That will prove no obstacle, I undertake to say. Listen to me, papa. If you really wish to see me married, never say a word to Lisbeth about it till just before the contract is signed. I have been catechizing her about this business for the last 6 months. Well, there is something about her quite inexplicable." "What?" said her father, puzzled. "Well, she looks evil when I say too much, even in joke, about her lover. Make inquiries, but leave me to row my own boat. My confidence ought to reassure you." "The Lord said, 'Suffer little children to come unto me.' You are one of those who have come back again," replied the Baron, with a touch of irony. After breakfast, the dealer was announced, and the artist with his group. The sudden flush that reddened her daughter's face at once made the Baroness suspicious and then watchful, and the girl's confusion and the light in her eyes soon betrayed the mystery so badly guarded in her simple heart. Count Steinbock, dressed in black, struck the Baron as a very gentlemanly young man. "Would you undertake a bronze statue?" he asked, as he held up the group. After admiring it on trust, he passed it on to his wife, who knew nothing about sculpture. "It is beautiful, isn't it, mamma?" said Hortense in her mother's ear. "A statue? Monsieur, it is less difficult to execute a statue than to make a clock like this which my friend here has been kind enough to bring," said the artist in reply. The dealer was placing on the dining-room sideboard the wax model of the 12 hours that the Loves were trying to delay. "Leave the clock with me," said the Baron, astounded at the beauty of the sketch. "I should like to show it to the Ministers of the Interior and of Commerce." "Who is the young man in whom you take so much interest?" the Baroness asked her daughter. "An artist who could afford to execute this model could get 100,000 francs for it," said the curiosity dealer, putting on a knowing and mysterious look as he saw that the artist and the girl were interchanging glances. "He would only need to sell 20 copies at 8,000 francs each, for the materials would cost about 1,000 crowns for each example. But if each copy were numbered and the mould destroyed, it would certainly be possible to meet with 20 amateurs only too glad to possess a replica of such a work." 100,000 francs!" cried Steinbock, looking from the dealer to Hortense, the Baron, and the Baroness. "Yes, 100,000 francs," repeated the dealer. If I were rich enough, I would buy it of you myself for 20,000 francs, for by destroying the mould it would become a valuable property. But one of the princes ought to pay 30 or 40,000 francs for such a work to ornament his drawing room. No man has ever succeeded in making a clock satisfactory alike to the vulgar and to the connoisseur, and this one, sir, solves the difficulty." "This is for yourself, monsieur," said Hortense, giving 6 gold pieces to the dealer. "Never breathe a word of this visit to any one living," said the artist to his friend at the door. "If you should be asked where we sold the group, mention the Duc d'Hérouville, the famous collector in the Rue de Varennes." The dealer nodded assent. "And your name?" said Hulot to the artist when he came back. "Count Steinbock. Have you the papers that prove your identity?" "Yes, Monsieur le Baron. They are in Russian and in German, but not legalized." "Do you feel equal to undertaking a statue 9 feet high?" "Yes, monsieur." "Well, then, if the persons whom I shall consult are satisfied with your work, I can secure you the commission for the statue of Marshal Montcornet, which is to be erected on his monument at Père Lachaise. The Minister of War and the old officers of the Imperial Guard have subscribed a sum large enough to enable us to select our artist." "Oh, monsieur, it will make my fortune!" exclaimed Steinbock, overpowered by so much happiness at once. "Be easy," replied the Baron graciously. "If the 2 ministers to whom I propose to show your group and this sketch in wax are delighted with these 2 pieces, your prospects of a fortune are good." Hortense hugged her father's arm so tightly as to hurt him. "Bring me your papers, and say nothing of your hopes to anybody, not even to our old cousin Betty." "Lisbeth?" said Madame Hulot, at last understanding the end of all this, though unable to guess the means. "I could give proof of my skill by making a bust of the Baroness," added Wenceslas. The artist, struck by Madame Hulot's beauty, was comparing the mother and daughter. "Indeed, monsieur, life may smile upon you," said the Baron, quite charmed by Count Steinbock's refined and elegant manner. "You will find out that in Paris no man is clever for nothing, and that persevering toil always finds its reward here." Hortense, with a blush, held out to the young man a pretty Algerine purse containing 60 gold pieces. The artist, with something still of a gentleman's pride, responded with a mounting color easy enough to interpret. "This perhaps is the first money your works have brought you?" said Adeline. "Yes, madame, my works of art. It is not the first fruits of my labor, for I have been a workman." "Well, we must hope my daughter's money will bring you good luck," said she. "And take it without scruple," added the Baron, seeing that Wenceslas held the purse in his hand instead of pocketing it. "The sum will be repaid by some rich man, a prince perhaps, who will offer it with interest to possess so fine a work." "Oh, I want it too much myself, papa, to give it up to anybody in the world, even a royal prince." "I can make a far prettier thing than that for you, mademoiselle." "But it would not be this one," replied she, and then, as if ashamed of having said too much, she ran out into the garden. "Then I shall break the mould and the model as soon as I go home," said Steinbock. "Fetch me your papers, and you will hear of me before long, if you are equal to what I expect of you, monsieur." The artist on this could but take leave. After bowing to Madame Hulot and Hortense, who came in from the garden on purpose, he went off to walk in the Tuileries, not bearing, not daring to return to his attic, where his tyrant would pelt him with questions and wring his secret from him. Hortense's adorer conceived of groups and statues by the hundred; he felt strong enough to hew the marble himself, like Canova, who was also a feeble man and nearly died of it. He was transfigured by Hortense, who was, to him, inspiration made visible. "Now then," said the Baroness to her daughter, "what does all this mean?" "Well, dear mamma, you have just seen Cousin Lisbeth's lover, who now, I hope, is mine. But shut your eyes, know nothing. Good heavens, I was to keep it all from you, and I cannot help telling you everything." "Good bye, children," said the Baron, kissing his wife and daughter. I shall perhaps go to call on the nanny, and from her I shall hear a great deal about our young man." "Papa, be cautious," said Hortense. "Oh, little girl!" cried the Baroness when Hortense had poured out her poem, of which the morning's adventure was the last canto. "Dear little girl! Artlessness will always be the artfullest puss on earth." Genuine passions have an unerring instinct. Set a greedy man before a dish of fruit, and he will make no mistake, but take the choicest, even without seeing it. In the same way, if you allow a girl who is well brought up to choose a husband for herself, if she is in a position to meet the man of her heart, rarely will she blunder. The act of nature in such cases is known as love at first sight, and in love, first sight is practically second sight. The Baroness's satisfaction, though disguised under maternal dignity, was as great as her daughter's. For of the three ways of marrying Hortense of which Crevel had spoken, the best, as she opined, was about to be realized, and she regarded this little drama as an answer by Providence to her fervent prayers. Mademoiselle Fischer's galley slave, obliged at last to go home, thought he might hide his joy as a lover under his glee as an artist rejoicing over his first success. "Victory! My group is sold to the Duc d'Hérouville, who is going to give me some commissions," cried he, throwing the 1,200 francs in gold on the table before the old maid. He had, as may be supposed, concealed Hortense's purse. It lay next to his heart. "And a very good thing too," said Lisbeth. "I was working myself to death. You see, child, money comes in slowly in the business you have taken up, for this is the first you have earned, and you have been grinding at it for near on 5 years now. That money barely repays me for what you have cost me since I took your promissory note. That is all I have got by my savings. But be sure of one thing," she said, after counting the gold, "this money will all be spent on you. There is enough there to keep us going for a year. In a year you may now be able to pay your debt and have a snug little sum of your own, if you go on in the same way." Wenceslas, finding his trick successful, expatiated on the Duc d'Hérouville. "I will fit you out in a black suit and get you some new linen," said Lisbeth, "for you must appear presentably before your patrons, and then you must have a larger and better apartment than your horrible garret, and furnish it properly. You look so bright! You are not like the same creature," she added, gazing at Wenceslas. "But my work is pronounced a masterpiece." "Well, so much the better. Do some more," said the arid creature, who was nothing but practical, and incapable of understanding the joy of triumph or of beauty in art. "Trouble your head no further about what you have sold. Make something else to sell. You have spent 200 francs in money, to say nothing of your time and your labor, on that devil of a Samson. Your clock will cost you more than 2,000 francs to execute. I tell you what, if you will listen to me, you will finish the 2 little boys crowning the little girl with cornflowers. That would just suit the Parisians. I will go round to Monsieur Graff the tailor before going to Monsieur Crevel. Go up now and leave me to dress." Next day, the Baron, perfectly crazy about Madame Marneffe, went to see Cousin Betty, who was considerably amazed on opening the door to see who her visitor was, for he had never called on her before. She at once said to herself, "Can it be that Hortense wants my lover?" For she had heard the evening before, at Monsieur Crevel's, that the marriage with the Councillor of the Supreme Court was broken off. "What, cousin, you here? This is the first time you have ever been to see me, and it is certainly not for love of my fine eyes that you have come now." "Fine eyes is the truth," said the Baron. "You have as fine eyes as I have ever seen." "Come, what are you here for? I really am ashamed to receive you in such a kennel." The outer room of the two inhabited by Lisbeth served her as sitting room, dining room, kitchen, and workroom. The furniture was such as beseemed a well-to-do artisan: walnut wood chairs with straw seats, a small walnut wood dining table, a work table, some colored prints in black wooden frames, short muslin curtains to the windows, the floor well polished and shining with cleanliness, not a speck of dust anywhere, but all cold and dingy, like a picture by Terburg in every particular, even to the gray tone given by a wall-paper once blue and now faded to gray. As to the bedroom, no human being had ever penetrated its secrets. The Baron took it all in at a glance, saw the sign manual of commonness on every detail, from the cast-iron stove to the household utensils, and his gorge rose as he said to himself, "And this is virtue." "What am I here for?" said he aloud. "You are far too cunning not to guess, and I had better tell you plainly," cried he, sitting down and looking out across the courtyard through an opening he made in the puckered curtain. "There is a very pretty woman in the house." "Madame Marneffe! Now I understand," she exclaimed, seeing it all. "But Josepha?" "Alas, cousin, Josepha is no more. I was turned out of doors like a discarded footman." "And you would like?" said Lisbeth, looking at the Baron with the dignity of a prude on her guard a quarter of an hour too soon. "As Madame Marneffe is very much the lady, and the wife of an employee, you can meet her without compromising yourself," the Baron went on, "and I should like to see you neighborly. Oh, you need not be alarmed. She will have the greatest consideration for the cousin of her husband's chief." At this moment the rustle of a gown was heard on the stairs, and the footstep of a woman wearing the thinnest boots. The sound ceased on the landing, there was a tap at the door, and Madame Marneffe came in. "Pray excuse me, mademoiselle, for thus intruding upon you, but I failed to find you yesterday when I came to call. We are near neighbors, and if I had known that you were related to Monsieur le Baron, I should long since have craved your kind interest with him. I saw him come in, so I took the liberty of coming across; for my husband, Monsieur le Baron, spoke to me of a report on the office clerks which is to be laid before the Minister to-morrow." She seemed quite agitated and nervous, but she had only run upstairs. "You have no need to play the petitioner, fair lady," replied the Baron. "It is I who should ask the favor of seeing you." "Very well, if mademoiselle allows it, pray come," said Madame Marneffe. "Yes, go, cousin, I will join you," said Lisbeth judiciously. The Parisienne had so confidently counted on the chief's visit and intelligence, that not only had she dressed herself for so important an interview, she had dressed her room. Early in the day it had been furnished with flowers purchased on credit. Marneffe had helped his wife to polish the furniture, down to the smallest objects, washing, brushing, and dusting everything. Valerie wished to be found in an atmosphere of sweetness, to attract the chief and to please him enough to have a right to be cruel, to tantalize him as a child would, with all the tricks of fashionable tactics. She had gauged Hulot. Give a Paris woman at bay 24 hours, and she will overthrow a ministry. The man of the Empire, accustomed to the ways of the Empire, was no doubt quite ignorant of the ways of modern love-making, of the scruples in vogue, and the various styles of conversation invented since 1830, which led to the poor weak woman being regarded as the victim of her lover's desires, a sister of charity salving a wound, an angel sacrificing herself. This modern art of love uses a vast amount of evangelical phrases in the service of the devil. Passion is martyrdom. Both parties aspire to the ideal, to the infinite. Love is to make them so much better. All these fine words are but a pretext for putting increased ardor into the practical side of it, more frenzy into a fall than of old. This hypocrisy, a characteristic of the times, is a gangrene in gallantry. The lovers are both angels, and they behave, if they can, like two devils. Love had no time for such subtle analysis between two campaigns, and in 1809 its successes were as rapid as those of the Empire. So, under the Restoration, the handsome Baron, a lady's man once more, had begun by consoling some old friends now fallen from the political firmament like extinguished stars, and then, as he grew old, was captured by Jenny Cadine and Josepha. Madame Marneffe had placed her batteries after due study of the Baron's past life, which her husband had narrated in much detail after picking up some information in the offices. The comedy of modern sentiment might have the charm of novelty to the Baron. Valerie had made up her mind as to her scheme, and we may say the trial of her power that she made this morning answered her highest expectations. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 10. Thanks to her manoeuvres, sentimental, high-flown, and romantic, Valerie, without committing herself to any promises, obtained for her husband the appointment as deputy head of the office and the cross of the Legion of Honor. The campaign was not carried out without little dinners at the Rocher de Cancale, parties to the play, and gifts in the form of lace, scarves, gowns, and jewelry. The apartment in the Rue du Doyenne was not satisfactory. The Baron proposed to furnish another magnificently in a charming new house in the Rue Vanneau. Monsieur Marneffe got a fortnight's leave, to be taken a month hence for urgent private affairs in the country, and a present in money. He promised himself that he would spend both in a little town in Switzerland, studying the fair sex. While Monsieur Hulot thus devoted himself to the lady he was protecting, he did not forget the young artist. Comte Popinot, Minister of Commerce, was a patron of art. He paid 2,000 francs for a copy of the Samson, on condition that the mould should be broken, and that there should be no Samson but his and Mademoiselle Hulot's. The group was admired by a prince, to whom the model sketch for the clock was also shown, and who ordered it; but that again was to be unique, and he offered 30,000 francs for it. Artists who were consulted, and among them Stidmann, were of opinion that the man who had sketched those two models was capable of achieving a statue. The Marshal Prince de Wissembourg, Minister of War and President of the Committee for the subscriptions to the monument of Marshal Montcornet, called a meeting, at which it was decided that the execution of the work should be placed in Steinbock's hands. The Comte de Rastignac, at that time Under Secretary of State, wished to possess a work by the artist, whose glory was waxing amid the acclamations of his rivals. Steinbock sold to him the charming group of two little boys crowning a little girl, and he promised to secure for the sculptor a studio attached to the government marble quarries, situated, as all the world knows, at Le Gros Caillou. This was a success, such success as is won in Paris, that is to say, stupendous success that crushes those whose shoulders and loins are not strong enough to bear it, as, be it said, not unfrequently is the case. Count Wenceslas Steinbock was written about in all the newspapers and reviews without his having the least suspicion of it, any more than had Mademoiselle Fischer. Every day, as soon as Lisbeth had gone out to dinner, Wenceslas went to the Baroness's, and spent an hour or two there, excepting on the evenings when Lisbeth dined with the Hulots. This state of things lasted for several days. The Baron, assured of Count Steinbock's titles and position, the Baroness, pleased with his character and habits, Hortense, proud of her permitted love and of her suitor's fame, none of them hesitated to speak of the marriage. In short, the artist was in the seventh heaven, when an indiscretion on Madame Marneffe's part spoilt all. And this was how. Lisbeth, whom the Baron wished to see intimate with Madame Marneffe, that she might keep an eye on the couple, had already dined with Valerie, and she, on her part, anxious to have an ear in the Hulot house, made much of the old maid. It occurred to Valerie to invite Mademoiselle Fischer to a house-warming in the new apartments she was about to move into. Lisbeth, glad to have found another house to dine in, and bewitched by Madame Marneffe, had taken a great fancy to Valerie. Of all the persons she had made acquaintance with, no one had taken so much pains to please her. In fact, Madame Marneffe, full of attentions for Mademoiselle Fischer, found herself in the position towards Lisbeth that Lisbeth held towards the Baroness, Monsieur Rivet, Crevel, and the others who invited her to dinner. The Marneffes had excited Lisbeth's compassion by allowing her to see the extreme poverty of the house, while varnishing it, as usual, with the fairest colors. Their friends were under obligations to them and ungrateful; they had had much illness; Madame Fortin, her mother, had never known of their distress, and had died believing herself wealthy to the end, thanks to their superhuman efforts, and so forth. "Poor people!" said she to her cousin Hulot. "You are right to do what you can for them. They are so brave and so kind. They can hardly live on the 1,000 crowns he gets as deputy head of the office, for they have got into debt since Marshal Montcornet's death. It is barbarity on the part of the government to suppose that a clerk with a wife and family can live in Paris on 2,400 francs a year." And so, within a very short time, a young woman who affected regard for her, who told her everything and consulted her, who flattered her, and seemed ready to yield to her guidance, had become dearer to the eccentric Cousin Lisbeth than all her relations. The Baron, on his part, admiring in Madame Marneffe such propriety, education, and breeding as neither Jenny Cadine nor Josepha, nor any friend of theirs had to show, had fallen in love with her in a month, developing a senile passion, a senseless passion, which had an appearance of reason. In fact, he found here neither the banter, nor the orgies, nor the reckless expenditure, nor the depravity, nor the scorn of social decencies, nor the insolent independence which had brought him to grief alike with the actress and the singer. He was spared, too, the rapacity of the courtesan, like unto the thirst of dry sand. Madame Marneffe, of whom he had made a friend and confidant, made the greatest difficulties over accepting any gift from him. Appointments, official presents, anything you can extract from the government, but do not begin by insulting a woman whom you profess to love, said Valerie. If you do, I shall cease to believe you, and I like to believe you, she added, with a glance like Saint Teresa leering at heaven. Every time he made her a present, there was a fortress to be stormed, a conscience to be over-persuaded. The hapless Baron laid deep stratagems to offer her some trifle, costly nevertheless, proud of having at last met with virtue and the realization of his dreams. In this primitive household, as he assured himself, he was the god as much as in his own. And Monsieur Marneffe seemed at 1,000 leagues from suspecting that the Jupiter of his office intended to descend on his wife in a shower of gold. He was his august chief's humblest slave. Madame Marneffe, 23 years of age, a pure and bashful middle-class wife, a blossom hidden in the Rue de Doyenne, could know nothing of the depravity and demoralizing harlotry which the Baron could no longer think of without disgust, for he had never known the charm of recalcitrant virtue, and the coy Valerie made him enjoy it to the utmost, all along the line, as the saying goes. The question having come to this point between Hector and Valerie, it is not astonishing that Valerie should have heard from Hector the secret of the intended marriage between the great sculptor Steinbock and Hortense Hulot. Between a lover on his promotion and a lady who hesitates long before becoming his mistress, there are contests, uttered or unexpressed, in which a word often betrays a thought, as in fencing the foils fly as briskly as the swords in duel. Then a prudent man follows the example of Monsieur de Turenne. Thus the Baron had hinted at the greater freedom his daughter's marriage would allow him, in reply to the tender Valerie, who more than once had exclaimed, "I cannot imagine how a woman can go wrong for a man who is not wholly hers." And 1,000 times already the Baron had declared that for 25 years all had been at an end between Madame Hulot and himself. "And they say she is so handsome," replied Madame Marneffe. "I want proof." "You shall have it," said the Baron, made happy by this demand, by which his Valerie committed herself. Hector had then been compelled to reveal his plans, already being carried into effect in the Rue Vanneau, to prove to Valerie that he intended to devote to her that half of his life which belonged to his lawful wife, supposing that day and night equally divide the existence of civilized humanity. He spoke of decently deserting his wife, leaving her to herself as soon as Hortense should be married. The Baroness would then spend all her time with Hortense or the young Hulot couple. He was sure of her submission. "And then, my angel, my true life, my real home will be in the Rue Vanneau." "Bless me, how you dispose of me!" said Madame Marneffe. "And my husband?" "That rag!" "To be sure, as compared with you, so he is," said she with a laugh. Madame Marneffe, having heard Steinbock's history, was frantically eager to see the young Count. Perhaps she wished to have some trifle of his work while they still lived under the same roof. This curiosity so seriously annoyed the Baron that Valerie swore to him that she would never even look at Wenceslas. But though she obtained, as the reward of her surrender of this wish, a little tea service of old Sèvres pâte tendre, she kept her wish at the bottom of her heart, as if written on tablets. So one day when she had begged "my cousin Betty" to come to take coffee with her in her room, she opened on the subject of her lover, to know how she might see him without risk. "My dear child," said she, for they called each other "my dear," "why have you never introduced your lover to me? Do you know that within a short time he has become famous?" "He famous?" "He is the one subject of conversation." "Pooh!" cried Lisbeth. "He is going to execute the statue of my father, and I could be of great use to him and help him to succeed in the work, for Madame Montcornet cannot lend him, as I can, a miniature by Saint, a beautiful thing done in 1809, before the Wagram campaign, and given to my poor mother, Montcornet, when he was young and handsome." Saint and Augustin between them held the sceptre of miniature painting under the Empire. "He is going to make a statue, my dear, did you say?" 9 feet high, by the orders of the Minister of War. Why, where have you dropped from that I should tell you the news? Why, the Government is going to give Count Steinbock rooms and a studio at Le Gros Caillou, the depot for marble. Your Pole will be made the director, I should not wonder, with 2,000 francs a year and a ring on his finger." "How do you know all this when I have heard nothing about it?" said Lisbeth at last, shaking off her amazement. "Now, my dear little cousin Betty," said Madame Marneffe in an insinuating voice, "are you capable of devoted friendship, put to any test? Shall we henceforth be sisters? Will you swear to me never to have a secret from me any more than I from you? To act as my spy, as I will be yours? Above all, will you pledge yourself never to betray me either to my husband or to Monsieur Hulot, and never reveal that it was I who told you?" Madame Marneffe broke off in this spurring harangue. Lisbeth frightened her. The peasant woman's face was terrible. Her piercing black eyes had the glare of the tiger's, her face was like that we ascribe to a pythoness. She set her teeth to keep them from chattering, and her whole frame quivered convulsively. She had pushed her clenched fingers under her cap to clutch her hair and support her head, which felt too heavy. She was on fire. The smoke of the flame that scorched her seemed to emanate from her wrinkles, as from the crevices rent by a volcanic eruption. It was a startling spectacle. "Well, why do you stop?" she asked in a hollow voice. "I will be all to you that I have been to him. Oh, I would have given him my life blood." "You loved him, then?" "Like a child of my own." "Well, then," said Madame Marneffe with a breath of relief, "if you only love him in that way, you will be very happy, for you wish him to be happy." Lisbeth replied by a nod as hasty as a madwoman's. "He is to marry your cousin Hortense in a month's time." "Hortense!" shrieked the old maid, striking her forehead and starting to her feet. "Well, but then you were really in love with this young man?" asked Valerie. "My dear, we are bound for life and death, you and I," said Mademoiselle Fischer. "Yes, if you have any love affairs, to me they are sacred. Your vices will be virtues in my eyes, for I shall need your vices." "Then did you live with him?" asked Valerie. "No, I meant to be a mother to him." "I give it up, I cannot understand," said Valerie. "In that case you are neither betrayed nor cheated, and you ought to be very happy to see him so well married; he is now fairly afloat. And at any rate your day is over. Our artist goes to Madame Hulot's every evening as soon as you go out to dinner."
"Adeline!" muttered Lisbeth. "Oh, Adeline, you shall pay for this. I will make you uglier than I am."
"You are as pale as death!" exclaimed Valerie. "There is something wrong? Oh, what a fool I am! The mother and daughter must have suspected that you would raise some obstacles in the way of this affair, since they have kept it from you," said Madame Marneffe. "But if you did not live with the young man, my dear, all this is a greater puzzle to me than my husband's feelings."
"Ah, you don't know," said Lisbeth. "You have no idea of all their tricks. It is the last blow that kills. And how many such blows have I had to bruise my soul! You don't know that from the time when I could first feel, I have been victimized for Adeline. I was beaten and she was petted. I was dressed like a scullion and she had clothes like a lady's. I dug in the garden and cleaned the vegetables, and she never lifted a finger for anything but to make up some finery. She married the Baron, she came to shine at the Emperor's court, while I stayed in our village till 1809, waiting for 4 years for a suitable match. They brought me away, to be sure, but only to make me a workwoman, and to offer me clerks or captains like coal heavers for a husband. I have had their leavings for 26 years, and now, like the story in the Old Testament, the poor relation has one ewe lamb, which is all her joy, and the rich man who has flocks covets the ewe lamb, and steals it without warning, without asking. Adeline has meanly robbed me of my happiness. Adeline, Adeline, I will see you in the mire and sunk lower than myself. And Hortense! I loved her, and she has cheated me. The Baron! No, it is impossible. Tell me again what is really true of all this." "Be calm, my dear child." "Valerie, my darling, I will be calm," said the strange creature, sitting down again. "One thing only can restore me to reason. Give me proofs."
"Your cousin Hortense has the Samson group. Here is a lithograph from it, published in a review. She paid for it out of her pocket money, and it is the Baron who, to benefit his future son in law, is pushing him, getting everything for him." "Water, water!" said Lisbeth, after glancing at the print, below which she read, "A group belonging to Mademoiselle Hulot d'Ervy." "Water! My head is burning. I am going mad." Madame Marneffe fetched some water. Lisbeth took off her cap, unfastened her black hair, and plunged her head into the basin her new friend held for her. She dipped her forehead into it several times and checked the incipient inflammation. After this douche she completely recovered her self command. "Not a word," said she to Madame Marneffe as she wiped her face. "Not a word of all this. You see, I am quite calm. Everything is forgotten. I am thinking of something very different." "She will be in Charenton to morrow, that is very certain," thought Madame Marneffe, looking at the old maid. "What is to be done?" Lisbeth went on. "You see, my angel, there is nothing for it but to hold my tongue, bow my head, and drift to the grave, as all water runs to the river. What could I try to do? I should like to grind them all, Adeline, her daughter, and the Baron, all to dust. But what can a poor relation do against a rich family? It would be the story of the earthen pot and the iron pot." "Yes, you are right," said Valerie. "You can only pull as much hay as you can to your side of the manger. That is all the upshot of life in Paris." "Besides," said Lisbeth, "I shall soon die, I can tell you, if I lose that boy to whom I fancied I could always be a mother, and with whom I counted on living all my days." There were tears in her eyes, and she paused. Such emotion in this woman, made of sulphur and flame, made Valerie shudder. "Well, at any rate, I have found you," said Lisbeth, taking Valerie's hand. "That is some consolation in this dreadful trouble. We shall be true friends, and why should we ever part? I shall never cross your track. No one will ever be in love with me. Those who would have married me would only have done it to secure my cousin Hulot's interest. With energy enough to scale paradise, to have to devote it to procuring bread and water, a few rags and a garret, that is martyrdom, my dear, and I have withered under it." She broke off suddenly, and shot a black flash into Madame Marneffe's blue eyes, a glance that pierced the pretty woman's soul, as the point of a dagger might have pierced her heart. "And what is the use of talking?" she exclaimed in reproof to herself. "I never said so much before, believe me. The tables will be turned yet," she added after a pause. "As you so wisely say, let us sharpen our teeth and pull down all the hay we can get." "You are very wise," said Madame Marneffe, who had been frightened by this scene, and had no remembrance of having uttered this maxim. "I am sure you are right, my dear child. Life is not so long after all, and we must make the best of it, and make use of others to contribute to our enjoyment. Even I have learned that, young as I am. I was brought up a spoilt child. My father married ambitiously, and almost forgot me after making me his idol and bringing me up like a queen's daughter. My poor mother, who filled my head with splendid visions, died of grief at seeing me married to an office clerk with 1,200 francs a year, at 39, an aged and hardened libertine, as corrupt as the hulks, looking on me, as others looked on you, as a means of fortune. Well, in that wretched man I have found the best of husbands. He prefers the squalid sluts he picks up at the street corners, and leaves me free. Though he keeps all his salary to himself, he never asks me where I get money to live on." And she in her turn stopped short, as a woman does who feels herself carried away by the torrent of her confessions. Struck too by Lisbeth's eager attention, she thought well to make sure of Lisbeth before revealing her last secrets. "You see, dear child, how entire is my confidence in you," she presently added, to which Lisbeth replied by a most comforting nod. An oath may be taken by a look and a nod more solemnly than in a court of justice. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 11. "I keep up every appearance of respectability," Valerie went on, laying her hand on Lisbeth's as if to accept her pledge. "I am a married woman and my own mistress to such a degree that in the morning, when Marneffe sets out for the office, if he takes it into his head to say good bye and finds my door locked, he goes off without a word. He cares less for his boy than I care for one of the marble children that play at the feet of one of the river gods in the Tuileries. If I do not come home to dinner, he dines quite contentedly with the maid, for the maid is devoted to monsieur, and he goes out every evening after dinner, and does not come in till 12 or 1 o'clock. Unfortunately, for a year past, I have had no lady's maid, which is as much as to say that I am a widow. I have had one passion, once have been happy. A rich Brazilian, who went away a year ago, my only lapse. He went away to sell his estates, to realize his land, and come back to live in France. What will he find left of his Valerie? A dunghill. Well, it is his fault and not mine. Why does he delay coming so long? Perhaps he has been wrecked, like my virtue." "Good bye, my dear," said Lisbeth abruptly. "We are friends forever. I love you, I esteem you, I am wholly yours. My cousin is tormenting me to go and live in the house you are moving to in the Rue Vanneau, but I would not go, for I saw at once the reasons for this fresh piece of kindness." "Yes, you would have kept an eye on me, I know," said Madame Marneffe. "That was, no doubt, the motive of his generosity," replied Lisbeth. "In Paris, most beneficence is a speculation, as most acts of ingratitude are revenge. To a poor relation you behave as you do to rats to whom you offer a bit of bacon. Now I will accept the Baron's offer, for this house has grown intolerable to me. You and I have wit enough to hold our tongues about everything that would damage us, and tell all that needs telling. So, no blabbing, and we are friends." "Through thick and thin!" cried Madame Marneffe, delighted to have a sheep dog, a confidante, a sort of respectable aunt. "Listen to me. The Baron is doing a great deal in the Rue Vanneau." "I believe you," interrupted Lisbeth. "He has spent 30,000 francs. Where he got the money, I'm sure I don't know, for Josepha the singer bled him dry. Oh, you are in luck," she went on. "The Baron would steal for a woman who held his heart in two little white satin hands like yours." "Well, then," said Madame Marneffe, with the liberality of such creatures, which is mere recklessness, "look here, my dear child, take away from here everything that may serve your turn in your new quarters, that chest of drawers, that wardrobe and mirror, the carpet, the curtains." Lisbeth's eyes dilated with excessive joy; she was incredulous of such a gift. "You are doing more for me in a breath than my rich relations have done in 30 years," she exclaimed. "They have never even asked themselves whether I had any furniture at all. On his first visit, a few weeks ago, the Baron made a rich man's face on seeing how poor I was. Thank you, my dear, and I will give you your money's worth; you will see how by and by." Valerie went out on the landing with her Cousin Betty, and the two women embraced. "Peuh! How she stinks of hard work!" said the pretty little woman to herself when she was alone. "I shall not embrace you often, my dear cousin. At the same time, I must look sharp. She must be skilfully managed, for she can be of use, and help me to make my fortune." Like the true Creole of Paris, Madame Marneffe abhorred trouble. She had the calm indifference of a cat, which never jumps or runs but when urged by necessity. To her, life must be all pleasure, and the pleasure without difficulties. She loved flowers, provided they were brought to her. She could not imagine going to the play but to a good box, at her own command, and in a carriage to take her there. Valerie inherited these courtesan tastes from her mother, on whom General Montcornet had lavished luxury when he was in Paris, and who for 20 years had seen all the world at her feet, who had been wasteful and prodigal, squandering her all in the luxurious living of which the programme has been lost since the fall of Napoleon. The grandees of the Empire were a match in their follies for the great nobles of the last century. Under the Restoration, the nobility cannot forget that it has been beaten and robbed, and so, with 2 or 3 exceptions, it has become thrifty, prudent, and stay at home, in short, bourgeois and penurious. Since then, 1830 has crowned the work of 1793. In France, henceforth, there will be great names, but no great houses, unless there should be political changes which we can hardly foresee. Everything takes the stamp of individuality. The wisest invest in annuities. Family pride is destroyed. The bitter pressure of poverty, which had stung Valerie to the quick on the day when, to use Marneffe's expression, she had "caught on" with Hulot, had brought the young woman to the conclusion that she would make a fortune by means of her good looks. So, for some days, she had been feeling the need of having a friend about her to take the place of a mother, a devoted friend to whom such things may be told as must be hidden from a waiting maid, and who could act, come and go, and think for her, a beast of burden resigned to an unequal share of life. Now she, quite as keenly as Lisbeth, had understood the Baron's motives for fostering the intimacy between his cousin and herself. Prompted by the formidable perspicacity of the Parisian half-breed, who spends her days stretched on a sofa, turning the lantern of her detective spirit on the obscurest depths of souls, sentiments, and intrigues, she had decided on making an ally of the spy. This supremely rash step was perhaps premeditated. She had discerned the true nature of this ardent creature, burning with wasted passion, and meant to attach her to herself. Thus their conversation was like the stone a traveller casts into an abyss to demonstrate its depth. And Madame Marneffe had been terrified to find this old maid a combination of Iago and Richard III, so feeble as she seemed, so humble, and so little to be feared. For that instant Lisbeth Fischer had been her real self, that Corsican and savage temperament, bursting the slender bonds that held it under, had sprung up to its terrible height as the branch of a tree flies up from the hand of a child that has bent it down to gather the green fruit. To those who study the social world, it must always be a matter of astonishment to see the fullness, the perfection, and the rapidity with which an idea develops in a virgin nature. Virginity, like every other monstrosity, has its special richness, its absorbing greatness. Life, whose forces are always economized, assumes in the virgin creature an incalculable power of resistance and endurance. The brain is reinforced in the sum total of its reserved energy. When really chaste natures need to call on the resources of body or soul, and are required to act or to think, they have muscles of steel, or intuitive knowledge in their intelligence, diabolical strength, or the black magic of the will. From this point of view, the Virgin Mary, even if we regard her only as a symbol, is supremely great above every other type, whether Hindu, Egyptian, or Greek. Virginity, the mother of great things, magna parens rerum, holds in her fair white hands the keys of the upper worlds. In short, that grand and terrible exception deserves all the honors decreed to her by the Catholic Church. Thus, in one moment, Lisbeth Fischer had become the Mohican whose snares none can escape, whose dissimulation is inscrutable, whose swift decisiveness is the outcome of the incredible perfection of every organ of sense. She was hatred and revenge, as implacable as they are in Italy, Spain, and the East. These two feelings, the obverse of friendship and love carried to the utmost, are known only in lands scorched by the sun. But Lisbeth was also a daughter of Lorraine, bent on deceit. She accepted this detail of her part against her will. She began by making a curious attempt, due to her ignorance. She fancied, as children do, that being imprisoned meant the same thing as solitary confinement. But this is the superlative degree of imprisonment, and that superlative is the privilege of the criminal bench. As soon as she left Madame Marneffe, Lisbeth hurried off to Monsieur Rivet, and found him in his office. "Well, my dear Monsieur Rivet," she began, when she had bolted the door of the room, "you were quite right. Those Poles, they are low villains, all alike, men who know neither law nor fidelity." "And who want to set Europe on fire," said the peaceable Rivet, "to ruin every trade and every trader for the sake of a country that is all bogland, they say, and full of horrible Jews, to say nothing of the Cossacks and the peasants, a sort of wild beasts classed by mistake with human beings. Your Poles do not understand the times we live in. We are no longer barbarians. War is coming to an end, my dear mademoiselle. It went out with the monarchy. This is the age of triumph for commerce and industry and middle-class prudence, such as were the making of Holland. Yes," he went on with animation, "we live in a period when nations must obtain all they need by the legal extension of their liberties and by the pacific action of constitutional institutions. That is what the Poles do not see, and I hope You were saying, my dear," he added, interrupting himself when he saw from his workwoman's face that high politics were beyond her comprehension. "Here is the schedule," said Lisbeth. "If I don't want to lose my 3,210 francs, I must clap this rogue into prison." "Didn't I tell you so?" cried the oracle of the Saint Denis quarter. The Rivets, successor to Pons Brothers, had kept their shop still in the Rue des Mauvaises Paroles, in the ancient Hôtel Langeais, built by that illustrious family at the time when the nobility still gathered round the Louvre. "Yes, and I blessed you on my way here," replied Lisbeth. "If he suspects nothing, he can be safe in prison by 8 o'clock in the morning," said Rivet, consulting the almanac to ascertain the hour of sunrise. "But not till the day after to morrow, for he cannot be imprisoned till he has had notice that he is to be arrested by writ, with the option of payment or imprisonment. And so—" "What an idiotic law!" exclaimed Lisbeth. "Of course the debtor escapes." "He has every right to do so," said the assessor, smiling. "So this is the way—" "As to that," said Lisbeth, interrupting him, "I will take the paper and hand it to him, saying that I have been obliged to raise the money, and that the lender insists on this formality. I know my gentleman; he will not even look at the paper, he will light his pipe with it." "Not a bad idea, not bad, Mademoiselle Fischer. Well, make your mind easy, the job shall be done. But stop a minute. To put your man in prison is not the only point to be considered. You only want to indulge in that legal luxury in order to get your money. Who is to pay you?" "Those who give him money." "To be sure. I forgot that the Minister of War had commissioned him to erect a monument to one of our late customers. Ah, the House has supplied many a uniform to General Montcornet; he soon blackened them with the smoke of cannon. A brave man he was, and he paid on the nail." "A Marshal of France may have saved the Emperor or his country. He paid on the nail will always be the highest praise he can have from a tradesman." "Very well. And on Saturday, Monsieur Rivet, you shall have the flat tassels. By the way, I am moving from the Rue de Doyenne. I am going to live in the Rue Vanneau." "You are very right. I could not bear to see you in that hole, which, in spite of my aversion to the Opposition, I must say is a disgrace. I repeat it, yes, is a disgrace to the Louvre and the Place du Carrousel. I am devoted to Louis Philippe; he is my idol; he is the august and exact representative of the class on whom he founded his dynasty, and I can never forget what he did for the trimming makers by restoring the National Guard." "When I hear you speak so, Monsieur Rivet, I cannot help wondering why you are not made a deputy." "They are afraid of my attachment to the dynasty," replied Rivet. "My political enemies are the kings. He has a noble character, they are a fine family. In short," he said, returning to the charge, "he is our ideal, morality, economy, everything. But the completion of the Louvre is one of the conditions on which we gave him the crown, and the civil list, which I admit had no limit set to it, leaves the heart of Paris in a most melancholy state. It is because I am so strongly in favor of the middle course that I should like to see the middle of Paris in a better condition. Your part of the town is positively terrifying; you would have been murdered there one fine day. And so your Monsieur Crevel has been made major of his division. He will come to us, I hope, for his big epaulette." "I am dining with him to night, and will send him to you." Lisbeth believed that she had secured her Livonian to herself by cutting him off from all communication with the outer world. If he could no longer work, the artist would be forgotten as completely as a man buried in a cellar, where she alone would go to see him. Thus she had 2 happy days, for she hoped to deal a mortal blow at the Baroness and her daughter. To go to Crevel's house in the Rue de Saussay, she crossed the Pont du Carrousel, went along the Quai Voltaire, the Quai d'Orsay, the Rue Bellechasse, Rue de l'Université, the Pont de la Concorde, and the Avenue de Marigny. This illogical route was traced by the logic of passion, always the foe of the legs. Cousin Betty, as long as she followed the line of the quays, kept watch on the opposite shore of the Seine, walking very slowly. She had guessed rightly. She had left Wenceslas dressing; she at once understood that, as soon as he should be rid of her, the lover would go off to the Baroness' by the shortest road. And, in fact, as she wandered along by the parapet of the Quai Voltaire, in fancy suppressing the river and walking along the opposite bank, she recognized the artist as he came out of the Tuileries to cross the Pont Royal. She there came up with the faithless one, and could follow him unseen, for lovers rarely look behind them. She escorted him as far as Madame Hulot's house, where he went in like an accustomed visitor. This crowning proof, confirming Madame Marneffe's revelations, put Lisbeth quite beside herself. She arrived at the newly promoted major's door in the state of mental irritation which prompts men to commit murder, and found Monsieur Crevel senior in his drawing room, awaiting his children, Monsieur and Madame Hulot junior. But Célestin Crevel was so unconscious and so perfect a type of the Parisian parvenu that we can scarcely venture so unceremoniously into the presence of César Birotteau's successor. Célestin Crevel was a world in himself, and he, even more than Rivet, deserves the honors of the palette by reason of his importance in this domestic drama. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 12. Have you ever observed how in childhood, or at the early stages of social life, we create a model for our own imitation, with our own hands, as it were, and often without knowing it? The banker's clerk, for instance, as he enters his master's drawing room, dreams of possessing such another. If he makes a fortune, it will not be the luxury of the day 20 years later that you will find in his house, but the old-fashioned splendor that fascinated him of yore. It is impossible to tell how many absurdities are due to this retrospective jealousy. And in the same way we know nothing of the follies due to the covert rivalry that urges men to copy the type they have set themselves, and exhaust their powers in shining with a reflected light, like the moon. Crevel was deputy mayor because his predecessor had been. He was major because he coveted César Birotteau's epaulettes. In the same way, struck by the marvels wrought by Grindot the architect, at the time when fortune had carried his master to the top of the wheel, Crevel had never looked at both sides of a crown piece, to use his own language, when he wanted to "do up" his rooms. He had gone with his purse open and his eyes shut to Grindot, who by this time was quite forgotten. It is impossible to guess how long an extinct reputation may survive, supported by such stale admiration. So Grindot, for the 1000th time, had displayed his white and gold drawing room panelled with crimson damask. The furniture, of rosewood, clumsily carved, as such work is done for the trade, had in the country been the source of just pride in Paris workmanship on the occasion of an industrial exhibition. The candelabra, the fire-dogs, the fender, the chandelier, the clock, were all in the most unmeaning style of scroll work. The round table, a fixture in the middle of the room, was a mosaic of fragments of Italian and antique marbles, brought from Rome, where these dissected maps are made of mineralogical specimens, for all the world like tailor's patterns, an object of perennial admiration to Crevel's citizen friends. The portraits of the late lamented Madame Crevel, of Crevel himself, of his daughter and his son-in-law, hung on the walls, two and two. They were the work of Pierre Grassou, the favored painter of the bourgeoisie, to whom Crevel owed his ridiculous Byronic attitude. The frames, costing 1,000 francs each, were quite in harmony with this coffee-house magnificence, which would have made any true artist shrug his shoulders. Money never yet missed the smallest opportunity of being stupid. We should have in Paris 10 Venices if our retired merchants had had the instinct for fine things characteristic of the Italians. Even in our own day a Milanese merchant could leave 500,000 francs to the Duomo to regild the colossal statue of the Virgin that crowns the edifice. Canova, in his will, desired his brother to build a church costing 4,000,000 francs, and that brother adds something on his own account. Would a citizen of Paris, and they all, like Rivet, love their Paris in their heart, ever dream of building the spires that are lacking to the towers of Notre Dame? And only think of the sums that revert to the state in property for which no heirs are found. All the improvements of Paris might have been completed with the money spent on stucco castings, gilt mouldings, and sham sculpture during the last 15 years by individuals of the Crevel stamp. Beyond this drawing room was a splendid boudoir, furnished with tables and cabinets in imitation of Boule. The bedroom, smart with chintz, also opened out of the drawing room. Mahogany in all its glory infested the dining room, and Swiss views, gorgeously framed, graced the panels. Crevel, who hoped to travel in Switzerland, had set his heart on possessing the scenery in painting till the time should come when he might see it in reality. So, as will have been seen, Crevel, the mayor's deputy, of the Legion of Honor and of the National Guard, had faithfully reproduced all the magnificence, even as to furniture, of his luckless predecessor. Under the Restoration, where one had sunk, this other, quite overlooked, had come to the top, not by any strange stroke of fortune, but by the force of circumstance. In revolutions, as in storms at sea, solid treasure goes to the bottom, and light trifles are floated to the surface. César Birotteau, a royalist, in favor and envied, had been made the mark of bourgeois hostility, while bourgeoisie triumphant found its incarnation in Crevel. This apartment, at a rent of 1,000 crowns, crammed with all the vulgar magnificence that money can buy, occupied the first floor of a fine old house between a courtyard and a garden. Everything was as spick and span as the beetles in an entomological case, for Crevel lived very little at home. This gorgeous residence was the ambitious citizen's legal domicile. His establishment consisted of a woman cook and a valet. He hired 2 extra men, and had a dinner sent in by Chevet whenever he gave a banquet to his political friends, to men he wanted to dazzle, or to a family party. The seat of Crevel's real domesticity, formerly in the Rue Notre Dame de Lorette, with Mademoiselle Héloïse Brisetout, had lately been transferred, as we have seen, to the Rue Chauchat. Every morning the retired merchant, every ex-tradesman is a retired merchant, spent 2 hours in the Rue des Saussets to attend to business, and gave the rest of his time to Mademoiselle Zaire, which annoyed Zaire very much. Orosmane Crevel had a fixed bargain with Mademoiselle Héloïse. She owed him 500 francs worth of enjoyment every month, and no bills delivered. He paid separately for his dinner and all extras. This agreement, with certain bonuses, for he made her a good many presents, seemed cheap to the ex-attaché of the great singer, and he would say to widowers who were fond of their daughters that it paid better to job your horses than to have a stable of your own. At the same time, if the reader remembers the speech made to the Baron by the porter at the Rue Chauchat, Crevel did not escape the coachman and the groom. Crevel, as may be seen, had turned his passionate affection for his daughter to the advantage of his self-indulgence. The immoral aspect of the situation was justified by the highest morality. And then the ex-perfumer derived from this style of living, it was the inevitable, a free and easy life, Régence, Pompadour, Maréchal de Richelieu, what not, a certain veneer of superiority. Crevel set up for being a man of broad views, a fine gentleman with an air and grace, a liberal man with nothing narrow in his ideas, and all for the small sum of about 1,200 to 1,500 francs a month. This was the result not of hypocritical policy, but of middle-class vanity, though it came to the same in the end. On the Bourse, Crevel was regarded as a man superior to his time, and especially as a man of pleasure, a bon vivant. In this particular, Crevel flattered himself that he had overtopped his worthy friend Birotteau by 100 cubits. "And is it you," cried Crevel, flying into a rage as he saw Lisbeth enter the room, "who have plotted this marriage between Mademoiselle Hulot and your young Count, whom you have been bringing up by hand for her?" "You don't seem best pleased at it," said Lisbeth, fixing a piercing eye on Crevel. "What interest can you have in hindering my cousin's marriage? for it was you, I am told, who hindered her marrying Monsieur Lebas' son." "You are a good soul and to be trusted," said Crevel. "Well, then, do you suppose that I will ever forgive Monsieur Hulot for the crime of having robbed me of Josepha, especially when he turned a decent girl, whom I should have married in my old age, into a good for nothing slut, a mountebank, an opera singer? No, no, never." "He is a very good fellow, too, is Monsieur Hulot," said Cousin Betty. "Amiable, very amiable, too amiable," replied Crevel. "I wish him no harm. But I do wish to have my revenge, and I will have it. It is my one idea." "And is that desire the reason why you no longer visit Madame Hulot?" "Possibly." "Aha! Then you were courting my fair cousin?" said Lisbeth with a smile. "I thought as much." "And she treated me like a dog, worse, like a footman. Nay, I might say like a political prisoner. But I will succeed yet," said he, striking his brow with his clenched fist. Poor man! It would be dreadful to catch his wife deceiving him after being packed off by his mistress. "Josepha?" cried Crevel. "Has Josepha thrown him over, packed him off, turned him out neck and crop? Bravo, Josepha, you have avenged me. I will send you a pair of pearls to hang in your ears, my ex-sweetheart. I knew nothing of it, for after I had seen you, on the day after that when the fair Adeline had shown me the door, I went back to visit the Lebas at Corbeil, and have but just come back. Heloise played the very devil to get me into the country, and I have found out the purpose of her game. She wanted me out of the way while she gave a house-warming in the Rue Chauchat, with some artists and players and writers. She took me in. But I can forgive her, for Heloise amuses me. She is a Dejazet under a bushel. What a character the hussy is! There is the note I found last evening. "Dear old chap, I have pitched my tent in the Rue Chauchat. I have taken the precaution of getting a few friends to clean up the paint. All is well. Come when you please, monsieur. Hagar awaits her Abraham. Heloise will have some news for me, for she has her Bohemia at her fingers' end." "But Monsieur Hulot took the disaster very calmly," said Lisbeth. "Impossible!" cried Crevel, stopping in a parade as regular as the swing of a pendulum. "Monsieur Hulot is not as young as he was," Lisbeth remarked significantly. "I know that," said Crevel, "but in one point we are alike. Hulot cannot do without an attachment. He is capable of going back to his wife; it would be a novelty for him, but an end to my vengeance. You smile, Mademoiselle Fischer. Ah! Perhaps you know something." "I am smiling at your notions," replied Lisbeth. "Yes, my cousin is still handsome enough to inspire a passion. I should certainly fall in love with her if I were a man." "Cut and come again!" exclaimed Crevel. "You are laughing at me. The Baron has already found consolation?" Lisbeth bowed affirmatively. "He is a lucky man if he can find a second Josepha within 24 hours," said Crevel. "But I am not altogether surprised, for he told me one evening at supper that when he was a young man he always had 3 mistresses on hand, that he might not be left high and dry: the one he was giving over, the one in possession, and the one he was courting for a future emergency. He had some smart little workwoman in reserve, no doubt, in his fish pond, his Parc aux Cerfs. He is very Louis XV., is my gentleman. He is in luck to be so handsome. However, he is aging, his face shows it. He is taken up with some little milliner?" "Dear me, no," replied Lisbeth. "Oh!" cried Crevel, "what would I not do to hinder him from hanging up his hat? I could not win back Josepha; women of that kind never come back to their first love. Besides, it is truly said, such a return is not love. But, Cousin Betty, I would pay down 50,000 francs, that is to say, I would spend it, to rob that great good-looking fellow of his mistress, and to show him that a major with a portly stomach and a brain made to become mayor of Paris though he is a grandfather, is not to have his mistress tickled away by a poacher without turning the tables." "My position," said Lisbeth, "compels me to hear everything and know nothing. You may talk to me without fear; I never repeat a word of what any one may choose to tell me. How can you suppose I should ever break that rule of conduct? No one would ever trust me again." "I know," said Crevel, "you are the very jewel of old maids. Still, come, there are exceptions. Look here, the family have never settled an allowance on you?" "But I have my pride," said Lisbeth. "I do not choose to be an expense to anybody." "If you will but help me to my revenge," the tradesman went on, "I will sink 10,000 francs in an annuity for you. Tell me, my fair cousin, tell me who has stepped into Josepha's shoes, and you will have money to pay your rent, your little breakfast in the morning, the good coffee you love so well. You might allow yourself pure Mocha, eh? And a very good thing is pure Mocha." "I do not care so much for the 10,000 francs in an annuity, which would bring me nearly 500 francs a year, as for absolute secrecy," said Lisbeth. "For you see, my dear Monsieur Crevel, the Baron is very good to me. He is to pay my rent." "Oh yes, long may that last! I advise you to trust him," cried Crevel. "Where will he find the money?" "Ah, that I don't know. At the same time, he is spending more than 30,000 francs on the rooms he is furnishing for this little lady." "A lady? What, a woman in society? The rascal, what luck he has! He is the only favorite." "A married woman, and quite the lady," Lisbeth affirmed. "Really and truly?" cried Crevel, opening wide eyes flashing with envy quite as much as at the magic words, "quite the lady." "Yes, really," said Lisbeth. "Clever, a musician, 23, a pretty innocent face, a dazzling white skin, teeth like a puppy's, eyes like stars, a beautiful forehead, and tiny feet. I never saw the like; they are not wider than her stay busk." "And ears?" asked Crevel, keenly alive to this catalogue of charms. "Ears for a model," she replied. "And small hands?" "I tell you, in few words, a gem of a woman, and high-minded, and modest, and refined, a beautiful soul, an angel, and with every distinction, for her father was a Marshal of France." "A Marshal of France!" shrieked Crevel, positively bounding with excitement. "Good heavens! By the Holy Piper! By all the joys in paradise! The rascal! I beg your pardon, cousin, I am going crazy. I think I would give 100,000 francs." "I dare say you would, and I tell you she is a respectable woman, a woman of virtue. The Baron has forked out handsomely." "He has not a sou, I tell you." "There is a husband he has pushed." "Where did he push him?" asked Crevel with a bitter laugh. "He is promoted to be second in his office. This husband who will oblige, no doubt. And his name is down for the Cross of the Legion of Honor." "The Government ought to be judicious and respect those who have the cross by not flinging it broadcast," said Crevel with the look of an aggrieved politician. "But what is there about the man, that old bulldog of a Baron?" he went on. "It seems to me that I am quite a match for him." And he struck an attitude as he looked at himself in the glass. "Heloise has told me many a time, at moments when a woman speaks the truth, that I was wonderful." "Oh," said Lisbeth, "women like big men. They are almost always good natured. And if I had to decide between you and the Baron, I should choose you. Monsieur Hulot is amusing, handsome, and has a figure; but you are substantial, and then, you see, you look an even greater scamp than he does." "It is incredible how all women, even pious women, take to men who have that about them," exclaimed Crevel, putting his arm round Lisbeth's waist, he was so jubilant. "The difficulty does not lie there," said Betty. "You must see that a woman who is getting so many advantages will not be unfaithful to her patron for nothing. And it would cost you more than 100 odd thousand francs. for our little friend can look forward to seeing her husband at the head of his office within 2 years' time. It is poverty that is dragging the poor little angel into that pit." Crevel was striding up and down the drawing-room in a state of frenzy. "He must be uncommonly fond of the woman?" he inquired after a pause, while his desires, thus goaded by Lisbeth, rose to a sort of madness. "You may judge for yourself," replied Lisbeth. "I don't believe he has had that of her," said she, snapping her thumb-nail against one of her enormous white teeth. "And he has given her 10,000 francs worth of presents already." "What a good joke it would be," cried Crevel, "if I got to the winning post first!" "Good heavens, it is too bad of me to be telling you all this tittle-tattle," said Lisbeth, with an air of compunction. "No, I mean to put your relations to the blush. To-morrow I shall invest in your name such a sum in 5 per cents as will give you 600 francs a year; but then you must tell me everything, his Dulcinea's name and residence. To you I will make a clean breast of it. I never have had a real lady for a mistress, and it is the height of my ambition. Mahomet's houris are nothing in comparison with what I fancy a woman of fashion must be. In short, it is my dream, my mania, and to such a point that I declare to you the Baroness Hulot, to me, will never be 50," said he, unconsciously plagiarizing one of the greatest wits of the last century. "I assure you, my good Lisbeth, I am prepared to sacrifice 100, 200 Hush! Here are the young people. I see them crossing the courtyard. I shall never have learned anything through you, I give you my word of honor, for I do not want you to lose the Baron's confidence. Quite the contrary. He must be amazingly fond of this woman, that old boy." "He is crazy about her," said Lisbeth. "He could not find 40,000 francs to marry his daughter off, but he has got them somehow for his new passion." "And do you think that she loves him?" "At his age?" said the old maid. "Oh, what an owl I am!" cried Crevel, "when I myself allowed Heloise to keep her artist exactly as Henri IX. Allowed Gabrielle her Belgrade. Alas! Old age, old age!" "Good morning, Celestine. How do, my jewel? And the brat? Ah, here he comes. On my honor, he is beginning to be like me. Good day, Hulot. Quite well? We shall soon be having another wedding in the family." Celestine and her husband, as a hint to their father, glanced at the old maid, who audaciously asked, in reply to Crevel, "Indeed, whose?" Crevel put on an air of reserve which was meant to convey that he would make up for her indiscretions. "That of Hortense," he replied, "but it is not yet quite settled. I have just come from the Lebas, and they were talking of Mademoiselle Popinot as a suitable match for their son, the young Councillor, for he would like to get the presidency of a provincial court. Now, come to dinner." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 13. By 7 o'clock Lisbeth had returned home in an omnibus, for she was eager to see Wenceslas, whose dupe she had been for 3 weeks, and to whom she was carrying a basket filled with fruit by the hands of Crevel himself, whose attentions were doubled towards his Cousin Betty. She flew up to the attic at a pace that took her breath away, and found the artist finishing the ornamentation of a box to be presented to the adored Hortense. The framework of the lid represented hydrangeas, in French called hortensias, among which little loves were playing. The poor lover, to enable him to pay for the materials of the box, of which the panels were of malachite, had designed 2 candlesticks for Florent and Chanor, and sold them the copyright, 2 admirable pieces of work. "You have been working too hard these last few days, my dear fellow," said Lisbeth, wiping the perspiration from his brow, and giving him a kiss. "Such laborious diligence is really dangerous in the month of August. Seriously, you may injure your health. Look, here are some peaches and plums from Monsieur Crevel. Now, do not worry yourself so much. I have borrowed 2,000 francs, and, short of some disaster, we can repay them when you sell your clock. At the same time, the lender seems to me suspicious, for he has just sent in this document." She laid the writ under the model sketch of the statue of General Montcornet. "For whom are you making this pretty thing?" said she, taking up the model sprays of hydrangea in red wax which Wenceslas had laid down while eating the fruit. "For a jeweler." "For what jeweler?" "I do not know. Stidmann asked me to make something out of them, as he is very busy." "But these," she said in a deep voice, "are Hortensias. How is it that you have never made anything in wax for me? Is it so difficult to design a pin, a little box, what not, as a keepsake?" And she shot a fearful glance at the artist, whose eyes were happily lowered. "And yet you say you love me?" "Can you doubt it, mademoiselle?" "That is indeed an ardent mademoiselle. Why, you have been my only thought since I found you dying, just there. When I saved you, you vowed you were mine. I mean to hold you to that pledge, but I made a vow to myself. I said to myself, 'Since the boy says he is mine, I mean to make him rich and happy.' Well, and I can make your fortune." "How?" said the hapless artist, at the height of joy, and too artless to dream of a snare. "Why, thus," said she. Lisbeth could not deprive herself of the savage pleasure of gazing at Wenceslas, who looked up at her with filial affection, the expression really of his love for Hortense, which deluded the old maid. Seeing in a man's eyes, for the first time in her life, the blazing torch of passion, she fancied it was for her that it was lighted. "Monsieur Crevel will back us to the extent of 100,000 francs to start in business, if, as he says, you will marry me. He has queer ideas, has the worthy man. Well, what do you say to it?" she added. The artist, as pale as the dead, looked at his benefactress with a lustreless eye, which plainly spoke his thoughts. He stood stupefied and open-mouthed. "I never before was so distinctly told that I am hideous," said she with a bitter laugh. "Mademoiselle," said Steinbock, "my benefactress can never be ugly in my eyes. I have the greatest affection for you. But I am not yet 30, and—" "I am 43," said Lisbeth. "My cousin Adeline is 48, and men are still madly in love with her. But then she is handsome, she is." 15 years between us, mademoiselle. How could we get on together? For both our sakes, I think we should be wise to think it over. My gratitude shall be fully equal to your great kindness, and your money shall be repaid in a few days." "My money!" cried she. "You treat me as if I were nothing but an unfeeling usurer." "Forgive me," said Wenceslas, "but you remind me of it so often. Well, it is you who have made me. Do not crush me." "You mean to be rid of me, I can see," said she, shaking her head. "Who has endowed you with this strength of ingratitude, you who are a man of papier mache? Have you ceased to trust me, your good genius? Me, when I have spent so many nights working for you, when I have given you every franc I have saved in my lifetime, when for 4 years I have shared my bread with you, the bread of a hard-worked woman, and given you all I had, to my very courage." "Mademoiselle, no more, no more!" he cried, kneeling before her with uplifted hands. "Say not another word. In 3 days I will tell you, you shall know all. Let me be happy." And he kissed her hands. "I love, and I am loved." "Well, well, my child, be happy," she said, lifting him up. And she kissed his forehead and hair with the eagerness that a man condemned to death must feel as he lives through the last morning. "Ah, you are of all creatures the noblest and best. You are a match for the woman I love," said the poor artist. "I love you well enough to tremble for your future fate," said she gloomily. "Judas hanged himself; the ungrateful always come to a bad end. You are deserting me, and you will never again do any good work." Consider whether, without being married, for I know I am an old maid, and I do not want to smother the blossom of your youth, your poetry, as you call it, in my arms that are like vine stalks, but whether, without being married, we could not get on together. Listen, I have the commercial spirit. I could save you a fortune in the course of 10 years' work, for economy is my name. While with a young wife, who would be sheer expenditure, you would squander everything, you would work only to indulge her. But happiness creates nothing but memories. Even I, when I am thinking of you, sit for hours with my hands in my lap. Come, Wenceslas, stay with me. Look here, I understand all about it. You shall have your mistresses, pretty ones too, like that little Marneffe woman who wants to see you, and who will give you happiness you could never find with me. Then, when I have saved you 30,000 francs a year in the funds—" "Mademoiselle, you are an angel, and I shall never forget this hour," said Wenceslas, wiping away his tears. "That is how I like to see you, my child," said she, gazing at him with rapture. Vanity is so strong a power in us all that Lisbeth believed in her triumph. She had conceded so much when offering him Madame Marneffe. It was the crowning emotion of her life. For the first time she felt the full tide of joy rising in her heart. To go through such an experience again, she would have sold her soul to the devil. "I am engaged to be married," Steinbock replied, "and I love a woman with whom no other can compete or compare. But you are, and always will be, to me the mother I have lost." The words fell like an avalanche of snow on a burning crater. Lisbeth sat down. She gazed with despondent eyes on the youth before her, on his aristocratic beauty, the artist's brow, the splendid hair, everything that appealed to her suppressed feminine instincts, and tiny tears moistened her eyes for an instant and immediately dried up. She looked like one of those meagre statues which the sculptors of the Middle Ages carved on monuments. "I cannot curse you," said she, suddenly rising. You are but a boy. God preserve you." She went downstairs and shut herself into her own room. "She is in love with me, poor creature," said Wenceslas to himself. "And how fervently eloquent! She is crazy." This last effort on the part of an arid and narrow nature to keep hold on an embodiment of beauty and poetry was in truth so violent that it can only be compared to the frenzied vehemence of a shipwrecked creature making the last struggle to reach shore. On the next day but one, at 4:30 in the morning, when Count Steinbock was sunk in the deepest sleep, he heard a knock at the door of his attic. He rose to open it, and saw 2 men in shabby clothing, and a third, whose dress proclaimed him a bailiff down on his luck. "You are Monsieur Wenceslas, Count Steinbock?" said this man. "Yes, monsieur." "My name is Grasset, sir, successor to Louchard, sheriff's officer." "What then?" "You are under arrest, sir. You must come with us to prison, to Clichy. Please to get dressed. We have done the civil, as you see. I have brought no police, and there is a hackney cab below." "You are safely nabbed, you see," said one of the bailiffs, "and we look to you to be liberal." Steinbock dressed and went downstairs, a man holding each arm. When he was in the cab, the driver started without orders, as knowing where he was to go, and within half an hour the unhappy foreigner found himself safely under bolt and bar without even a remonstrance, so utterly amazed was he. At 10 o'clock he was sent for to the prison office, where he found Lisbeth, who, in tears, gave him some money to feed himself adequately, and to pay for a room large enough to work in. "My dear boy," said she, "never say a word of your arrest to anybody. Do not write to a living soul. It would ruin you for life. We must hide this blot on your character. I will soon have you out. I will collect the money. Be quite easy. Write down what you want for your work. You shall soon be free, or I will die for it." "Oh, I shall owe you my life a second time," cried he, "for I should lose more than my life if I were thought a bad fellow." Lisbeth went off in great glee. She hoped, by keeping her artist under lock and key, to put a stop to his marriage by announcing that he was a married man, pardoned by the efforts of his wife, and gone off to Russia. To carry out this plan, at about 3 o'clock she went to the Baroness, though it was not the day when she was due to dine with her. But she wished to enjoy the anguish which Hortense must endure at the hour when Wenceslas was in the habit of making his appearance. "Have you come to dinner?" asked the Baroness, concealing her disappointment. "Well, yes." "That's well," replied Hortense. "I will go and tell them to be punctual, for you do not like to be kept waiting." Hortense nodded reassuringly to her mother, for she intended to tell the manservant to send away Monsieur Steinbock if he should call. The man, however, happened to be out, so Hortense was obliged to give her orders to the maid, and the girl went upstairs to fetch her needlework and sit in the anteroom. "And about my lover?" said Cousin Betty to Hortense when the girl came back. "You never ask about him now?" "To be sure, what is he doing?" said Hortense. "He has become famous. You ought to be very happy," she added in an undertone to Lisbeth. "Everybody is talking of Monsieur Wenceslas Steinbock." "A great deal too much," replied she in her clear tones. "Monsieur is departing. If it were only a matter of charming him so far as to defy the attractions of Paris, I know my power. But they say that in order to secure the services of such an artist, the Emperor Nicholas has pardoned him." "Nonsense!" said the Baroness. "When did you hear that?" asked Hortense, who felt as if her heart had the cramp. "Well," said the villainous Lisbeth, "a person to whom he is bound by the most sacred ties. His wife wrote yesterday to tell him so. He wants to be off. Oh, he will be a great fool to give up France to go to Russia." Hortense looked at her mother, but her head sank on one side. The Baroness was only just in time to support her daughter, who dropped fainting, and as white as her lace kerchief. "Lisbeth, you have killed my child!" cried the Baroness. "You were born to be our curse." "Bless me, what fault of mine is this, Adeline?" replied Lisbeth, as she rose with a menacing aspect, of which the Baroness, in her alarm, took no notice. "I was wrong," said Adeline, supporting the girl. "Ring." At this instant the door opened. The women both looked round and saw Wenceslas Steinbock, who had been admitted by the cook in the maid's absence. "Hortense!" cried the artist, with one spring to the group of women. And he kissed his betrothed before her mother's eyes, on the forehead, and so reverently that the Baroness could not be angry. It was a better restorative than any smelling salts. Hortense opened her eyes, saw Wenceslas, and her color came back. In a few minutes she had quite recovered. "So this was your secret," said Lisbeth, smiling at Wenceslas, and affecting to guess the facts from her two cousins' confusion. "But how did you steal away my lover?" said she, leading Hortense into the garden. Hortense artlessly told the romance of her love. Her father and mother, she said, being convinced that Lisbeth would never marry, had authorized the Count's visits. Only Hortense, like a full-blown Agnes, attributed to chance her purchase of the group and the introduction of the artist, who, by her account, had insisted on knowing the name of his first purchaser. Presently Steinbock came out to join the cousins, and thanked the old maid effusively for his prompt release. Lisbeth replied Jesuitically that the creditor having given very vague promises, she had not hoped to be able to get him out before the morrow, and that the person who had lent her the money, ashamed perhaps of such mean conduct, had been beforehand with her. The old maid appeared to be perfectly content, and congratulated Wenceslas on his happiness. "You bad boy," said she before Hortense and her mother. "If you had only told me the evening before last that you loved my cousin Hortense, and that she loved you, you would have spared me many tears. I thought that you were deserting your old friend, your governess, while, on the contrary, you are to become my cousin. Henceforth you will be connected with me, remotely, it is true, but by ties that amply justify the feelings I have for you. and she kissed Wenceslas on the forehead. Hortense threw herself into Lisbeth's arms and melted into tears. "I owe my happiness to you," said she, "and I will never forget it." "Cousin Betty," said the Baroness, embracing Lisbeth in her excitement at seeing matters so happily settled, "the Baron and I owe you a debt of gratitude, and we will pay it. Come and talk things over with me," she added, leading her away. So Lisbeth, to all appearances, was playing the part of a good angel to the whole family. She was adored by Crevel and Hulot, by Adeline and Hortense. "We wish you to give up working," said the Baroness. "If you earn 40 sous a day, Sundays excepted, that makes 600 francs a year. Well, then, how much have you saved?" 4,500 francs. "Poor Betty!" said her cousin. She raised her eyes to heaven, so deeply was she moved at the thought of all the labor and privation such a sum must represent accumulated during 30 years. Lisbeth, misunderstanding the meaning of the exclamation, took it as the ironical pity of the successful woman, and her hatred was strengthened by a large infusion of venom at the very moment when her cousin had cast off her last shred of distrust of the tyrant of her childhood. "We will add 10,500 francs to that sum," said Adeline, "and put it in trust, so that you shall draw the interest for life with reversion to Hortense. Thus you will have 600 francs a year." Lisbeth feigned the utmost satisfaction. When she went in, her handkerchief to her eyes, wiping away tears of joy, Hortense told her of all the favors being showered on Wenceslas, beloved of the family. So when the Baron came home, he found his family all present, for the Baroness had formally accepted Wenceslas by the title of son, and the wedding was fixed, if her husband should approve, for a day a fortnight hence. The moment he came into the drawing-room, Hulot was rushed at by his wife and daughter, who ran to meet him, Adeline to speak to him privately, and Hortense to kiss him. "You have gone too far in pledging me to this, madame," said the Baron sternly. "You are not married yet," he added, with a look at Steinbock, who turned pale. "He has heard of my imprisonment," said the luckless artist to himself. "Come, children," said he, leading his daughter and the young man into the garden. They all sat down on the moss-eaten seat in the summer-house. "Monsieur le Comte, do you love my daughter as well as I loved her mother?" he asked. "More, monsieur," said the sculptor. "Her mother was a peasant's daughter, and had not a farthing of her own." "Only give me Mademoiselle Hortense just as she is, without a trousseau even." "So I should think," said the Baron, smiling. "Hortense is the daughter of the Baron Hulot d'Ervy, Councillor of State, high up in the War Office, Grand Commander of the Legion of Honor, and the brother to Count Hulot, whose glory is immortal, and who will ere long be Marshal of France, and she has a marriage portion." "It is true," said the impassioned artist, "I must seem very ambitious. But if my dear Hortense were a laborer's daughter, I would marry her." "That is just what I wanted to know," replied the Baron. "Run away, Hortense, and leave me to talk business with Monsieur le Comte. He really loves you, you see." "Oh, papa, I was sure you were only in jest," said the happy girl. "My dear Steinbock," said the Baron, with elaborate grace of diction and the most perfect manners, as soon as he and the artist were alone, "I promised my son a fortune of 200,000 francs, of which the poor boy has never had a sou, and he never will get any of it. My daughter's fortune will also be 200,000 francs, for which you will give a receipt. Yes, Monsieur le Baron. You go too fast," said Hulot. "Have the goodness to hear me out. I cannot expect from a son-in-law such devotion as I look for from my son. My son knew exactly all I could and would do for his future promotion. He will be a minister, and will easily make good his 200,000 francs. But with you, young man, matters are different. I shall give you a bond for 60,000 francs in State funds at 5% in your wife's name. This income will be diminished by a small charge in the form of an annuity to Lisbeth. But she will not live long. She is consumptive, I know. Tell no one, it is a secret. Let the poor soul die in peace. My daughter will have a trousseau worth 20,000 francs. Her mother will give her 6,000 francs worth of diamonds." "Monsieur, you overpower me," said Steinbock, quite bewildered. "As to the remaining 120,000 francs—" "Say no more, monsieur," said Wenceslas. "I ask only for my beloved Hortense." "Will you listen to me, effervescent youth? As to the remaining 120,000 francs, I have not got them, but you will have them." "Monsieur?" "You will get them from the Government in payment for commissions which I will secure for you. I pledge you my word of honor. You are to have a studio, you see, at the Government depot. Exhibit a few fine statues, and I will get you received at the Institute. The highest personages have a regard for my brother and for me, and I hope to succeed in securing for you a commission for sculpture at Versailles, up to a quarter of the whole sum. You will have orders from the city of Paris and from the Chamber of Peers. In short, my dear fellow, you will have so many that you will be obliged to get assistants. In that way I shall pay off my debt to you. You must say whether this way of giving a portion will suit you, whether you are equal to it." "I am equal to making a fortune for my wife single handed if all else failed," cried the artist nobleman. "That is what I admire," cried the Baron. "High-minded youth that fears nothing. Come," he added, clasping hands with the young sculptor to conclude the bargain, "you have my consent. We will sign the contract on Sunday next, and the wedding shall be on the following Saturday, my wife's fete day." "It is all right," said the Baroness to her daughter, who stood glued to the window. "Your suitor and your father are embracing each other." On going home in the evening, Wenceslas found the solution of the mystery of his release. The porter handed him a thick sealed packet containing the schedule of his debts, with a signed receipt affixed at the bottom of the writ, and accompanied by this letter: "My dear Wenceslas, I went to fetch you at 10 o'clock this morning to introduce you to a Royal Highness who wishes to see you. There I learned that the duns had had you conveyed to a certain little domain, chief town, Clichy Castle. So I went off to Léon de Lora, and told him for a joke that you could not leave your country quarters for lack of 4,000 francs, and that you would spoil your future prospects if you did not make your bow to your royal patron. Happily, Bridau was there, a man of genius who has known what it is to be poor, and has heard your story. My boy, between them they have found the money, and I went off to pay the Turk who committed treason against genius by putting you in quod. As I had to be at the Tuileries at noon, I could not wait to see you sniffing the outer air. I know you to be a gentleman, and I answered for you to my two friends, but look them up to-morrow. Léon and Bridau do not want your cash; they will ask you to do them each a group, and they are right. At least, so thinks the man who wishes he could sign himself your rival, but is only your faithful ally. Stidmann. P.S. I told the Prince you were away and would not return till tomorrow, so he said, 'Very good, tomorrow.'" Count Wenceslas went to bed in sheets of purple, without a rose leaf to wrinkle them, that favor can make for us. Favor, the halting divinity who moves more slowly for men of genius than either justice or fortune, because Jove has not chosen to bandage her eyes. Hence, lightly deceived by the display of impostors, and attracted by their frippery and trumpets, she spends the time in seeing them and the money in paying them, which she ought to devote to seeking out men of merit in the nooks where they hide. It will now be necessary to explain how Monsieur le Baron Hulot had contrived to count up his expenditure on Hortense's wedding portion, and at the same time to defray the frightful cost of the charming rooms where Madame Marneffe was to make her home. His financial scheme bore that stamp of talent which leads prodigals and men in love into the quagmires where so many disasters await them. Nothing can demonstrate more completely the strange capacity communicated by vice, to which we owe the strokes of skill which ambitious or voluptuous men can occasionally achieve, or, in short, any of the devil's pupils. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 14. On the day before, old Johann Fischer, unable to pay 30,000 francs drawn for on him by his nephew, had found himself under the necessity of stopping payment unless the Baron could remit the sum. This ancient worthy, with the white hairs of 70 years, had such blind confidence in Hulot, who, to the old Bonapartist, was an emanation from the Napoleonic sun, that he was calmly pacing his anteroom with the bank clerk, in the little ground-floor apartment that he rented for 800 francs a year as the headquarters of his extensive dealings in corn and forage. "Marguerite is gone to fetch the money from close by," said he. The official, in his grey uniform braided with silver, was so convinced of the old Alsatian's honesty that he was prepared to leave the 30,000 francs worth of bills in his hands, but the old man would not let him go, observing that the clock had not yet struck 8. A cab drew up, the old man rushed into the street, and held out his hand to the Baron with sublime confidence. Hulot handed him out 30,000-franc notes. "Go on 3 doors further, and I will tell you why," said Fischer. "Here, young man," he said, returning to count out the money to the bank emissary, whom he then saw to the door. When the clerk was out of sight, Fischer called back the cab containing his august nephew, Napoleon's right hand, and said, as he led him into the house: "You do not want them to know at the Bank of France that you paid me the 30,000 francs after endorsing the bills? It was bad enough to see them signed by such a man as you." "Come to the bottom of your little garden, Father Fischer," said the important man. "You are hearty?" he went on, sitting down under a vine arbor and scanning the old man from head to foot, as a dealer in human flesh scans a substitute for the conscription. "Ay, hearty enough for a tontine," said the lean little old man. His sinews were wiry and his eye bright. "Does heat disagree with you?" "Quite the contrary." "What do you say to Africa?" "A very nice country. The French went there with the little corporal Napoleon." "To get us all out of the present scrape, you must go to Algiers," said the Baron. "And how about my business?" "An official in the War Office, who has to retire and has not enough to live on with his pension, will buy your business." "And what am I to do in Algiers?" "Supply the commissariat with victuals, corn, and forage. I have your commission ready filled in and signed. You can collect supplies in the country at 70% below the prices at which you can credit us." "How shall we get them?" "Oh, by raids, by taxes in kind, and the Caliphate. The country is little known, though we settled there 8 years ago. Algeria produces vast quantities of corn and forage. When this produce belongs to Arabs, we take it from them under various pretenses. When it belongs to us, the Arabs try to get it back again. There's a great deal of fighting over the corn, and no one ever knows exactly how much each party has stolen from the other. There is not time in the open field to measure the corn as we do in the Paris market, or the hay as it is sold in the Rue d'Enfer. The Arab chiefs, like our Spahis, prefer hard cash, and sell the plunder at a very low price. The commissariat needs a fixed quantity and must have it. It winks at exorbitant prices calculated on the difficulty of procuring food, and the dangers to which every form of transport is exposed. That is Algiers from the army contractor's point of view. It is a muddle tempered by the ink bottle, like every incipient government. We shall not see our way through it for another 10 years, we who have to do the governing, but private enterprise has sharp eyes. So I am sending you there to make a fortune. I give you the job, as Napoleon put an impoverished marshal at the head of a kingdom where smuggling might be secretly encouraged. I am ruined, my dear Fischer. I must have 100,000 francs within a year." "I see no harm in getting it out of the Bedouins," said the Alsatian calmly. "It was always done under the Empire." "The man who wants to buy your business will be here this morning and pay you 10,000 francs down," the Baron went on. "That will be enough, I suppose, to take you to Africa?" The old man nodded assent. "As to capital out there, be quite easy. I will draw the remainder of the money due if I find it necessary." "All I have is yours, my very blood," said old Fischer. "Oh, do not be uneasy," said Hulot, fancying that his uncle saw more clearly than was the fact. "As to our excise dealings, your character will not be impugned. Everything depends on the authority at your back. Now I myself appointed the authorities out there. I am sure of them. This, Uncle Fischer, is a dead secret between us. I know you well, and I have spoken out without concealment or circumlocution." "It shall be done," said the old man. "And it will go on " "For 2 years. You will have made 100,000 francs of your own to live happy on in the Vosges." "I will do as you wish. My honor is yours," said the little old man quietly. "That is the sort of man I like. However, you must not go till you have seen your grandniece happily married. She is to be a countess." But even taxes and raids, and the money paid by the War Office clerk for Fischer's business, could not forthwith provide 60,000 francs to give Hortense, to say nothing of her trousseau, which was to cost about 5,000, and the 40,000 spent or to be spent on Madame Marneffe. Where, then, had the Baron found the 30,000 francs he had just produced? This was the history. A few days previously, Hulot had insured his life for the sum of 150,000 francs for 3 years in 2 separate companies. Armed with the policies, of which he paid the premium, he had spoken as follows to the Baron de Nucingen, a peer of the Chamber, in whose carriage he found himself after a sitting, driving home, in fact, to dine with him. "Baron, I want 70,000 francs, and I apply to you. You must find some one to lend his name, to whom I will make over the right to draw my pay for 3 years. It amounts to 25,000 francs a year, that is 75,000 francs. You will say, 'But you may die.' The banker signified his assent. Here, then, is a policy of insurance for 150,000 francs, which I will deposit with you till you have drawn up the 80,000 francs," said Hulot, producing the document from his pocket. "But if you should lose your place?" said the millionaire Baron, laughing. The other Baron, not a millionaire, looked grave. "Be quite easy, I only raised the question to show you that I was not devoid of merit in handing you the sum. Are you so short of cash? For the bank will take your signature." "My daughter is to be married," said Baron Hulot, "and I have no fortune. Like every one else who remains in office in these thankless times, when 500 ordinary men seated on benches will never reward the men who devote themselves to the service as handsomely as the Emperor did." "Well, well, but you had Josepha on your hands," replied Nucingen, "and that accounts for everything. Between ourselves, the Duc d'Herouville has done you a very good turn by removing that leech from sucking your purse dry. 'I have known what that is, and can pity your case,'" he quoted. "Take a friend's advice. Shut up shop, or you will be done for." This dirty business was carried out in the name of one Vauvinet, a small money lender, one of those jobbers who stand forward to screen great banking houses, like the little fish that is said to attend the shark. This stock jobber's apprentice was so anxious to gain the patronage of Monsieur le Baron Hulot, that he promised the great man to negotiate bills of exchange for 30,000 francs at 80 days, and pledged himself to renew them 4 times and never pass them out of his hands. Fischer's successor was to pay 40,000 francs for the house and the business, with the promise that he should supply forage to a department close to Paris. This was the desperate maze of affairs into which a man who had hitherto been absolutely honest was led by his passions, one of the best administrative officials under Napoleon. Peculation to pay the moneylenders, and borrowing of the money lenders to gratify his passions and provide for his daughter. All the efforts of this elaborate prodigality were directed at making a display before Madame Marneffe, and to playing Jupiter to this middle-class Danae. A man could not expend more activity, intelligence, and presence of mind in the honest acquisition of a fortune than the Baron displayed in shoving his head into a wasp's nest. He did all the business of his department, he hurried on the upholsterers, he talked to the workmen, he kept a sharp lookout on the smallest details of the house in the Rue Vanneau. Wholly devoted to Madame Marneffe, he nevertheless attended the sittings of the Chambers, he was everywhere at once, and neither his family nor anybody else discovered where his thoughts were. Adeline, quite amazed to hear that her uncle was rescued, and to see a handsome sum figure in the marriage contract, was not altogether easy, in spite of her joy at seeing her daughter married under such creditable circumstances. But on the day before the wedding, fixed by the Baron to coincide with Madame Marneffe's removal to her new apartment, Hector allayed his wife's astonishment by this ministerial communication: "Now, Adeline, our girl is married. All our anxieties on the subject are at an end. The time is come for us to retire from the world. I shall not remain in office more than 3 years longer, only the time necessary to secure my pension. Why henceforth should we be at any unnecessary expense? Our apartment costs us 6,000 francs a year in rent. We have 4 servants, we eat 30,000 francs worth of food in a year. If you want me to pay off my bills, for I have pledged my salary for the sums I needed to give Hortense her little money and pay off your uncle." "You did very right," said she, interrupting her husband and kissing his hands. This explanation relieved Adeline of all her fears. "I shall have to ask some little sacrifices of you," he went on, disengaging his hands and kissing his wife's brow. "I have found in the Rue Plumet a very good flat on the first floor, handsome, splendidly panelled, at only 1,500 francs a year, where you would need only one woman to wait on you, and I could be quite content with a boy." "Yes, my dear." "If we keep house in a quiet way, keeping up a proper appearance, of course, we should not spend more than 6,000 francs a year, excepting my private account, which I will provide for." The generous-hearted woman threw her arms round her husband's neck in her joy. "How happy I shall be, beginning again to show you how truly I love you!" she exclaimed. "And what a capital manager you are!" "We will have the children to dine with us once a week. I, as you know, rarely dine at home. You can very well dine twice a week with Victorin and twice a week with Hortense. And as I believe I may succeed in making matters up completely between Crevel and us, we can dine once a week with him. These 5 dinners and our own at home will fill up the week all but one day, supposing that we may occasionally be invited to dine elsewhere." "I shall save a great deal for you," said Adeline. "Oh," he cried, "you are the pearl of women." "My kind, divine Hector, I shall bless you with my latest breath," said she, "for you have done well for my dear Hortense." This was the beginning of the end of the beautiful Madame Hulot's home, and, it may be added, of her being totally neglected, as Hulot had solemnly promised Madame Marneffe. Crevel, the important and burly, being invited as a matter of course to the party given for the signing of the marriage contract, behaved as though the scene with which this drama opened had never taken place, as though he had no grievance against the Baron. Celestin Crevel was quite amiable; he was perhaps rather too much the ex-perfumer, but as a major he was beginning to acquire majestic dignity. He talked of dancing at the wedding. "Fair lady," said he politely to the Baroness, "people like us know how to forget. Do not banish me from your home. Honor me, pray, by gracing my house with your presence now and then to meet your children. Be quite easy, I will never say anything of what lies buried at the bottom of my heart. I behaved, indeed, like an idiot. for I should lose too much by cutting myself off from seeing you." "Monsieur, an honest woman has no ears for such speeches as those you refer to. If you keep your word, you need not doubt that it will give me pleasure to see an end of a coolness which must always be painful in a family." "Well, you sulky old fellow," said Hulot, dragging Crevel out into the garden, "you avoid me everywhere, even in my own house. Are two admirers of the fair sex to quarrel for ever over a petticoat? Come, this is really too plebeian." "I, monsieur, am not such a fine man as you are, and my small attractions hinder me from repairing my losses so easily as you can." "Sarcastic," said the Baron. "Irony is allowable from the vanquished to the conqueror." The conversation, begun in this strain, ended in a complete reconciliation. Still, Crevel maintained his right to take his revenge. Madame Marneffe particularly wished to be invited to Mademoiselle Hulot's wedding. To enable him to receive his future mistress in his drawing room, the great official was obliged to invite all the clerks of his division down to the deputy head clerks inclusive. Thus a grand ball was a necessity. The Baroness, as a prudent housewife, calculated that an evening party would cost less than a dinner, and allow of a larger number of invitations. So Hortense's wedding was much talked about. Marshal Prince Wissembourg and the Baron de Nucingen signed in behalf of the bride, the Comte de Rastignac and Popinot in behalf of Steinbock. Then, as the highest nobility among the Polish emigrants had been civil to Count Steinbock since he had become famous, the artist thought himself bound to invite them. The State Council and the War Office, to which the Baron belonged, and the army anxious to do honor to the Comte de Forzheim, were all represented by their magnates. There were nearly 200 indispensable invitations. How natural, then, that little Madame Marneffe was bent on figuring in all her glory amid such an assembly. The Baroness had, a month since, sold her diamonds to set up her daughter's house, while keeping the finest for the trousseau. The sale realized 15,000 francs, of which 5,000 were sunk in Hortense's clothes. And what was 10,000 francs for the furniture of the young folks' apartment, considering the demands of modern luxury? However, young Monsieur and Madame Hulot, old Crevel, and the Comte de Forzheim made very handsome presents, for the old soldier had set aside a sum for the purchase of plate. Thanks to these contributions, even an exacting Parisian would have been pleased with the rooms the young couple had taken in the Rue Saint Dominique, near the Invalides. Everything seemed in harmony with their love, pure, honest, and sincere. At last the great day dawned, for it was to be a great day not only for Wenceslas and Hortense, but for old Hulot too. Madame Marneffe was to give a house-warming in her new apartment the day after becoming Hulot's mistress en titre, and after the marriage of the lovers. Who but has once in his life been a guest at a wedding ball? Every reader can refer to his reminiscences, and will probably smile as he calls up the images of all that company in their Sunday best faces, as well as their finest frippery. If any social event can prove the influence of environment, is it not this? In fact, the Sunday best mood of some reacts so effectually on the rest, that the men who are most accustomed to wearing full dress look just like those to whom the party is a high festival, unique in their life. And think too of the serious old men, to whom such things are so completely a matter of indifference that they are wearing their everyday black coats. The long married men, whose faces betray their sad experience of the life the young pair are but just entering on. And the lighter elements, present as carbonic acid gas is in champagne. And the envious girls, the women absorbed in wondering if their dress is a success. The poor relations whose parsimonious get-up contrasts with that of the officials in uniform, and the greedy ones thinking only of the supper, and the gamblers thinking only of cards. There are some of every sort, rich and poor, envious and envied, philosophers and dreamers, all grouped like the plants in a flower bed round the rare choice blossom, the bride. A wedding ball is an epitome of the world. At the liveliest moment of the evening, Crevel led the Baron aside, and said in a whisper, with the most natural manner possible: "By Jove, that's a pretty woman, the little lady in pink who has opened a racking fire on you from her eyes." "Which?" "The wife of that clerk you are promoting, heaven knows how, Madame Marneffe." "What do you know about it?" "Listen, Hulot. I will try to forgive you the ill you have done me, if only you will introduce me to her. I will take you to Heloise. Everybody is asking who is that charming creature. Are you sure that it will strike no one how and why her husband's appointment got itself signed? You happy rascal, she is worth a whole office. I would serve in her office only too gladly. Come, Cinna, let us be friends." "Better friends than ever," said the Baron to the perfumer. "And I promise you I will be a good fellow. Within a month you shall dine with that little angel. For it is an angel this time, old boy. And I advise you, like me, to have done with the devils." Cousin Betty, who had moved to the Rue Vanneau, into a nice little apartment on the third floor, left the ball at 10 o'clock, but came back to see with her own eyes the two bonds bearing 1,200 francs interest. One of them was the property of the Countess Steinbock, the other was in the name of Madame Hulot. It was thus intelligible that Monsieur Crevel should have spoken to Hulot about Madame Marneffe as knowing what was a secret to the rest of the world; for as Monsieur Marneffe was away, no one but Lisbeth Fischer, besides the Baron and Valerie, was initiated into the mystery. The Baron had made a blunder in giving Madame Marneffe a dress far too magnificent for the wife of a subordinate official. Other women were jealous alike of her beauty and of her gown. There was much whispering behind fans, for the poverty of the Marneffes was known to every one in the office. The husband had been petitioning for help at the very moment when the Baron had been so smitten with Madame. Also, Hector could not conceal his exultation at seeing Valerie's success; and she, severely proper, very ladylike, and greatly envied, was the object of that strict examination which women so greatly fear when they appear for the first time in a new circle of society. After seeing his wife into a carriage with his daughter and his son in law, Hulot managed to escape unperceived, leaving his son and Celestine to do the honors of the house. He got into Madame Marneffe's carriage to see her home, but he found her silent and pensive, almost melancholy. "My happiness makes you very sad, Valerie," said he, putting his arm round her and drawing her to him. "Can you wonder, my dear," said she, "that a hapless woman should be a little depressed at the thought of her first fall from virtue, even when her husband's atrocities have set her free? Do you suppose that I have no soul, no beliefs, no religion? Your glee this evening has been really too barefaced. You have paraded me odiously. Really, a schoolboy would have been less of a coxcomb. And the ladies have dissected me with their side glances and their satirical remarks. Every woman has some care for her reputation, and you have wrecked mine. Oh, I am yours, and no mistake. And I have not an excuse left but that of being faithful to you. Monster that you are!" she added, laughing and allowing him to kiss her. "You knew very well what you were doing. Madame Coquet, our chief clerk's wife, came to sit down by me, and admired my lace. 'English point,' said she. 'Was it very expensive, madame?' 'I do not know; this lace was my mother's. I am not rich enough to buy the like,' said I." Madame Marneffe, in short, had so bewitched the old beau that he really believed she was sinning for the first time for his sake, and that he had inspired such a passion as had led her to this breach of duty. She told him that the wretch Marneffe had neglected her after they had been 3 days married, and for the most odious reasons. Since then she had lived as innocently as a girl; marriage had seemed to her so horrible. This was the cause of her present melancholy. "If love should prove to be like marriage," said she in tears. These insinuating lies, with which almost every woman in Valerie's predicament is ready, gave the Baron distant visions of the roses of the seventh heaven. And so Valerie coquetted with her lover, while the artist and Hortense were impatiently awaiting the moment when the Baroness should have given the girl her last kiss and blessing. At 7 in the morning, the Baron, perfectly happy, for his Valerie was at once the most guileless of girls and the most consummate of demons, went back to release his son and Celestine from their duties. All the dancers, for the most part strangers, had taken possession of the territory, as they do at every wedding ball, and were keeping up the endless figures of the cotillions, while the gamblers were still crowding round the bouillotte tables, and old Crevel had won 6,000 francs. The morning papers, carried round the town, contained this paragraph in the Paris article: "The marriage was celebrated this morning at the church of Saint Thomas d'Aquin between Monsieur le Comte Steinbock and Mademoiselle Hortense Hulot, daughter of Baron Hulot d'Ervy, Councillor of State and a director at the War Office, niece of the famous General Comte de Pforzheim. The ceremony attracted a large gathering. There were present some of the most distinguished artists of the day, Léon de Lora, Joseph Bridau, Stidmann, and Bixiou. The magnates of the War Office, of the Council of State, and many members of the two Chambers, also the most distinguished of the Polish exiles living in Paris, Counts Paz, Laginski, and others. Monsieur le Comte Wenceslas Steinbock is grand-nephew to the famous general who served under Charles XII., King of Sweden. The young Count, having taken part in the Polish rebellion, found a refuge in France, where his well-earned fame as a sculptor has procured him a patent of naturalization." And so, in spite of the Baron's cruel lack of money, nothing was lacking that public opinion could require, not even the trumpeting of the newspapers over his daughter's marriage, which was solemnized in the same way, in every particular, as his son's had been to Mademoiselle Crevel. This display moderated the reports current as to the Baron's financial position, while the fortune assigned to his daughter explained the need for having borrowed money. Here ends what is, in a way, the introduction to this story. It is to the drama that follows what the premise is to a syllogism, what the prologue is to a classical tragedy. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 15. In Paris, when a woman determines to make a business, a trade of her beauty, it does not follow that she will make a fortune. Lovely creatures may be found there, and full of wit, who are in wretched circumstances, ending in misery a life begun in pleasure. And this is why. It is not enough merely to accept the shameful life of a courtesan with a view to earning its profits, and at the same time to bear the simple garb of a respectable middle-class wife. Vice does not triumph so easily. It resembles genius in so far that they both need a concurrence of favorable conditions to develop the coalition of fortune and gifts. Eliminate the strange prologue of the Revolution, and the Emperor would never have existed. He would have been no more than a second edition of Faber. Venal beauty, if it finds no amateurs, no celebrity, no cross of dishonor earned by squandering men's fortunes, is Correggio in a hayloft, is genius starving in a garret. Lais in Paris must first and foremost find a rich man mad enough to pay her price. She must keep up a very elegant style, for this is her shop sign. She must be sufficiently well bred to flatter the vanity of her lovers. She must have the brilliant wit of a Sophie Arnould, which diverts the apathy of rich men. Finally, she must arouse the passions of libertines by appearing to be mistress to one man only who is envied by the rest. These conditions, which a woman of that class calls being in luck, are difficult to combine in Paris, although it is a city of millionaires, of idlers, of used-up and capricious men. Providence has, no doubt, vouchsafed protection to clerks and middle-class citizens, for whom obstacles of this kind are at least double in the sphere in which they move. At the same time, there are enough Madame Marneffes in Paris to allow of our taking Valerie to figure as a type in this picture of manners. Some of these women yield to the double pressure of a genuine passion and of hard necessity, like Madame Colville, who was for long attached to one of the famous orators of the left, Keller the banker. Others are spurred by vanity, like Madame de la Baudraye, who remained almost respectable in spite of her elopement with Lousteau. Some, again, are led astray by the love of fine clothes, and some by the impossibility of keeping a house going on obviously too narrow means. The stinginess of the State or of Parliament leads to many disasters and to much corruption. At the present moment, the laboring classes are the fashionable object of compassion. They are being murdered, it is said, by the manufacturing capitalist. But the government is 100 times harder than the meanest tradesman. It carries its economy in the article of salaries to absolute folly. If you work harder, the merchant will pay you more in proportion. But what does the State do for its crowd of obscure and devoted toilers? In a married woman, it is an inexcusable crime when she wanders from the path of honor. Still, there are degrees even in such a case. Some women, far from being depraved, conceal their fall and remain to all appearances quite respectable, like those two just referred to, while others add to their fault the disgrace of speculation. Thus Madame Marneffe is, as it were, the type of those ambitious married courtesans who from the first accept depravity with all its consequences, and determine to make a fortune while taking their pleasure, perfectly unscrupulous as to the means. But almost always a woman like Madame Marneffe has a husband who is her confederate and accomplice. These Machiavellis in petticoats are the most dangerous of the sisterhood. Of every evil class of Parisian woman, they are the worst. A mere courtesan, a Josepha, a Malaga, a Madame Schantz, a Jenny Cadine, carries in her frank dishonor a warning signal as conspicuous as the red lamp of a house of ill fame or the flaring lights of a gambling hell. A man knows that they light him to his ruin. But mealy-mouthed propriety, the semblance of virtue, the hypocritical ways of a married woman who never allows anything to be seen but the vulgar needs of the household, and affects to refuse every kind of extravagance, leads to silent ruin, dumb disaster, which is all the more startling because, though condoned, it remains unaccounted for. It is the ignoble bill of daily expenses, and not gay dissipation, that devours the largest fortune. The father of a family ruins himself ingloriously, and the great consolation of gratified vanity is wanting in his misery. This little sermon will go like a javelin to the heart of many a home. Madame Marneffes are to be seen in every sphere of social life, even at court, for Valerie is a melancholy fact, modeled from the life in the smallest details. And alas! the portrait will not cure any man of the folly of loving these sweetly smiling angels, with pensive looks and candid faces, whose heart is a cash-box. About 3 years after Hortense's marriage, in 1841, Baron Hulot d'Ervy was supposed to have sown his wild oats, to have put up his horses, to quote the expression used by Louis XV's head surgeon, and yet Madame Marneffe was costing him twice as much as Josepha had ever cost him. Still, Valerie, though always nicely dressed, affected the simplicity of a subordinate official's wife. She kept her luxury for her dressing gowns, her home wear. She thus sacrificed her Parisian vanity to her dear Hector. At the theatre, however, she always appeared in a pretty bonnet and a dress of extreme elegance, and the Baron took her in a carriage to a private box. Her rooms, the whole of the second floor of a modern house in the Rue Vanneau, between a forecourt and a garden, was redolent of respectability. All its luxury was in good chintz hangings and handsome, convenient furniture. Her bedroom, indeed, was the exception, and rich with such profusion as Jenny Cadine or Madame Schontz might have displayed. There were lace curtains, cashmere hangings, brocade portières, a set of chimney ornaments modelled by Stidmann, a glass cabinet filled with dainty knickknacks. Hulot could not bear to see his Valerie in a bower of inferior magnificence to the dunghill of gold and pearls owned by Josepha. The drawing-room was furnished with red damask, and the dining-room had carved oak panels. But the Baron, carried away by his wish to have everything in keeping, had, at the end of 6 months, added solid luxury to mere fashion, and had given her handsome portable property, as, for instance, a service of plate that was to cost more than 24,000 francs. Madame Marneffe's house had in a couple of years achieved a reputation for being a very pleasant one. Gambling went on there. Valerie herself was soon spoken of as an agreeable and witty woman. To account for her change of style, a rumor was set going of an immense legacy bequeathed to her by her natural father, Marshal Montcornet, and left in trust. With an eye to the future, Valerie had added religious to social hypocrisy. Punctual at the Sunday services, she enjoyed all the honors due to the pious. She carried the bag for the offertory, she was a member of a charitable association, presented bread for the sacrament, and did some good among the poor, all at Hector's expense. Thus everything about the house was extremely seemly. And a great many persons maintained that her friendship with the Baron was entirely innocent, supporting the view by the gentleman's mature age, and ascribing to him a platonic liking for Madame Marneffe's pleasant wit, charming manners, and conversation, such a liking as that of the late lamented Louis XVIII for a well-turned note. The Baron always withdrew with the other company at about midnight, and came back a quarter of an hour later. The secret of this secrecy was as follows. The lodge keepers of the house were a Monsieur and Madame Olivier, who, under the Baron's patronage, had been promoted from their humble and not very lucrative post in the Rue du Doyenné to the highly paid and handsome one in the Rue Vanneau. Now, Madame Olivier, formerly a needlewoman in the household of Charles X, who had fallen in the world with the legitimate branch, had 3 children. The eldest, an underclerk in a notary's office, was object of his parents' adoration. This Benjamin, for 6 years in danger of being drawn for the army, was on the point of being interrupted in his legal career, when Madame Marneffe contrived to have him declared exempt for one of those little malformations which the examining board can always discern when requested in a whisper by some power in the ministry. So Olivier, formerly a huntsman to the king, and his wife would have crucified the Lord again for the Baron or for Madame Marneffe. What could the world have to say? It knew nothing of the former episode of the Brazilian, Monsieur Montes de Montejanos. It could say nothing. Besides, the world is very indulgent to the mistress of a house where amusement is to be found. And then, to all her charms, Valerie added the highly prized advantage of being an occult power. Claude Vignon, now secretary to Marshal the Prince de Wissembourg, and dreaming of promotion to the Council of State as a Master of Appeals, was constantly seen in her rooms, to which came also some deputies, good fellows and gamblers. Madame Marneffe had got her circle together with prudent deliberation. Only men whose opinions and habits agreed foregathered there, men whose interest it was to hold together and to proclaim the many merits of the lady of the house. Scandal is the true Holy Alliance in Paris. Take that as an axiom. Interests invariably fall asunder in the end. Vicious natures can always agree. Within 3 months of settling in the Rue Vanneau, Madame Marneffe had entertained Monsieur Crevel, who by that time was mayor of his arrondissement and officer of the Legion of Honor. Crevel had hesitated. He would have to give up the famous uniform of the National Guard in which he strutted at the Tuileries, believing himself quite as much a soldier as the Emperor himself. But ambition, urged by Madame Marneffe, had proved stronger than vanity. Then Monsieur le Maire had considered his connection with Mademoiselle Heloise Brisetout as quite incompatible with his political position. Indeed, long before his accession to the civic chair of the mayoralty, his gallant intimacies had been wrapped in the deepest mystery. But, as the reader may have guessed, Crevel had soon purchased the right of taking his revenge, as often as circumstances allowed, for having been bereft of Josepha, at the cost of a bond bearing 6,000 francs of interest in the name of Valerie Fortin, wife of Sieur Marneffe, for her sole and separate use. Valerie, inheriting perhaps from her mother the special acumen of the kept woman, read the character of her grotesque adorer at a glance. The phrase, "I never had a lady for a mistress," spoken by Crevel to Lisbeth, and repeated by Lisbeth to her dear Valerie, had been handsomely discounted in the bargain by which she got her 6,000 francs a year in 5 per cents. And since then she had never allowed her prestige to grow less in the eyes of César Birotteau's erewhile bagman. Crevel himself had married for money the daughter of a miller of La Brie, an only child indeed, whose inheritance constituted 3/4 of his fortune. For when retail dealers grow rich, it is generally not so much by trade as through some alliance between the shop and rural thrift. A large proportion of the farmers, corn factors, dairy keepers, and market gardeners in the neighborhood of Paris dream of the glories of the desk for their daughters, and look upon a shopkeeper, a jeweler, or a money changer as a son in law after their own heart, in preference to a notary or an attorney, whose superior social position is a ground of suspicion. They are afraid of being scorned in the future by these citizen bigwigs. Madame Crevel, ugly, vulgar, and silly, had given her husband no pleasures but those of paternity. She died young. Her libertine husband, fettered at the beginning of his commercial career by the necessity for working, and held in thrall by want of money, had led the life of Tantalus. Thrown in, as he phrased it, with the most elegant women in Paris, he let them out of the shop with servile homage, while admiring their grace, their way of wearing the fashions, and all the nameless charms of what is called breeding. To rise to the level of one of these fairies of the drawing-room was a desire formed in his youth, but buried in the depths of his heart. Thus, to win the favors of Madame Marneffe was to him not merely the realization of his chimera, but, as has been shown, a point of pride, of vanity, of self-satisfaction. His ambition grew with success, his brain was turned with elation, and when the mind is captivated, the heart feels more keenly, every gratification is doubled. Also, it must be said that Madame Marneffe offered to Crevel a refinement of pleasure of which he had no idea. Neither Josepha nor Heloise had loved him, and Madame Marneffe thought it necessary to deceive him thoroughly, for this man, she saw, would prove an inexhaustible till. The deceptions of a venal passion are more delightful than the real thing. True love is mixed up with bird-like squabbles, in which the disputants wound each other to the quick. But a quarrel without animus is, on the contrary, a piece of flattery to the dupe's conceit. The rare interviews granted to Crevel kept his passion at a white heat. He was constantly blocked by Valerie's virtuous severity. She acted remorse, and wondered what her father must be thinking of her in the paradise of the brave. Again and again he had to contend with a sort of coldness, which the cunning slut made him believe he had overcome by seeming to surrender to the man's crazy passion, and then, as if ashamed, she entrenched herself once more in her pride of respectability and airs of virtue, just like an Englishwoman, neither more nor less, and she always crushed her Crevel under the weight of her dignity, for Crevel had, in the first instance, swallowed her pretensions to virtue. In short, Valerie had special veins of affections which made her equally indispensable to Crevel and to the Baron. Before the world she displayed the attractive combination of modest and pensive innocence, of irreproachable propriety, with a bright humour enhanced by the suppleness, the grace and softness of the Creole. But in a tete-a-tete she would outdo any courtesan; she was audacious, amusing, and full of original inventiveness. Such a contrast is irresistible to a man of the Crevel type. He is flattered by believing himself sole author of the comedy, thinking it is performed for his benefit alone, and he laughs at the exquisite hypocrisy while admiring the hypocrite. Valerie had taken entire possession of Baron Hulot. She had persuaded him to grow old by one of those subtle touches of flattery which reveal the diabolical wit of women like her. In all evergreen constitutions a moment arrives when the truth suddenly comes out, as in a besieged town, which puts a good face on affairs as long as possible. Valerie, foreseeing the approaching collapse of the old beau of the Empire, determined to forestall it. "Why give yourself so much bother, my dear old veteran?" said she one day, 6 months after their doubly adulterous union. "Do you want to be flirting, to be unfaithful to me? I assure you I should like you better without your make-up. Oblige me by giving up all your artificial charms. Do you suppose that it is for 2 sous worth of polish on your boots that I love you? For your India rubber belt, your strait waistcoat, and your false hair? And then, the older you look, the less need I fear seeing my Hulot carried off by a rival." And Hulot, trusting to Madame Marneffe's heavenly friendship as much as to her love, intending, too, to end his days with her, had taken this confidential hint and ceased to dye his whiskers and hair. After this touching declaration from his Valerie, handsome Hector made his appearance one morning perfectly white. Madame Marneffe could assure him that she had 100 times detected the white line of the growth of the hair. "And white hair suits your face to perfection," said she. "It softens it. You look 1,000 times better, quite charming." The Baron, once started on this path of reform, gave up his leather waistcoat and stays. He threw off all his bracing. His stomach fell and increased in size. The oak became a tower, and the heaviness of his movements was all the more alarming because the Baron grew immensely older by playing the part of Louis XII. His eyebrows were still black, and left a ghostly reminiscence of handsome Hulot, as sometimes on the wall of some feudal building a faint trace of sculpture remains to show what the castle was in the days of its glory. This discordant detail made his eyes, still bright and youthful, all the more remarkable in his tanned face, because it had so long been ruddy with the florid hues of a Rubens, and now a certain discoloration and the deep tension of the wrinkles betrayed the efforts of a passion at odds with natural decay. Hulot was now one of those stalwart ruins in which virile force asserts itself by tufts of hair in the ears and nostrils and on the fingers, as moss grows on the almost eternal monuments of the Roman Empire. How had Valerie contrived to keep Crevel and Hulot side by side, each tied to an apron string, when the vindictive mayor only longed to triumph openly over Hulot? Without immediately giving an answer to this question, which the course of the story will supply, it may be said that Lisbeth and Valerie had contrived a powerful piece of machinery which tended to this result. Marneffe, as he saw his wife improved in beauty by the setting in which she was enthroned, like the sun at the centre of the sidereal system, appeared, in the eyes of the world, to have fallen in love with her again himself. He was quite crazy about her. Now, though his jealousy made him somewhat of a marplot, it gave enhanced value to Valerie's favors. Marneffe meanwhile showed a blind confidence in his chief, which degenerated into ridiculous complaisance. The only person whom he really would not stand was Crevel. Marneffe, wrecked by the debauchery of great cities, described by Roman authors, though modern decency has no name for it, was as hideous as an anatomical figure in wax. But this disease on feet, clothed in good broadcloth, encased his lath-like legs in elegant trousers. The hollow chest was scented with fine linen, and musk disguised the odors of rotten humanity. This hideous specimen of decaying vice, trotting in red heels, for Valerie dressed the man as beseemed his income, his cross, and his appointment, horrified Crevel, who could not meet the colourless eyes of the government clerk. Marneffe was an incubus to the mayor. And the mean rascal, aware of the strange power conferred on him by Lisbeth and his wife, was amused by it. He played on it as on an instrument, and cards being the last resource of a mind as completely played out as the body, he plucked Crevel again and again, the mayor thinking himself bound to subserviency to the worthy official whom he was cheating. Seeing Crevel, a mere child in the hands of that hideous and atrocious mummy, of whose utter vileness the mayor knew nothing, and seeing him yet more an object of deep contempt to Valerie, who made game of Crevel as of some mountebank, the Baron apparently thought him so impossible as a rival that he constantly invited him to dinner. Valerie, protected by two lovers on guard and by a jealous husband, attracted every eye and excited every desire in the circle she shone upon. And thus, while keeping up appearances, she had, in the course of 3 years, achieved the most difficult conditions of the success a courtesan most cares for and most rarely attains, even with the help of audacity and the glitter of an existence in the light of the sun. Valerie's beauty, formerly buried in the mud of the Rue de Doyenne, now, like a well-cut diamond exquisitely set by Chanor, was worth more than its real value. It could break hearts. Claude Vignon adored Valerie in secret. This retrospective explanation, quite necessary after the lapse of 3 years, shows Valerie's balance sheet. Now, for that of her partner, Lisbeth. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Perry. Chapter 16. Lisbeth Fischer filled the place in the Marneffe household of a relation who combines the functions of a lady companion and a housekeeper, but she suffered from none of the humiliations which, for the most part, weigh upon the women who are so unhappy as to be obliged to fill these ambiguous situations. Lisbeth and Valerie offered the touching spectacle of one of those friendships between women, so cordial and so improbable, that men, always too keen-tongued in Paris, forthwith slander them. The contrast between Lisbeth's dry, masculine nature and Valerie's Creole prettiness encouraged calumny. And Madame Marneffe had unconsciously given weight to the scandal by the care she took of her friend, with matrimonial views, which were, as will be seen, to complete Lisbeth's revenge. An immense change had taken place in Cousin Betty, and Valerie, who wanted to smarten her, had turned it to the best account. The strange woman had submitted to stays and laced tightly; she used bandoline to keep her hair smooth, wore her gowns as the dressmaker sent them home, neat little boots and grey silk stockings, all of which were included in Valerie's bills, and paid for by the gentleman in possession. Thus furbished up and wearing the yellow cashmere shawl, Lisbeth would have been unrecognizable by anyone who had not seen her for 3 years. This other diamond, a black diamond, the rarest of all, cut by a skilled hand and set as best became her, was appreciated at her full value by certain ambitious clerks. Anyone seeing her for the first time might have shuddered involuntarily at the look of poetic wildness which the clever Valerie had succeeded in bringing out by the arts of dress in this bleeding nun, framing the ascetic olive face in thick bands of hair as black as the fiery eyes, and making the most of the rigid, slim figure. Lisbeth, like a Virgin by Cranach or Van Eyck, or a Byzantine Madonna stepped out of its frame, had all the stiffness, the precision of those mysterious figures, the more modern cousins of Isis and her sister goddesses, sheathed in marble folds by Egyptian sculptors. It was granite, basalt, porphyry, with life and movement. Saved from want for the rest of her life, Lisbeth was most amiable. Wherever she dined, she brought merriment. And the Baron paid the rent of her little apartment, furnished, as we know, with the leavings of her friend Valerie's former boudoir and bedroom. "I began," she would say, "as a hungry nanny goat, and I am ending as a lionne." She still worked for Monsieur Rivet at the more elaborate kinds of gold trimming, merely, as she said, not to lose her time. At the same time, she was, as we shall see, very full of business; but it is inherent in the nature of country folks never to give up bread-winning. In this they are like the Jews. Every morning, very early, Cousin Betty went off to market with the cook. It was part of Lisbeth's scheme that the house book, which was ruining Baron Hulot, was to enrich her dear Valerie, as it did indeed. Is there a housewife who, since 1838, has not suffered from the evil effects of socialist doctrines diffused among the lower classes by incendiary writers? In every household the plague of servants is nowadays the worst of financial afflictions. With very few exceptions, who ought to be rewarded with the Montyon prize, the cook, male or female, is a domestic robber, a thief taking wages, and perfectly barefaced, with the government for a fence, developing the tendency to dishonesty, which is almost authorized in the cook by the time-honored jest as to the handle of the basket. The women who formerly picked up their 40 sous to buy a lottery ticket now take 50 francs to put into the savings bank. And the smug Puritans who amuse themselves in France with philanthropic experiments fancy that they are making the common people moral. Between the market and the master's table, the servants have their secret toll, and the municipality of Paris is less sharp in collecting the city dues than the servants are in taking theirs on every single thing. To say nothing of 50% charged on every form of food, they demand large New Year's premiums from the tradesmen. The best class of dealers tremble before this occult power, and subsidize it without a word, coachmakers, jewelers, tailors, and all. If any attempt is made to interfere with them, the servants reply with impudent retorts, or revenge themselves by the costly blunders of assumed clumsiness. And in these days they inquire into their master's character, as formerly the master inquired into theirs. This mischief is now really at its height, and the law courts are beginning to take cognizance of it, but in vain, for it cannot be remedied but by a law which shall compel domestic servants, like laborers, to have a pass-book as a guarantee of conduct. Then the evil will vanish as if by magic. If every servant were obliged to show his pass-book, and if masters were required to state in it the cause of his dismissal, this would certainly prove a powerful check to the evil. The men who are giving their attentions to the politics of the day know not to what lengths the depravity of the lower classes has gone. Statistics are silent as to the startling number of working men of 20 who marry cooks of between 40 and 50, enriched by robbery. We shudder to think of the result of such unions from the 3 points of view of increasing crime, degeneracy of the race, and miserable households. As to the mere financial mischief that results from domestic peculation, that too is immense from a political point of view. Life being made to cost double, any superfluity becomes impossible in most households. Now, superfluity means half the trade of the world, as it is half the elegance of life. Books and flowers are to many persons as necessary as bread. Lisbeth, well aware of this dreadful scourge of Parisian households, determined to manage Valerie's, promising her every assistance in the terrible scene when the two women had sworn to be like sisters. So she had brought from the depths of the Vosges a humble relation on her mother's side, a very pious and honest soul, who had been cook to the Bishop of Nancy. Fearing, however, her inexperience of Paris ways, and yet more the evil counsel which wrecks such fragile virtue, at first Lisbeth always went to market with Mathurine and tried to teach her what to buy, to know the real prices of things and command the salesman's respect, to purchase unnecessary delicacies such as fish only when they were cheap, to be well informed as to the price current of groceries and provisions, so as to buy when prices are low in anticipation of a rise. All this housekeeping skill is in Paris essential to domestic economy. As Mathurine got good wages and many presents, she liked the house well enough to be glad to drive good bargains. And by this time Lisbeth had made her quite a match for herself, sufficiently experienced and trustworthy to be sent to market alone, unless Valerie was giving a dinner, which in fact was not unfrequently the case. And this was how it came about. The Baron had at first observed the strictest decorum, but his passion for Madame Marneffe had ere long become so vehement, so greedy, that he would never quit her if he could help it. At first he dined there 4 times a week. Then he thought it delightful to dine with her every day. 6 months after his daughter's marriage, he was paying her 2,000 francs a month for his board. Madame Marneffe invited any one her dear Baron wished to entertain. The dinner was always arranged for 6. He could bring in 3 unexpected guests. Lisbeth's economy enabled her to solve the extraordinary problem of keeping up the table in the best style for 1,000 francs a month, giving the other 1,000 to Madame Marneffe. Valerie's dress being chiefly paid for by Crevel and the Baron, the 2 women saved another 1,000 francs a month on this. And so this pure and innocent being had already accumulated 150,000 francs in savings. She had capitalized her income and monthly bonus, and swelled the amount by enormous interest due to Crevel's liberality in allowing his little duchess to invest her money in partnership with him in his financial operations. Crevel had taught Valerie the slang and the procedure of the money market, and, like every Parisian woman, she had soon outstripped her master. Lisbeth, who never spent a sou of her 1,200 francs, whose rent and dress were given to her, and who never put her hand in her pocket, had likewise a small capital of 5,000 or 6,000 francs, of which Crevel took fatherly care. At the same time, 2 such lovers were a heavy burthen on Valerie. On the day when this drama reopens, Valerie, spurred by one of those incidents which have the effect in life that the ringing of a bell has in inducing a swarm of bees to settle, went up to Lisbeth's rooms to give vent to one of those comforting lamentations, a sort of cigarette blown off from the tongue, by which women alleviate the minor miseries of life. "Oh, Lisbeth, my love, 2 hours of Crevel this morning! It is crushing. How I wish I could send you in my place!" "That, unluckily, is impossible," said Lisbeth, smiling. "I shall die a maid." 2 old men lovers! Really, I am ashamed sometimes. If my poor mother could see me! "You are mistaking me for Crevel," said Lisbeth. "Tell me, my little Betty, do you not despise me?" "Oh, if I had but been pretty, what adventures I would have had!" cried Lisbeth. "That is your justification." "But you would have acted only at the dictates of your heart. said Madame Marneffe with a sigh. "Pooh! Marneffe is a dead man they have forgotten to bury," replied Lisbeth. "The Baron is as good as your husband. Crevel is your adorer. It seems to me that you are quite in order, like every other married woman." "No, it is not that, dear adorable thing. That is not where the shoe pinches. You do not choose to understand." "Yes, I do," said Lisbeth. "The unexpressed factor is part of my revenge. What can I do? I am working it out." "I love Wenceslas so that I am positively growing thin, and I can never see him," said Valerie, throwing up her arms. "Hulot asks him to dinner, and my artist declines. He does not know that I idolize him, the wretch! What is his wife, after all? Fine flesh! Yes, she is handsome, but I know myself, I am worse." "Be quite easy, my child, he will come," said Lisbeth, in the tone of a nurse to an impatient child. "He shall." "But when?" "This week, perhaps." "Give me a kiss." As may be seen, these two women were but one. Everything Valerie did, even her most reckless actions, her pleasures, her little sulks, were decided on after serious deliberation between them. Lisbeth, strangely excited by this harlot existence, advised Valerie on every step, and pursued her course of revenge with pitiless logic. She really adored Valerie; she had taken her to be her child, her friend, her love. She found her docile, as Creoles are, yielding from voluptuous indolence. She chattered with her morning after morning, with more pleasure than with Wenceslas. They could laugh together over the mischief they plotted, and over the folly of men, and count up the swelling interest on their respective savings. Indeed, in this new enterprise and new affection, Lisbeth had found food for her activity that was far more satisfying than her insane passion for Wenceslas. The joys of gratified hatred are the fiercest and strongest the heart can know. Love is the gold, hatred the iron of the mine of feeling that lies buried in us. And then Valerie was to Lisbeth beauty in all its glory, the beauty she worshipped as we worship what we have not, beauty far more plastic to her hand than that of Wenceslas, who had always been cold to her and distant. At the end of nearly 3 years, Lisbeth was beginning to perceive the progress of the underground mine on which she was expending her life and concentrating her mind. Lisbeth planned, Madame Marneffe acted. Madame Marneffe was the axe, Lisbeth was the hand that wielded it, and that hand was rapidly demolishing the family which was every day more odious to her. For we can hate more and more, just as when we love better every day. Love and hatred are feelings that feed on themselves, but of the two, hatred has the longer vitality. Love is restricted within limits of power; it derives its energies from life and from lavishness. Hatred is like death, like avarice; it is, so to speak, an active abstraction, above beings and things. Lisbeth, embarked on the existence that was natural to her, expended in it all her faculties, governing, like the Jesuits, by occult influences. The regeneration of her person was equally complete. Her face was radiant. Lisbeth dreamed of becoming Madame la Maréchale Hulot. This little scene, in which the two friends had bluntly uttered their ideas without any circumlocution in expressing them, took place immediately on Lisbeth's return from market, whither she had been to procure the materials for an elegant dinner. Marneffe, who hoped to get Coquet's place, was to entertain him and the virtuous Madame Coquet, and Valerie hoped to persuade Hulot, that very evening, to consider the head clerk's resignation. Lisbeth dressed to go to the Baroness, with whom she was to dine. "You will come back in time to make tea for us, my Betty?" said Valerie. "I hope so." "You hope so? Why? Have you come to sleeping with Adeline to drink her tears while she is asleep?" "If only I could," said Lisbeth, laughing, "I would not refuse. She is expiating her happiness, and I am glad, for I remember our young days. It is my turn now. She will be in the mire, and I shall be Comtesse de Forzheim." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Perry. Chapter 17. Lisbeth set out for the Rue Plumet, where she now went as to the theatre, to indulge her emotions. The residence Hulot had found for his wife consisted of a large bare entrance room, a drawing room, and a bed and dressing room. The dining room was next the drawing room on one side. 2 servants' rooms and a kitchen on the third floor completed the accommodation, which was not unworthy of a councillor of state high up in the War Office. The house, the courtyard, and the stairs were extremely handsome. The Baroness, who had to furnish her drawing room, bedroom, and dining room with the relics of her splendor, had brought away the best of the remains from the house in the Rue de l'Université. Indeed, the poor woman was attached to these mute witnesses of her happier life. To her they had an almost consoling eloquence. In memory she saw her flowers, as in the carpets she could trace patterns hardly visible now to other eyes. On going into the spacious anteroom, where 12 chairs, a barometer, a large stove, and long white cotton curtains bordered with red suggested the dreadful waiting room of a government office, the visitor felt oppressed, conscious at once of the isolation in which the mistress lived. Grief, like pleasure, infects the atmosphere. A first glance into any home is enough to tell you whether love or despair reigns there. Adeline would be found sitting in an immense bedroom with beautiful furniture by Jacob de Malter, of mahogany finished in the Empire style with ormolu, which looks even less inviting than the brass work of Louis XVI. It gave one a shiver to see this lonely woman sitting on a Roman chair, a work table with sphinxes before her, colorless, affecting false cheerfulness, but preserving her imperial air, as she had preserved the blue velvet gown she always wore in the house. Her proud spirit sustained her strength and preserved her beauty. The Baroness, by the end of her first year of banishment to this apartment, had gauged every depth of misfortune. "Still, even here my Hector has made my life much handsomer than it should be for a mere peasant," said she to herself. "He chooses that it should be so, his will be done. I am Baroness Hulot, the sister-in-law of a Marshal of France. I have done nothing wrong, my 2 children are settled in life. I can wait for death, wrapped in the spotless veil of an immaculate wife and the crape of departed happiness." A portrait of Hulot, in the uniform of a commissary general of the Imperial Guard, painted in 1810 by Robert Lefebvre, hung above the work table, and when visitors were announced, Adeline threw into a drawer an imitation of Jesus Christ, her habitual study. This blameless Magdalen thus heard the voice of the Spirit in her desert. "Mariette, my child," said Lisbeth to the woman who opened the door, "how is my dear Adeline to day?" "Oh, she looks pretty well, mademoiselle; but between you and me, if she goes on in this way, she will kill herself," said Mariette in a whisper. "You really ought to persuade her to live better. Now, yesterday madame told me to give her 2 sous' worth of milk and a roll for 1 sou, to get her a herring for dinner and a bit of cold veal. She had a pound cooked to last her the week, of course, for the days when she dines at home and alone. She will not spend more than 10 sous a day for her food. It is unreasonable. If I were to say anything about it to Monsieur le Marechal, he might quarrel with Monsieur le Baron and leave him nothing, whereas you, who are so kind and clever, can manage things." "But why do you not apply to my cousin, the Baron?" said Lisbeth. "Oh, dear mademoiselle, he has not been here for 3 weeks or more. In fact, not since we last had the pleasure of seeing you. Besides, madame has forbidden me, under threat of dismissal, ever to ask the master for money. But as for grief, oh, poor lady, she has been very unhappy. It is the first time that monsieur has neglected her for so long. Every time the bell rang, she rushed to the window, but for the last 5 days she has sat still in her chair. She reads. Whenever she goes out to see Madame la Comtesse, she says, 'Mariette, if monsieur comes in,' says she, 'tell him I am at home, and send the porter to fetch me. He shall be well paid for his trouble.'" "Poor soul," said Lisbeth, "it goes to my heart. I speak of her to the Baron every day. What can I do? 'Yes,' says he, 'Betty, you are right, I am a wretch, my wife is an angel, and I am a monster. I will go to morrow.' And he stays with Madame Marneffe. That woman is ruining him, and he worships her. He lives only in her sight. I do what I can. If I were not there, and if I had not Mathurine to depend upon, he would spend twice as much as he does. And as he has hardly any money in the world, he would have blown his brains out by this time. And I tell you, Mariette, Adeline would die of her husband's death, I am perfectly certain. At any rate, I pull to make both ends meet, and prevent my cousin from throwing too much money into the fire." "Yes, that is what madame says, poor soul. She knows how much she owes you," replied Mariette. "She said she had judged you unjustly for many years." "Indeed?" said Lisbeth. "And did she say anything else?" "No, mademoiselle. If you wish to please her, talk to her about Monsieur le Baron. She envies you your happiness in seeing him every day." "Is she alone?" "I beg pardon, no. The Marshal is with her. He comes every day, and she always tells him she saw monsieur in the morning, but that he comes in very late at night." "And is there a good dinner to day?" Mariette hesitated. She could not meet Lisbeth's eye. The drawing-room door opened, and Marshal Hulot rushed out in such haste that he bowed to Lisbeth without looking at her, and dropped a paper. Lisbeth picked it up and ran after him downstairs, for it was vain to hail a deaf man, but she managed not to overtake the Marshal, and as she came up again she furtively read the following lines written in pencil: "My dear brother, my husband has given me the money for my quarter's expenses, but my daughter Hortense was in such need of it that I lent her the whole sum, which was scarcely enough to set her straight. Could you lend me a few hundred francs? For I cannot ask Hector for more. If he were to blame me, I could not bear it." "My word!" thought Lisbeth, "she must be in extremities to bend her pride to such a degree." Lisbeth went in. She saw tears in Adeline's eyes, and threw her arms round her neck. "Adeline, my dearest, I know all," cried Cousin Betty. "Here, the Marshal dropped this paper. He was in such a state of mind, and running like a greyhound. Has that dreadful Hector given you no money since—" "He gives it me quite regularly," replied the Baroness. "But Hortense needed it, and—" "And you had not enough to pay for dinner to night," said Lisbeth, interrupting her. "Now I understand why Mariette looked so confused when I said something about the soup. You really are childish, Adeline. Come, take my savings." "Thank you, my kind cousin," said Adeline, wiping away a tear. "This little difficulty is only temporary, and I have provided for the future. My expenses henceforth will be no more than 2,400 francs a year, rent inclusive, and I shall have the money. Above all, Betty, not a word to Hector. Is he well?" "As strong as a Pont Neuf and as gay as a lark. He thinks of nothing but his charmer Valerie." Madame Hulot looked out at a tall silver fir in front of the window, and Lisbeth could not see her cousin's eyes to read their expression. "Did you mention that it was the day when we all dine together here?" "Yes, but, dear me, Madame Marneffe is giving a grand dinner. She hopes to get Monsieur Coquet to resign, and that is of the first importance. Now, Adeline, listen to me. You know that I am fiercely proud as to my independence. Your husband, my dear, will certainly bring you to ruin. I fancied I could be of use to you all by living near this woman, but she is a creature of unfathomable depravity, and she will make your husband promise things which will bring you all to disgrace." Adeline writhed like a person stabbed to the heart. "My dear Adeline, I am sure of what I say. I feel it is my duty to enlighten you. Well, let us think of the future. The Marshal is an old man, but he will last a long time yet. He draws good pay. When he dies, his widow would have a pension of 6,000 francs. On such an income, I would undertake to maintain you all. Use your influence over the good man to get him to marry me. It is not for the sake of being Madame la Maréchale. I value such nonsense at no more than I value Madame Marneffe's conscience. But you will all have bread. I see that Hortense must be wanting it, since you give her yours." The Marshal now came in; he had made such haste that he was mopping his forehead with his bandana. "I have given Mariette 2,000 francs," he whispered to his sister-in-law. Adeline colored to the roots of her hair. 2 tears hung on the fringes of the still long lashes, and she silently pressed the old man's hand. His beaming face expressed the glee of a favored lover. "I intended to spend the money in a present for you, Adeline," said he. "Instead of repaying me, you must choose for yourself the thing you would like best." He took Lisbeth's hand, which she held out to him, and so bewildered was he by his satisfaction that he kissed it. "That looks promising," said Adeline to Lisbeth, smiling so far as she was able to smile. The younger Hulot and his wife now came in. "Is my brother coming to dinner?" asked the Marshal sharply. Adeline took up a pencil and wrote these words on a scrap of paper: "I expect him. He promised this morning that he would be here, but if he should not come, it would be because the Marshal kept him. He is overwhelmed with business." And she handed him the paper. She had invented this way of conversing with Marshal Hulot, and kept a little collection of paper scraps and a pencil at hand on the work table. "I know," said the Marshal. "He is worked very hard over the business in Algiers." At this moment Hortense and Wenceslas arrived, and the Baroness, as she saw all her family about her, gave the Marshal a significant glance, understood by none but Lisbeth. Happiness had greatly improved the artist, who was adored by his wife and flattered by the world. His face had become almost round, and his graceful figure did justice to the advantages which blood gives to men of birth. His early fame, his important position, the delusive eulogies that the world sheds on artists as lightly as we say "How d'ye do?" or discuss the weather, gave him that high sense of merit which degenerates into sheer fatuity when talent wanes. The Cross of the Legion of Honor was the crowning stamp of the great man he believed himself to be. After 3 years of married life, Hortense was to her husband what a dog is to its master. She watched his every movement with a look that seemed a constant inquiry; her eyes were always on him, like those of a miser on his treasure. Her admiring abnegation was quite pathetic. In her might be seen her mother's spirit and teaching. Her beauty, as great as ever, was poetically touched by the gentle shadow of concealed melancholy. On seeing Hortense come in, it struck Lisbeth that some long suppressed complaint was about to break through the thin veil of reticence. Lisbeth, from the first days of the honeymoon, had been sure that this couple had too small an income for so great a passion. Hortense, as she embraced her mother, exchanged with her a few whispered phrases, heart to heart, of which the mystery was betrayed to Lisbeth by certain shakes of the head. "Adeline, like me, must work for her living," thought Cousin Betty. "She shall be made to tell me what she will do. Those pretty fingers will know at last, like mine, what it is to work because they must." At 6 o'clock the family party went in to dinner. A place was laid for Hector. "Leave it so," said the Baroness to Mariette. "Monsieur sometimes comes in late." "Oh, my father will certainly come," said Victorin to his mother. "He promised me he would when we parted at the Chamber." Lisbeth, like a spider in the middle of its net, gloated over all these countenances. Having known Victorin and Hortense from their birth, their faces were to her like panes of glass, through which she could read their young souls. Now, from certain stolen looks directed by Victorin on his mother, she saw that some disaster was hanging over Adeline, which Victorin hesitated to reveal. The famous young lawyer had some covert anxiety. His deep reverence for his mother was evident in the regret with which he gazed at her. Hortense was evidently absorbed in her own woes. For a fortnight past, as Lisbeth knew, she had been suffering the first uneasiness which want of money brings to honest souls, and to young wives on whom life has hitherto smiled, and who conceal their alarms. Also, Lisbeth had immediately guessed that her mother had given her no money. Adeline's delicacy had brought her so low as to use the fallacious excuses that necessity suggests to borrowers. Hortense's absence of mind, with her brothers and the Baroness's deep dejection, made the dinner a melancholy meal, especially with the added chill of the Marshal's utter deafness. Three persons gave a little life to the scene: Lisbeth, Celestine, and Wenceslas. Hortense's affection had developed the artist's natural liveliness as a Pole, the somewhat swaggering vivacity and noisy high spirits that characterize these Frenchmen of the North. His frame of mind and the expression of his face showed plainly that he believed in himself, and that poor Hortense, faithful to her mother's training, kept all domestic difficulties to herself. "You must be content, at any rate," said Lisbeth to her young cousin as they rose from table, "since your mother has helped you with her money." "Mamma!" replied Hortense in astonishment. "Oh, poor mamma! It is for me that she would like to make money. You do not know, Lisbeth, but I have a horrible suspicion that she works for it in secret." They were crossing the large dark drawing room where there were no candles, all following Mariette, who was carrying the lamp into Adeline's bedroom. At this instant Victorin just touched Lisbeth and Hortense on the arm. The two women, understanding the hint, left Wenceslas, Celestine, the Marshal, and the Baroness to go on together, and remained standing in a window bay. "What is it, Victorin?" said Lisbeth. "Some disaster caused by your father, I dare wager." "Yes, alas!" replied Victorin. "A moneylender named Vauvinet has bills of my father's to the amount of 60,000 francs, and wants to prosecute. I tried to speak of the matter to my father at the Chamber, but he would not understand me; he almost avoided me. Had we better tell my mother?" "No, no," said Lisbeth. "She has too many troubles. It would be a death blow. You must spare her. You have no idea how low she has fallen. But for your uncle, you would have found no dinner here this evening." "Dear Heaven! Victorin, what wretches we are!" said Hortense to her brother. "We ought to have guessed what Lisbeth has told us. My dinner is choking me." Hortense could say no more; she covered her mouth with her handkerchief to smother a sob, and melted into tears. "I told the fellow Vauvinet to call on me to-morrow," replied Victorin, "but will he be satisfied by my guarantee on a mortgage? I doubt it. Those men insist on ready money to sweat others on usurious terms." "Let us sell out of the funds," said Lisbeth to Hortense. "What good would that do?" replied Victorin. "It would bring 15 or 16,000 francs, and we want 60,000." "Dear cousin!" cried Hortense, embracing Lisbeth with the enthusiasm of guilelessness. "No, Lisbeth, keep your little fortune," said Victorin, pressing the old maid's hand. "I shall see to morrow what this man would be up to. With my wife's consent, I can at least hinder or postpone the prosecution, for it would really be frightful to see my father's honor impugned. What would the War Minister say? My father's salary, which he pledged for 3 years, will not be released before the month of December, so we cannot offer that as a guarantee. This Vauvinet has renewed the bills 11 times, so you may imagine what my father must pay in interest. We must close this pit." "If only Madame Marneffe would throw him over!" said Hortense bitterly. "Heaven forbid!" exclaimed Victorin. "He would take up some one else, and with her, at any rate, the worst outlay is over." What a change in children formerly so respectful, and kept so long by their mother in blind worship of their father! They knew him now for what he was. "But for me," said Lisbeth, "your father's ruin would be more complete than it is." "Come into mamma," said Hortense. "She is very sharp, and will suspect something. As our kind Lisbeth says, let us keep everything from her. Let us be cheerful." "Victorin," said Lisbeth, "you have no notion of what your father will be brought to by his passion for women. Try to secure some future resource by getting the Marshal to marry me. Say something about it this evening. I will leave early on purpose." Victorin went into the bedroom. "And you, poor little thing," said Lisbeth in an undertone to Hortense, "what can you do?" "Come to dinner with us to-morrow, and we will talk it over," answered Hortense. "I do not know which way to turn. You know how hard life is, and you will advise me." While the whole family with one consent tried to persuade the Marshal to marry, and while Lisbeth was making her way home to the Rue Vanneau, one of those incidents occurred which, in such women as Madame Marneffe, are a stimulus to vice by compelling them to exert their energy and every resource of depravity. One fact, at any rate, must however be acknowledged: life in Paris is too full for vicious persons to do wrong instinctively and unprovoked. Vice is only a weapon of defense against aggressors, that is all. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 18. Madame Marneffe's drawing-room was full of her faithful admirers, and she had just started the whist tables when the footman, a pensioned soldier recruited by the Baron, announced: "Monsieur le Baron Montes de Montejanos." Valerie's heart jumped, but she hurried to the door, exclaiming, "My cousin!" And as she met the Brazilian, she whispered, "You are my relation, or all is at an end between us. And so you were not wrecked, Henri?" she went on audibly as she led him to the fire. "I heard you were lost, and have mourned for you these 3 years." "How are you, my good fellow?" said Marneffe, offering his hand to the stranger, whose get-up was indeed that of a Brazilian and a millionaire. Monsieur le Baron Henri Montes de Montejanos, to whom the climate of the equator had given the color and stature we expect to see in Othello on the stage, had an alarming look of gloom, but it was a merely pictorial illusion, for, sweet and affectionate by nature, he was predestined to be the victim that a strong man often is to a weak woman. The scorn expressed in his countenance, the muscular strength of his stalwart frame, all his physical powers were shown only to his fellow men, a form of flattery which women appreciate, nay, which so intoxicates them that every man with his mistress on his arm assumes a matador's swagger that provokes a smile. Very well set up, in a closely fitting blue coat with solid gold buttons, in black trousers, spotless patent evening boots, and gloves of a fashionable hue, the only Brazilian touch in the Baron's costume was a large diamond, worth about 100,000 francs, which blazed like a star on a handsome blue silk cravat, tucked into a white waistcoat in such a way as to show corners of a fabulously fine shirt front. His brow, bossy like that of a satyr, a sign of tenacity in his passions, was crowned by thick jet black hair like a virgin forest, and under it flashed a pair of hazel eyes, so wild-looking as to suggest that before his birth his mother must have been scared by a jaguar. This fine specimen of the Portuguese race in Brazil took his stand with his back to the fire, in an attitude that showed familiarity with Paris manners. Holding his hat in one hand, his elbow resting on the velvet-covered shelf, he bent over Madame Marneffe, talking to her in an undertone, and troubling himself very little about the dreadful people who, in his opinion, were so very much in the way. This fashion of taking the stage, with the Brazilian's attitude and expression, gave, alike to Crevel and to the Baron, an identical shock of curiosity and anxiety. Both were struck by the same impression and the same surmise. And the manoeuvre suggested in each by their very genuine passion was so comical in its simultaneous results, that it made everybody smile who was sharp enough to read its meaning. Crevel, a tradesman and shopkeeper to the backbone, though a mayor of Paris, unluckily was a little slower to move than his rival partner, and this enabled the Baron to read at a glance Crevel's involuntary self-betrayal. This was a fresh arrow to rankle in the very amorous old man's heart, and he resolved to have an explanation from Valerie. "This evening," said Crevel to himself too, as he sorted his hand, "I must know where I stand." "You have a heart!" cried Marneffe. "You have just revoked." "I beg your pardon," said Crevel, trying to withdraw his card. "This Baron seems to me very much in the way," he went on, thinking to himself. "If Valerie carries on with my Baron, well and good, it is a means to my revenge, and I can get rid of him if I choose. But as for this cousin, he is one Baron too many. I do not mean to be made a fool of. I will know how they are related." That evening, by one of those strokes of luck which come to pretty women, Valerie was charmingly dressed. Her white bosom gleamed under a lace tucker of rusty white, which showed off the satin texture of her beautiful shoulders. For Parisian women, heaven knows how, have some way of preserving their fine flesh and remaining slender. She wore a black velvet gown that looked as if it might at any moment slip off her shoulders, and her hair was dressed with lace and drooping flowers. Her arms, not fat but dimpled, were graced by deep ruffles to her sleeves. She was like a luscious fruit, coquettishly served in a handsome dish, and making the knife blade long to be cutting it. "Valerie," the Brazilian was saying in her ear, "I have come back faithful to you. My uncle is dead. I am twice as rich as I was when I went away. I mean to live and die in Paris, for you and with you." "Lower, Henri, I implore you." "Pooh! I mean to speak to you this evening, even if I should have to pitch all these creatures out of window, especially as I have lost 2 days in looking for you. I shall stay till the last. I can, I suppose?" Valerie smiled at her adopted cousin, and said, "Remember that you are the son of my mother's sister, who married your father during Junot's campaign in Portugal." "What, I, Montes de Montejanos, great-grandson of a conqueror of Brazil? Tell a lie?" "Hush! Lower, or we shall never meet again." "Pray, why?" "Marneffe, like all dying wretches who always take up some last whim, has a revived passion for me." "That cur!" said the Brazilian, who knew his Marneffe. "I will settle him." "What violence!" "And where did you get all this splendor?" the Brazilian went on, just struck by the magnificence of the apartment. She began to laugh. "Henri, what bad taste!" said she. She had felt 2 burning flashes of jealousy which had moved her so far as to make her look at the 2 souls in purgatory. Crevel, playing against Baron Hulot and Monsieur Coquet, had Marneffe for his partner. The game was even, because Crevel and the Baron were equally absent-minded, and made blunder after blunder. Thus, in one instant, the old men both confessed the passion which Valerie had persuaded them to keep secret for the past 3 years. But she too had failed to hide the joy in her eyes at seeing the man who had first taught her heart to beat, the object of her first love. The rights of such happy mortals survive as long as the woman lives over whom they have acquired them. With these 3 passions at her side, one supported by the insolence of wealth, the second by the claims of possession, and the third by youth, strength, fortune, and priority, Madame Marneffe preserved her coolness and presence of mind, like General Bonaparte when at the siege of Mantua he had to fight 2 armies and at the same time maintain the blockade. Jealousy, distorting Hulot's face, made him look as terrible as the late Marshal Montcornet leading a cavalry charge against a Russian square. Being such a handsome man, he had never known any ground for jealousy, any more than Murat knew what it was to be afraid. He had always felt sure that he should triumph. His rebuff by Josepha, the first he had ever met, he ascribed to her love of money. He was conquered by millions, and not by a changeling, he would say when speaking of the Duc d'Hérouville. And now, in one instant, the poison and delirium that the mad passion sheds in a flood had rushed to his heart. He kept turning from the whist table towards the fireplace with an action à la Mirabeau, and as he laid down his cards to cast a challenging glance at the Brazilian and Valerie, the rest of the company felt the sort of alarm mingled with curiosity that is caused by evident violence ready to break out at any moment. The sham cousin stared at Hulot as he might have looked at some big China mandarin. This state of things could not last; it was bound to end in some tremendous outbreak. Marneffe was as much afraid of Hulot as Crevel was of Marneffe, for he was anxious not to die a mere clerk. Men marked for death believe in life, as galley slaves believe in liberty. This man was bent on being a first-class clerk at any cost. Thoroughly frightened by the pantomime of the Baron and Crevel, he rose, said a few words in his wife's ear, and then, to the surprise of all, Valerie went into the adjoining bedroom with the Brazilian and her husband. "Did Madame Marneffe ever speak to you of this cousin of hers?" said Crevel to Hulot. "Never," replied the Baron, getting up. "That is enough for this evening," said he. "I have lost 2 louis. There they are." He threw the 2 gold pieces on the table and seated himself on the sofa with a look which everybody else took as a hint to go. Monsieur and Madame Coquet, after exchanging a few words, left the room, and Claude Vignon, in despair, followed their example. These 2 departures were a hint to less intelligent persons, who now found that they were not wanted. The Baron and Crevel were left together, and spoke never a word. Hulot, at last, ignoring Crevel, went on tiptoe to listen at the bedroom door, but he bounded back with a prodigious jump, for Marneffe opened the door and appeared with a calm face, astonished to find only the 2 men. "And the tea?" said he. "Where is Valerie?" replied the Baron in a rage. "My wife," said Marneffe. "She is gone upstairs to speak to mademoiselle your cousin. She will come down directly." "And why has she deserted us for that stupid creature?" "Well," said Marneffe, "Mademoiselle Lisbeth came back from dining with the Baroness with an attack of indigestion, and Mathurine asked Valerie for some tea for her, so my wife went up to see what was the matter." "And her cousin?" "He is gone." "Do you really believe that?" said the Baron. "I have seen him to his carriage," replied Marneffe, with a hideous smirk. The wheels of a departing carriage were audible in the street. The Baron, counting Marneffe for nothing, went upstairs to Lisbeth. An idea flashed through him such as the heart sends to the brain when it is on fire with jealousy. Marneffe's baseness was so well known to him that he could imagine the most degrading connivance between husband and wife. "What has become of all the ladies and gentlemen?" said Marneffe, finding himself alone with Crevel. "When the sun goes to bed, the cocks and hens follow suit," said Crevel. "Madame Marneffe disappeared, and her adorers departed. Will you play a game of piquet?" added Crevel, who meant to remain. He, too, believed that the Brazilian was in the house. Monsieur Marneffe agreed. The Mayor was a match for the Baron. Simply by playing cards with the husband, he could stay on indefinitely; and Marneffe, since the suppression of the public tables, was quite satisfied with the more limited opportunities of private play. Baron Hulot went quickly up to Lisbeth's apartment, but the door was locked, and the usual inquiries through the door took up time enough to enable the 2 light-handed and cunning women to arrange the scene of an attack of indigestion with the accessories of tea. Lisbeth was in such pain that Valerie was very much alarmed, and consequently hardly paid any heed to the Baron's furious entrance. Indisposition is one of the screens most often placed by women to ward off a quarrel. Hulot peeped about here and there, but could see no spot in Cousin Betty's room where a Brazilian might lie hidden. "Your indigestion does honor to my wife's dinner, Lisbeth," said he, scrutinizing her, for Lisbeth was perfectly well, trying to imitate the hiccup of spasmodic indigestion as she drank her tea. "How lucky it is that dear Betty should be living under my roof," said Madame Marneffe. "But for me the poor thing would have died." "You look as if you only half believed it," added Lisbeth, turning to the Baron, "and that would be a shame." "Why?" asked the Baron. "Do you know the purpose of my visit?" And he leered at the door of a dressing closet, from which the key had been withdrawn. "Are you talking Greek?" said Madame Marneffe, with an appealing look of misprized tenderness and devotedness. "But it is all through you, my dear cousin. Yes, it is your doing that I am in such a state," said Lisbeth vehemently. This speech diverted the Baron's attention. He looked at the old maid with the greatest astonishment. "You know that I am devoted to you," said Lisbeth. "I am here, that says everything. I am wearing out the last shreds of my strength in watching over your interests, since they are one with our dear Valerie's. Her house costs 1/10 of what any other does that is kept on the same scale. But for me, cousin, instead of 2,000 francs a month, you would be obliged to spend 3 or 4,000." "I know all that," replied the Baron, out of patience. "You are our protectress in many ways," he added, turning to Madame Marneffe and putting his arm round her neck. "Is not she, my pretty sweet?" "On my honor!" exclaimed Valerie. "I believe you are gone mad." "Well, you cannot doubt my attachment," said Lisbeth. "But I am also very fond of my cousin Adeline, and I found her in tears. She has not seen you for a month. Now that is really too bad. You leave my poor Adeline without a sou. Your daughter Hortense almost died of it when she was told that it is thanks to your brother that we had any dinner at all. There was not even bread in your house this day. Adeline is heroically resolved to keep her sufferings to herself. She said to me, 'I will do as you have done.' The speech went to my heart. And after dinner, as I thought of what my cousin had been in 1811, and of what she is in 1841, 30 years after, I had a violent indigestion. I fancied I should get over it, but when I got home I thought I was dying." "You see, Valerie, to what my adoration of you has brought me, to crime, domestic crime." "Oh, I was wise never to marry," cried Lisbeth with savage joy. "You are a kind, good man, Adeline is a perfect angel, and this is the reward of her blind devotion." "An elderly angel," said Madame Marneffe softly, as she looked half tenderly, half mockingly at her Hector, who was gazing at her as an examining judge gazes at the accused. "My poor wife!" said Hulot. "For more than 9 months I have given her no money, though I find it for you, Valerie, but at what a cost! No one else will ever love you so, and what torments you inflict on me in return!" "Torments?" she echoed. "Then what do you call happiness?" "I do not yet know on what terms you have been with this so called cousin, whom you never mentioned to me," said the Baron, paying no heed to Valerie's interjection. "But when he came in, I felt as if a penknife had been stuck into my heart. Blinded I may be, but I am not blind. I could read his eyes and yours. In short, from under that ape's eyelids there flashed sparks that he flung at you. And your eyes! Oh, you have never looked at me so, never. As to this mystery, Valerie, it shall all be cleared up. You are the only woman who ever made me know the meaning of jealousy, so you need not be surprised by what I say. But another mystery, which has rent its cloud, and it seems to me infamous." Go on," said Valerie. It is that Crevel, that square lump of flesh and stupidity, is in love with you, and that you accept his attentions with so good a grace that the idiot flaunts his passion before everybody." "Only 3. Can you discover no more?" asked Madame Marneffe. "There may be more," retorted the Baron. "If Monsieur Crevel is in love with me, he is in his rights as a man, after all. If I favored his passion, that would indeed be the act of a coquette, or of a woman who would leave much to be desired on your part. Well, love me as you find me, or let me alone. If you restore me to freedom, neither you nor Monsieur Crevel will ever enter my doors again. But I will take up with my cousin, just to keep my hand in those charming habits you suppose me to indulge. Good bye, Monsieur le Baron Hulot." She rose, but the Baron took her by the arm and made her sit down again. The old man could not do without Valerie. She had become more imperatively indispensable to him than the necessaries of life. He preferred remaining in uncertainty to having any proof of Valerie's infidelity. "My dearest Valerie," said he, "do you not see how miserable I am? I only ask you to justify yourself. Give me sufficient reasons." "Well, go downstairs and wait for me. For I suppose you do not wish to look on at the various ceremonies required by your cousin's state." Hulot turned slowly away. "You old profligate!" cried Lisbeth. "You have not even asked me how your children are. What are you going to do for Adeline? I, at any rate, will take her my savings to morrow." "You owe your wife white bread to eat, at least," said Madame Marneffe, smiling. The Baron, without taking offence at Lisbeth's tone, as despotic as Josepha's, got out of the room, only too glad to escape so importunate a question. The door bolted once more, the Brazilian came out of the dressing closet, where he had been waiting, and he appeared with his eyes full of tears, in a really pitiable condition. Montes had heard everything. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 19. "Henri, you must have ceased to love me. I know it," said Madame Marneffe, hiding her face in her handkerchief and bursting into tears. It was the outcry of real affection. The cry of a woman's despair is so convincing that it wins the forgiveness that lurks at the bottom of every lover's heart, when she is young and pretty, and wears a gown so low that she could slip out at the top and stand in the garb of Eve. "But why, if you love me, do you not leave everything for my sake?" asked the Brazilian. This South American born, being logical, as men are who have lived the life of nature, at once resumed the conversation at the point where it had been broken off, putting his arm round Valerie's waist. "Why?" she repeated, gazing up at Henri, whom she subjugated at once by a look charged with passion. "Why, my dear boy, I am married. We are in Paris, not in the savannah, the pampas, the backwoods of America. My dear Henri, my first and only love, listen to me. That husband of mine, a second clerk in the War Office, is bent on being a head clerk and officer of the Legion of Honor. Can I help his being ambitious? Now, for the very reason that made him leave us our liberty nearly 4 years ago, do you remember, you bad boy? He now abandons me to Monsieur Hulot. I cannot get rid of that dreadful official, who snorts like a grampus, who has fins in his nostrils, who is 63 years old, and who had grown 10 years older by dint of trying to be young, who is so odious to me that the very day when Marneffe is promoted and gets his cross of the Legion of Honor—" "How much more will your husband get then?" 1,000 crowns. "I will pay him as much in an annuity," said Baron Montes. "We will leave Paris and go." "Where?" said Valerie, with one of the pretty sneers by which a woman makes fun of a man she is sure of. "Paris is the only place where we can live happy. I care too much for your love to risk seeing it die out in a tete a tete in the wilderness. Listen, Henri, you are the only man I care for in the whole world. Write that down clearly in your tiger's brain. For women, when they have made a sheep of a man, always tell him that he is a lion with a will of iron. Now attend to me. Monsieur Marneffe has not 5 years to live. He is rotten to the marrow of his bones. He spends 7 months of the 12 in swallowing drugs and decoctions. He lives wrapped in flannel. In short, as the doctor says, he lives under the scythe, and may be cut off at any moment. An illness that would not harm another man would be fatal to him. His blood is corrupt, his life undermined at the root. For 5 years I have never allowed him to kiss me. He is poisonous. Some day, and the day is not far off, I shall be a widow. Well, then, I, who have already had an offer from a man with 60,000 francs a year, I who am as completely mistress of that man as I am of this lump of sugar, I swear to you that if you were as poor as Hulot and as foul as Marneffe, if you beat me even, still you are the only man I will have for a husband, the only man I love, or whose name I will ever bear, and I am ready to give any pledge of my love that you may require. Well, then, to-night. But you, son of the South, my splendid jaguar, come expressly for me from the virgin forest of Brazil, said she, taking his hand and kissing and fondling it. I have some consideration for the poor creature you mean to make your wife. Shall I be your wife, Henri? Yes, said the Brazilian, overpowered by this unbridled volubility of passion, and he knelt at her feet. Well, then, Henri, said Valerie, taking his 2 hands and looking straight into his eyes, swear to me now, in the presence of Lisbeth, my best and only friend, my sister, that you will make me your wife at the end of my year's widowhood. I swear it. That is not enough. Swear by your mother's ashes and eternal salvation. Swear by the Virgin Mary and by all your hopes as a Catholic. Valerie knew that the Brazilian would keep that oath, even if she should have fallen into the foulest social slough. The Baron solemnly swore it, his nose almost touching Valerie's white bosom, and his eyes spellbound. He was drunk, drunk as a man is when he sees the woman he loves once more after a sea voyage of 120 days. Good. Now be quite easy, and in Madame Marneffe respect the future Baroness de Montejanos. You are not to spend a sou upon me, I forbid it. Stay here in the outer room, sleep on the sofa. I myself will come and tell you when you may move. We will breakfast to-morrow morning, and you can be leaving at about 1 o'clock as if you had come to call at noon. There's nothing to fear. The gatekeepers love me as much as if they were my father and mother. Now, I must go down and make tea." She beckoned to Lisbeth, who followed her out onto the landing. There Valerie whispered in the old maid's ear, "My darkie has come back too soon. I shall die if I cannot avenge you on Hortense." "Make your mind easy, my pretty little devil," said Lisbeth, kissing her forehead. "Love and revenge, on the same track, will never lose the game. Hortense expects me to-morrow. She is in beggary. For 1,000 francs you may have 1,000 kisses from Wenceslas." On leaving Valerie, Hulot had gone down to the porter's lodge and made a sudden invasion there. "Madame Olivier?" On hearing the imperious tone of this address, and seeing the action by which the Baron emphasized it, Madame Olivier came out into the courtyard as far as the Baron led her. "You know that if any one can help your son to a connection by and by, it is I. It is owing to me that he is already third clerk in a notary's office, and is finishing his studies." "Yes, Monsieur le Baron, and indeed, sir, you may depend on our gratitude. Not a day passes that I do not pray to God for Monsieur le Baron's happiness." "Not so many words, my good woman," said Hulot, "but deeds." "What can I do, sir?" asked Madame Olivier. "A man came here to night in a carriage. Do you know him?" Madame Olivier had recognized Montes well enough. How could she have forgotten him? In the Rue du Doyenne, the Brazilian had always slipped a 5-franc piece into her hand as he went out in the morning, rather too early. If the Baron had applied to Monsieur Olivier, he would perhaps have learned all he wanted to know; but Olivier was in bed. In the lower orders the woman is not merely the superior of the man, she almost always has the upper hand. Madame Olivier had long since made up her mind as to which side to take in case of a collision between her two benefactors. She regarded Madame Marneffe as the stronger power. "Do I know him?" she repeated. "No, indeed, no. I never saw him before." "What, did Madame Marneffe's cousin never go to see her when she was living in the Rue du Doyenne?" "Oh, was it her cousin?" cried Madame Olivier. "I dare say he did come, but I did not know him again. Next time, sir, I will look at him." "He will be coming out," said Hulot, hastily interrupting Madame Olivier. "He has left," said Madame Olivier, understanding the situation. "The carriage is gone." "Did you see him go?" "As plainly as I see you. He told his servant to drive to the Embassy." This audacious statement wrung a sigh of relief from the Baron. He took Madame Olivier's hand and squeezed it. "Thank you, my good Madame Olivier. But that is not all. Monsieur Crevel?" "Monsieur Crevel? What can you mean, sir? I do not understand," said Madame Olivier. "Listen to me. He is Madame Marneffe's lover." "Impossible, Monsieur le Baron, impossible!" said she, clasping her hands. "He is Madame Marneffe's lover," the Baron repeated very positively. "How do they manage it? I don't know, but I mean to know, and you are to find out. If you can put me on the tracks of this intrigue, your son is a notary." "Don't you fret yourself so, Monsieur le Baron," said Madame Olivier. "Madame cares for you, and for no one but you. Her maid knows that for true; and we say, between her and me, that you are the luckiest man in this world, for you know what madame is, just perfection. She gets up at 10 every morning, then she breakfasts, well and good. After that she takes an hour or so to dress, that carries her on till 2, then she goes for a walk in the Tuileries, in the sight of all men, and she is always in by 4 to be ready for you. She lives like clockwork. She keeps no secrets from her maid, and Reine keeps nothing from me, you may be sure. Reine can't if she would, along of my son, for she is very sweet upon him. So, you see, if madame had any intimacy with Monsieur Crevel, we should be bound to know it." The Baron went upstairs again with a beaming countenance, convinced that he was the only man in the world to that shameless slut, as treacherous, but as lovely and as engaging as a siren. Crevel and Marneffe had begun a second rubber at piquet. Crevel was losing, as a man must who is not giving his thoughts to his game. Marneffe, who knew the cause of the Mayor's absence of mind, took unscrupulous advantage of it. He looked at the cards in reverse, and discarded accordingly. Thus, knowing his adversary's hand, he played to beat him. The stake being a franc a point, he had already robbed the Mayor of 30 francs when Hulot came in. "Heyday!" said he, amazed to find no company. "Are you alone? Where is everybody gone?" "Your pleasant temper put them all to flight," said Crevel. "No, it was my wife's cousin," replied Marneffe. "The ladies and gentlemen supposed that Valerie and Henri might have something to say to each other after 3 years' separation, and they very discreetly retired. If I had been in the room, I would have kept them; but then, as it happens, it would have been a mistake, for Lisbeth, who always comes down to make tea at 10:30, was taken ill, and that upset everything." "Then is Lisbeth really unwell?" asked Crevel in a fury. "So I was told," replied Marneffe, with the heartless indifference of a man to whom women have ceased to exist. The Mayor looked at the clock, and calculating the time, the Baron seemed to have spent 40 minutes in Lisbeth's rooms. Hector's jubilant expression seriously incriminated Valerie, Lisbeth, and himself. "I have just seen her; she is in great pain, poor soul," said the Baron. "Then the sufferings of others must afford you much joy, my friend," retorted Crevel with acrimony, "for you have come down with a face that is positively beaming. Is Lisbeth likely to die? For your daughter, they say, is her heiress. You are not like the same man. You left this room looking like the Moor of Venice, and come back with the air of Saint Preux. I wish I could see Madame Marneffe's face at this minute." "And pray, what do you mean by that?" said Marneffe to Crevel, packing his cards and laying them down in front of him. A light kindled in the eyes of this man, decrepit at the age of 47. A faint colour flushed his flaccid, cold cheeks, his ill-furnished mouth was half open, and on his blackened lips a sort of foam gathered, thick and as white as chalk. This fury in such a helpless wretch, whose life hung on a thread, and who in a duel would risk nothing, while Crevel had everything to lose, frightened the mayor. "I said," repeated Crevel, "that I should like to see Madame Marneffe's face. And with all the more reason, since yours at this moment is most unpleasant. On my honor, you are horribly ugly, my dear Marneffe." "Do you know that you are very uncivil?" "A man who has won 30 francs of me in 45 minutes cannot look handsome in my eyes." "Ah, if you had but seen me 17 years ago!" replied the clerk. "You were so good looking?" asked Crevel. "That was my ruin. Now, if I had been like you, I might be a mayor and a peer." "Yes," said Crevel with a smile, "you have been too much in the wars, and of the two forms of metal that may be earned by worshipping the god of trade, you have taken the worse, the dross." This dialogue is garnished with puns for which it is difficult to find any English equivalent. And Crevel roared with laughter. Though Marneffe could take offence if his honor were in peril, he always took these rough pleasantries in good part. They were the small coin of conversation between him and Crevel. "The daughters of Eve cost me dear, no doubt, but, by the powers, short and sweet is my motto." "Long and happy is more to my mind," returned Crevel. Madame Marneffe now came in. She saw that her husband was at cards with Crevel, and only the Baron in the room besides. A mere glance at the municipal dignitary showed her the frame of mind he was in, and her line of conduct was at once decided on. "Marneffe, my dear boy," said she, leaning on her husband's shoulder, and passing her pretty fingers through his dingy gray hair, but without succeeding in covering his bald head with it. "It is very late for you; you ought to be in bed. To-morrow, you know, you must dose yourself by the doctor's orders. Reine will give you your herb tea at 7. If you wish to live, give up your game." "We will pay it out up to 5 points," said Marneffe to Crevel. "Very good. I have scored 2," replied the mayor. "How long will it take you?" 10 minutes," said Marneffe. "It is 11 o'clock," replied Valerie. "Really, Monsieur Crevel, one might fancy you meant to kill my husband. Make haste, at any rate." This double-barreled speech made Crevel and Hulot smile, and even Marneffe himself. Valerie sat down to talk to Hector. "You must leave, my dearest," said she in Hulot's ear. "Walk up and down the Rue Vanneau, and come in again when you see Crevel go out." "I would rather leave this room and go into your room through the dressing-room door. You could tell Reine to let me in." "Reine is upstairs attending to Lisbeth." "Well, suppose then I go up to Lisbeth's rooms." Danger hemmed in Valerie on every side. She foresaw a discussion with Crevel, and could not allow Hulot to be in her room where he could hear all that went on. And the Brazilian was upstairs with Lisbeth. "Really, you men, when you have a notion in your head, you would burn a house down to get into it," exclaimed she. "Lisbeth is not in a fit state to admit you. Are you afraid of catching cold in the street? Be off there, or good night." "Good evening, gentlemen," said the Baron to the other two. Hulot, when piqued in his old man's vanity, was bent on proving that he could play the young man by waiting for the happy hour in the open air, and he went away. Marneffe bid his wife good night, taking her hands with a semblance of devotion. Valerie pressed her husband's hand with a significant glance, conveying, "Get rid of Crevel." "Good night, Crevel," said Marneffe. "I hope you will not stay long with Valerie. Yes, I am jealous, a little late in the day, but it has me hard and fast. I shall come back to see if you are gone." "We have a little business to discuss, but I shall not stay long," said Crevel. "Speak low. What is it?" said Valerie, raising her voice and looking at him with a mingled expression of haughtiness and scorn. Crevel, as he met this arrogant stare, though he was doing Valerie important services, and had hoped to plume himself on the fact, was at once reduced to submission. "That Brazilian," he began, but, overpowered by Valerie's fixed look of contempt, he broke off. "What of him?" said she. "That cousin " "Is no cousin of mine," said she. "He is my cousin to the world and to Monsieur Marneffe. And if he were my lover, it would be no concern of yours. A tradesman who pays a woman to be revenged on another man is, in my opinion, beneath the man who pays her for love of her. You did not care for me; all you saw in me was Monsieur Hulot's mistress. You bought me as a man buys a pistol to kill his adversary. I wanted bread, I accepted the bargain." "But you have not carried it out," said Crevel, the tradesman once more. "You want Baron Hulot to be told that you have robbed him of his mistress, to pay him out for having robbed you of Josepha? Nothing can more clearly prove your baseness. You say you love a woman, you treat her like a duchess, and then you want to degrade her? Well, my good fellow, and you are right. This woman is no match for Josepha. That young person has the courage of her disgrace, while I am a hypocrite and deserve to be publicly whipped. Alas! Josepha is protected by her cleverness and her wealth. I have nothing to shelter me but my reputation. I am still the worthy and blameless wife of a plain citizen. If you create a scandal, what is to become of me? If I were rich, then indeed, but my income is 15,000 francs a year at most, I suppose." "Much more than that," said Crevel. "I have doubled your savings in these last 2 months by investing in Orleans." "Well, a position in Paris begins with 50,000, and you certainly will not make up to me for the position I should surrender. What was my aim? I want to see Marneffe a first-class clerk. He will then draw a salary of 6,000 francs. He has been 27 years in his office. Within 3 years I shall have a right to a pension of 1,500 francs when he dies. You, to whom I have been entirely kind, to whom I have given your fill of happiness, you cannot wait. And that is what men call love," she exclaimed. "Though I began with an ulterior purpose," said Crevel, "I have become your poodle. You trample on my heart, you crush me, you stultify me, and I love you as I have never loved in my life. Valerie, I love you as much as I love my Celestine. I am capable of anything for your sake. Listen, instead of coming twice a week to the Rue du Dauphin, come 3 times." "Is that all? You are quite young again, my dear boy." "Only let me pack off Hulot, humiliate him, rid you of him," said Crevel, not heeding her impertinence. "Have nothing to say to the Brazilian, be mine alone, you shall not repent of it. To begin with, I will give you 8,000 francs a year secured by bond, but only as an annuity. I will not give you the capital till the end of 5 years' constancy." "Always a bargain! A tradesman can never learn to give. You want to stop for refreshments on the road of love, in the form of government bonds. Bah! Shopman, pomatum seller, you put a price on everything. Hector told me that the Duc d'Herouville gave Josepha a bond for 30,000 francs a year in a packet of sugar almonds, and I am worth 6 of Josepha. Oh, to be loved!" she went on, twisting her ringlets round her fingers and looking at herself in the glass. "Henri loves me. He would smash you like a fly if I winked at him. Hulot loves me; he leaves his wife in beggary. As for you, go, my good man, be the worthy father of a family. You have 300,000 francs over and above your fortune, only to amuse yourself. A hoard, in fact, and you think of nothing but increasing it. For you, Valerie, since I offer you half, said he, falling on his knees. "What, still here?" cried Marneffe, hideous in his dressing gown. "What are you about?" "He is begging my pardon, my dear, for an insulting proposal he has dared to make me. Unable to obtain my consent, my gentleman proposed to pay me." Crevel only longed to vanish into the cellar through a trap, as is done on the stage. "Get up, Crevel," said Marneffe, laughing. "You are ridiculous. I can see by Valerie's manner that my honor is in no danger." "Go to bed and sleep in peace," said Madame Marneffe. "Isn't she clever?" thought Crevel. "She has saved me. She is adorable." As Marneffe disappeared, the Mayor took Valerie's hands and kissed them, leaving on them the traces of tears. "It shall all stand in your name," he said. "That is true love," she whispered in his ear. "Well, love for love. Hulot is below, in the street. The poor old thing is waiting to return when I place a candle in one of the windows of my bedroom. I give you leave to tell him that you are the man I love. He will refuse to believe you. Take him to the Rue du Dauphin. Give him every proof. Crush him. I allow it. I order it. I am tired of that old seal. He bores me to death. Keep your man all night in the Rue du Dauphin. Grill him over a slow fire. Be revenged for the loss of Josepha. Hulot may die of it, perhaps, but we shall save his wife and children from utter ruin. Madame Hulot is working for her bread." "Oh, poor woman! On my word, it is quite shocking!" exclaimed Crevel, his natural feeling coming to the top. "If you love me, Celestin," said she in Crevel's ear, which she touched with her lips, "keep him there, or I am done for. Marneffe is suspicious. Hector has a key of the outer gate, and will certainly come back." Crevel clasped Madame Marneffe to his heart, and went away in the seventh heaven of delight. Valerie fondly escorted him to the landing, and then followed him, like a woman magnetized, down the stairs to the very bottom. "My Valerie, go back, do not compromise yourself before the porters. Go back. My life, my treasure, all is yours. Go in, my Duchess." "Madame Olivier," Valerie called gently when the gate was closed. "Why, madame, you here?" said the woman in bewilderment. "Bolt the gates at top and bottom, and let no one in." "Very good, madame." Having barred the gate, Madame Olivier told of the bribe that the War Office chief had tried to offer her. "You behaved like an angel, my dear Olivier. We shall talk of that to morrow." Valerie flew like an arrow to the third floor, tapped 3 times at Lisbeth's door, and then went down to her room, where she gave instructions to Mademoiselle Reine, for a woman must make the most of the opportunity when a Montes arrives from Brazil. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Cousin Betty by Honoré de Balzac, translated by James Waring. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 20. "By heaven, only a woman of the world is capable of such love," said Crevel to himself. "How she came down those stairs, lighting them up with her eyes, following me! Never did Josepha Josepha, she is a cagmag!" cried the ex-bagman. "What have I said? Cagmag? Why, I might have let the word slip out at the Tuileries. I can never do any good unless Valerie educates me, and I was so bent on being a gentleman. What a woman she is! She upsets me like a fit of the colic when she looks at me coldly. What grace, what wit! Never did Josepha move me so. And what perfection when you come to know her! Ha, there is my man." He perceived in the gloom of the Rue de Babylone the tall, somewhat stooping figure of Hulot, stealing along close to a boarding, and he went straight up to him. "Good morning, Baron, for it is past midnight, my dear fellow. What the devil are you doing here? You are airing yourself under a pleasant drizzle; that is not wholesome at our time of life. Will you let me give you a little piece of advice? Let each of us go home. For between you and me, you will not see the candle in the window." The last words made the Baron suddenly aware that he was 63 and that his cloak was wet. "Who on earth told you?" he began. "Valerie, of course, our Valerie, who means henceforth to be my Valerie. We are even now, Baron. We will play off the tie when you please. You have nothing to complain of. You know I always stipulated for the right of taking my revenge. It took you 3 months to rob me of Josepha. I took Valerie from you in we will say no more about that. Now I mean to have her all to myself. But we can be very good friends all the same." "Crevel, no jesting," said Hulot in a voice choked by rage. "It is a matter of life and death." "Bless me, is that how you take it? Baron, do you not remember what you said to me the day of Hortense's marriage? Can two old gaffers like us quarrel over a petticoat? It is too low, too common. We are Régence, we agreed. Pompadour, 18th century, quite the Maréchal Richelieu, Louis XV. Nay, and I may say, liaison dangereuse." Crevel might have gone on with his string of literary allusions. The Baron heard him as a deaf man listens when he is but half deaf. But seeing in the gaslight the ghastly pallor of his face, the triumphant mayor stopped short. This was indeed a thunderbolt after Madame Olivier's asseverations and Valerie's parting glance. "Good God! And there are so many other women in Paris," he said at last. "That is what I said to you when you took Josepha," said Crevel. "Look here, Crevel, it is impossible. Give me some proof. Have you a key, as I have, to let yourself in?" And having reached the house, the Baron put the key into the lock, but the gate was immovable. He tried in vain to open it. "Do not make a noise in the streets at night," said Crevel coolly. "I tell you, Baron, I have far better proof than you can show." "Proofs! Give me proof!" cried the Baron, almost crazy with exasperation. "Come, and you shall have them," said Crevel. And in obedience to Valerie's instructions, he led the Baron away towards the quay down the Rue Hillerin Bertin. The unhappy Baron walked on as a merchant walks on the day before he stops payment. He was lost in conjectures as to the reasons of the depravity buried in the depths of Valerie's heart, and still believed himself the victim of some practical joke. As they crossed the Pont Royal, life seemed to him so blank, so utterly a void, and so out of joint from his financial difficulties, that he was within an ace of yielding to the evil prompting that bid him fling Crevel into the river and throw himself in after. On reaching the Rue du Dauphin, which had not yet been widened, Crevel stopped before a door in a wall. It opened into a long corridor paved with black and white marble, and serving as an entrance hall, at the end of which there was a flight of stairs and a doorkeeper's lodge, lighted from an inner courtyard, as is often the case in Paris. This courtyard, which was shared with another house, was oddly divided into two unequal portions. Crevel's little house, for he owned it, had additional rooms with a glass skylight, built out onto the adjoining plot, under conditions that it should have no story added above the ground floor, so that the structure was entirely hidden by the lodge and the projecting mass of the staircase. This back building had long served as a storeroom, back shop, and kitchen to one of the shops facing the street. Crevel had cut off these 3 rooms from the rest of the ground floor, and Grindot had transformed them into an inexpensive private residence. There were 2 ways in: from the front, through the shop of a furniture dealer, to whom Crevel let it at a low price, and only from month to month, so as to be able to get rid of him in case of his telling tales, and also through a door in the wall of the passage, so ingeniously hidden as to be almost invisible. The little apartment, comprising a dining room, drawing room, and bedroom, all lighted from above, and standing partly on Crevel's ground and partly on his neighbour's, was very difficult to find. With the exception of the second-hand furniture dealer, the tenants knew nothing of the existence of this little paradise. The doorkeeper, paid to keep Crevel's secrets, was a capital cook. So Monsieur le Maire could go in and out of his inexpensive retreat at any hour of the night without any fear of being spied upon. By day, a lady, dressed as Paris women dress to go shopping, and having a key, ran no risk in coming to Crevel's lodgings. She would stop to look at the cheapened goods, ask the price, go into the shop, and come out again without exciting the smallest suspicion if anyone should happen to meet her. As soon as Crevel had lighted the candles in the sitting-room, the Baron was surprised at the elegance and refinement it displayed. The perfumer had given the architect a free hand, and Grindot had done himself credit by fittings in the Pompadour style, which had in fact cost 60,000 francs. "What I want," said Crevel to Grindot, "is that a duchess, if I brought one there, should be surprised at it." He wanted to have a perfect Parisian Eden for his Eve, his real lady, his Valerie, his duchess. "There are 2 beds," said Crevel to Hulot, showing him a sofa that could be made wide enough by pulling out a drawer. "This is one, the other is in the bedroom. We can both spend the night here." "Proof!" was all the Baron could say. Crevel took a flat candlestick and led Hulot into the adjoining room, where he saw, on a sofa, a superb dressing gown belonging to Valerie, which he had seen her wear in the Rue Vanneau, to display it before wearing it in Crevel's little apartment. The Mayor pressed the spring of a little writing table of inlaid work, known as a bonheur de jour, and took out of it a letter that he handed to the Baron. "Read that," said he. The Councillor read these words written in pencil: "I have waited in vain, you old wretch. A woman of my quality does not expect to be kept waiting by a retired perfumer. There was no dinner ordered, no cigarettes. I will make you pay for this." Well, is that her writing? "Good God!" gasped Hulot, sitting down in dismay. "I see all the things she uses, her caps, her slippers. Why, how long since—" Crevel nodded that he understood, and took a packet of bills out of the little inlaid cabinet. "You can see, old man, I paid the decorators in December 1838. In October, 2 months before, this charming little place was first used." Hulot bent his head. "How the devil do you manage it? I know how she spends every hour of her day." "How about her walk in the Tuileries?" said Crevel, rubbing his hands in triumph. "What then?" said Hulot, mystified. "Your lady love comes to the Tuileries; she is supposed to be airing herself from 1 till 4. But hop, skip, and jump, and she is here. You know your Molière? Well, Baron, there is nothing imaginary in your title." Hulot, left without a shred of doubt, sat sunk in ominous silence. Catastrophes lead intelligent and strong-minded men to be philosophical. The Baron, morally, was at this moment like a man trying to find his way by night through a forest. This gloomy taciturnity, and the change in that dejected countenance, made Crevel very uneasy, for he did not wish the death of his colleague. "As I said, old fellow, we are now even. Let us play for the odd. Will you play off the tie by hook and by crook? Come." "Why," said Hulot, talking to himself, "why is it that out of 10 pretty women at least 7 are false?" But the Baron was too much upset to answer his own question. Beauty is the greatest of human gifts for power. Every power that has no counterpoise, no autocratic control, leads to abuses and folly. Despotism is the madness of power. In women, the despot is caprice. "You have nothing to complain of, my good friend. You have a beautiful wife, and she is virtuous." "I deserve my fate," said Hulot. "I have undervalued my wife and made her miserable. And she is an angel. Oh, my poor Adeline, you are avenged. She suffers in solitude and silence, and she is worthy of my love. I ought, for she is still charming, fair, and girlish even. But was there ever a woman known more base, more ignoble, more villainous than this Valerie?
"She is a good-for-nothing slut," said Crevel, "a hussy that deserves whipping in the Place du Châtelet. But, my dear Canillac, though we are such blades, so Maréchal de Richelieu, Louis XV, Pompadour, Madame du Barry, gay dogs, and everything that is most 18th century, there is no longer a lieutenant of police." "How can we make them love us?" Hulot wondered to himself without heeding Crevel. "It is sheer folly in us to expect to be loved, my dear fellow," said Crevel. "We can only be endured, for Madame Marneffe is 100 times more profligate than Josepha." "And avaricious; she costs me 192,000 francs a year," cried Hulot. "And how many centimes?" sneered Crevel, with the insolence of a financier who scorns so small a sum. "You do not love her, that is very evident," said the Baron dolefully. "I have had enough of her," replied Crevel, "for she has had more than 300,000 francs of mine." "Where is it? Where does it all go?" said the Baron, clasping his head in his hands. "If we had come to an agreement, like the simple young men who combine to maintain a twopenny baggage, she would have cost us less." "That is an idea," replied the Baron. "But she would still be cheating us; for, my burly friend, what do you say to this Brazilian?" "Ay, old sly fox, you are right. We are swindled like shareholders," said Crevel. "All such women are an unlimited liability, and we the sleeping partners." "Then it was she who told you about the candle in the window?" "My good man," replied Crevel, striking an attitude, "she has fooled us both. Valerie is a She told me to keep you here. Now I see it all. She has got her Brazilian. Oh, I have done with her; for if you hold her hands, she would find a way to cheat you with her feet. There! She is a minx, a jade." "She is lower than a prostitute," said the Baron. "Josepha and Jenny Cadine were in their rights when they were false to us; they make a trade of their charms." "But she who affects the saint, the prude," said Crevel. "I tell you what, Hulot, do you go back to your wife. Your money matters are not looking well. I have heard talk of certain notes of hand given to a low usurer whose special line of business is lending to these sluts, a man named Vauvinet. For my part, I am cured of your real ladies. And after all, at our time of life, what do we want of these swindling hussies, who, to be honest, cannot help playing us false? You have white hair and false teeth, I am of the shape of Silenus. I shall go in for saving. Money never deceives one. Though the treasury is indeed open to all the world twice a year, it pays you interest, and this woman swallows it. With you, my worthy friend, as Gubetta, as my partner in the concern, I might have resigned myself to a shady bargain, no, a philosophical calm. But with a Brazilian who has possibly smuggled in some doubtful colonial produce." "Woman is an inexplicable creature," said Hulot. "I can explain her," said Crevel. "We are old. The Brazilian is young and handsome." "Yes, that I own is true," said Hulot. "We are older than we were. But, my dear fellow, how is one to do without these pretty creatures? Seeing them undress, twist up their hair, smile cunningly through their fingers as they screw up their curl papers, put on all their airs and graces, tell all their lies, declare that we don't love them when we are worried with business, and they cheer us in spite of everything. "Yes, by the power, it is the only pleasure in life," cried Crevel. "When a saucy little mug smiles at you and says, 'My old dear, you don't know how nice you are. I am not like other women, I suppose, who go crazy over mere boys with goats' beards, smelling of smoke and as coarse as serving men. For in their youth they are so insolent, they come in and they bid you good morning, and out they go. I, whom you think such a flirt, I prefer a man of 50 to these brats. A man who will stick by me, who is devoted, who knows a woman is not to be picked up every day, and appreciates us. That is what I love you for, you old monster. And they fill up these avowals with little pettings and prettinesses, and faugh! They are as false as the bills on the Hôtel de Ville." "A lie is sometimes better than the truth," said Hulot, remembering sundry bewitching scenes called up by Crevel, who mimicked Valerie. "They are obliged to act upon their lies, to sew spangles on their stage frocks." "And they are ours, after all, the lying jades," said Crevel coarsely. "Valerie is a witch," said the Baron. "She can turn an old man into a young one." "Oh yes," said Crevel, "she is an eel that wriggles through your hands, but the prettiest eel, as white and sweet as sugar, as amusing as Arnal, and ingenious." "Yes, she is full of fun," said Hulot, who had now quite forgotten his wife. The colleagues went to bed the best friends in the world, reminding each other of Valerie's perfections, the tones of her voice, her kittenish way, her movements, her fun, her sallies of wit and of affections; for she was an artist in love, and had charming impulses, as tenors may sing a scena better one day than another. And they fell asleep, cradled in tempting and diabolical visions, lighted by the fires of hell. At 9 o'clock next morning, Hulot went off to the War Office. Crevel had business out of town. They left the house together, and Crevel held out his hand to the Baron, saying, "To show that there is no ill feeling. For we, neither of us, will have anything more to say to Madame Marneffe?" "Oh, this is the end of everything," replied Hulot, with a sort of horror. By 10:30, Crevel was mounting the stairs, for at a time, up to Madame Marneffe's apartment. He found the infamous wretch, the adorable enchantress, in the most becoming morning wrapper, enjoying an elegant little breakfast in the society of the Baron Montes de Montejanos and Lisbeth. Though the sight of the Brazilian gave him a shock, Crevel begged Madame Marneffe to grant him 2 minutes' speech with her. Valerie led Crevel into the drawing-room. "Valerie, my angel," said the amorous mayor, "Monsieur Marneffe cannot have long to live. If you will be faithful to me, when he dies we will be married. Think it over. I have rid you of Hulot. So just consider whether this Brazilian is to compare with a mayor of Paris, a man who for your sake will make his way to the highest dignities, and who can already offer you 80-odd thousand francs a year." "I will think it over," said she. "You will see me in the Rue du Dauphin at 2 o'clock, and we can discuss the matter. But be a good boy, and do not forget the bond you promised to transfer to me." She returned to the dining room, followed by Crevel, who flattered himself that he had hit on a plan for keeping Valerie to himself. But there he found Baron Hulot, who, during this short colloquy, had also arrived with the same end in view. He, like Crevel, begged for a brief interview. Madame Marneffe again rose to go to the drawing-room, with a smile at the Brazilian that seemed to say, "What fools they are! Cannot they see you?" "Valerie," said the official, "my child, that cousin of yours is an American cousin." "Oh, that is enough!" she cried, interrupting the Baron. "Marneffe never has been, and never will be, never can be my husband. The first, the only man I ever loved has come back quite unexpectedly. It is no fault of mine. But look at Henri, and look at yourself. Then ask yourself whether a woman, and a woman in love, can hesitate for a moment. My dear fellow, I am not a kept mistress. From this day forth I refuse to play the part of Susanna between the two elders. If you really care for me, you and Crevel, you will be our friends. But all else is at an end, for I am 26, and henceforth I mean to be a saint, an admirable and worthy wife, as yours is." "Is that what you have to say?" answered Hulot. "Is this the way you receive me when I come like a pope, with my hands full of indulgences? Well, your husband will never be a first-class clerk, nor be promoted in the Legion of Honor." "That remains to be seen," said Madame Marneffe, with a meaning look at Hulot. "Well, well, no temper," said Hulot in despair. "I will call this evening, and we will come to an understanding.
"In Lisbeth's rooms, then."
"Very good, at Lisbeth's," said the old dotard.
Hulot and Crevel went downstairs together, without speaking a word till they were in the street. But outside, on the sidewalk, they looked at each other with a dreary laugh. "We are a couple of old fools," said Crevel. "I have got rid of them," said Madame Marneffe to Lisbeth as she sat down once more. "I never loved and I never shall love any man but my jaguar," she added, smiling at Henri Montes. "Lisbeth, my dear, you don't know. Henri has forgiven me the infamy to which I was reduced by poverty." "It was my own fault," said the Brazilian. "I ought to have sent you 100,000 francs." "Poor boy," said Valerie. "I might have worked for my living, but my fingers were not made for that. Ask Lisbeth." The Brazilian went away the happiest man in Paris. At noon, Valerie and Lisbeth were chatting in the splendid bedroom where this dangerous woman was giving to her dress those finishing touches which a lady alone can give. The doors were bolted, the curtains drawn over them, and Valerie related in every detail all the events of the evening, the night, the morning. "What do you think of it all, my darling?" she said to Lisbeth in conclusion. "Which shall I be when the time comes, Madame Crevel or Madame Montes?" "Crevel will not last more than 10 years, such a profligate as he is," replied Lisbeth. "Montes is young. Crevel will leave you about 30,000 francs a year. Let Montes wait. He will be happy enough as Benjamin. And so, by the time you are 33, if you take care of your looks, you may marry your Brazilian and make a fine show with 60,000 francs a year of your own, especially under the wing of a marechal." "Yes, but Montes is a Brazilian; he will never make his mark," observed Valerie. "We live in the day of railways," said Lisbeth, "when foreigners rise to high positions in France." "We shall see," replied Valerie, "when Marneffe is dead. He has not much longer to suffer." "These attacks that return so often are a sort of physical remorse," said Lisbeth. "Well, I am off to see Hortense." "Yes, go, my angel," replied Valerie, "and bring me my artist. 3 years, and I have not gained an inch of ground. It is a disgrace to both of us. Wenceslas and Henri, these are my 2 passions, one for love, the other for fancy." "You are lovely this morning," said Lisbeth, putting her arm round Valerie's waist and kissing her forehead. "I enjoy all your pleasures, your good fortune, your dresses. I never really lived till the day when we became sisters." "Wait a moment, my tiger cat," cried Valerie, laughing. "Your shawl is crooked. You cannot put a shawl on yet, in spite of my lessons for 3 years, and you want to be Madame la Marechale Hulot." Chapter 20